morning, I thought, "Well, I've got to go and tell my other sister," so I went over there and, she was like, she before I could say anything, she was telling me, "I woke up at this time and I was so just 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 you could not get comfortable," and I was like, "I know."
Yeah.
'Cause, we were all real close at one time. There's a big age difference, but
Mhm.
we were close.
I can imagine. It's like, um, when my mom passed away, it was in February of 2003, and there was an ice storm that had hit Lexington, and literally there was an inch of ice on everything. All the power was out in Lexington except for the hospitals. They were running on like diesel
Wow.
generators. My mom had been in there already for 4.5 months because she had lung cancer that had metastasized into her bones. And it the last week when she was just, the week of the ice storm, she really didn't say anything. She was just, zonked out on morphine all the time. And it was just kind of like we were all just kind of like we were all so busy trying to stay alive ourselves because of the ice storm that she just kind of slipped quietly. She used that
What
as
year was that? What year
2003.
was
2003.
2003?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
I'm
Um,
trying to
and it's
y
yeah, uh,
So she just slipped away just peacefully and quietly?
kind of, yeah. It was like she used the ice storm as kind of like her cover to just like,
Yeah,
okay,
that's
y'all are busy right now. I have to go somewhere. So
yeah, and she probably was one of those women that didn't like to bother nobody or cause a big commotion, and
to a
she probably
point,
thought this is
yeah.
this is the perfect opportunity. They're busy, they're focused on something else, and
Hmm.
they won't be in here, you know,
Yeah.
trying to shake me loose. you
Yeah.
know,
And
I think that I tell you something ironic to me. My youngest sister, she had, like I said, she smiled all the time.
hmm
That was kind of deceiving about her because you didn't know if she was mad at you because she had that smile on her face.
yeah,
See, me, I am undeniable. You know every emotion I feel just by walking in my front door. You can tell.
yeah,
You know to run and hide, or
yeah,
just or cry with me, or just try to get my mind, I'm an open book. But like if somebody like her, like and it just smiles all the time, and you don't know until she done whooped you, and then you know, because she'd still smile.
right.
But she had my mother's smile, and I guess I had that resting bitch face they call it.
uh, it's good to talk about it because you bring out the good things, like um, well, it's kind of weird for me to talk about, but my mom was really so proud of me when I was learning how to read, and at
Yes,
five,
she was.
yeah, because at 5 years old, she takes me to Sayre School, and for the headmaster of the Sayre School, she says that she wants to show how her son can read, and the headmaster, he doesn't believe this. So he's like, he just pulls down a random book, he turns it to a random page, and he says, "Here, Randy, read this." And I just start reading normally, like you and I would read a book, like right now, like you and I as adults would read a book. And the headmaster thinks that someone's putting him onto this. And he pulls down another random book and he pulls it to another random page. He says, "Here, Randy, read that." And I just start reading like it's a normal book. And he is so freaked out by this, and my mom is just sitting back in the corner of the room, and she's just got this big old shit-eating grin on her face.
I love when I can
Yeah,
do that. I truly do.
yeah, yeah. It's like my mom couldn't have been more proud of me for that, and
But she's proud of herself too,
yeah,
because I know I always was proud of my children's accomplishments. And when they were, and this is what's funny, and don't you ever tell them that you tell everybody that ever hears this again,
okay,
never to repeat this.
all
If
right,
if if any of my grown children are around, they're to never mention this. It's not a blackmail thing. Okay,
Oh,
they can't use it against me because they'll make me confess on myself, and I don't want to do that.
okay.
But I was even when they done really stupid things or made big errors, I would walk off after I get on to them, and I would actually go in, and sometimes I would catch myself really proud of whatever they had done. It was like, "That's pretty creative, don't you think?"
Yeah.
And my husband's like, "No, I don't think it's creative. I think that I can't believe you're in here just thinking that way." And I'm like, "Well, you gotta admit that's creative." I said, "You've never done nothing like that, have you?" "I
Mm,
know I didn't." Pretty creative if you ask me, even if it was in the wrong direction. I was like, "Well, I'm proud of their creativity,
yeah. Um,
bad, good, or indifferent."
my mom was into toll painting. You're familiar with like toll painting, Tole. I think
No,
it's
I
called
don't kn no, maybe I don't know it
cr-
by its correct name.
crafting. It's kind of like folk, kind of like um. What's the best way to describe it? You know what? I gotta find a link for it because
Like, is it
I
kinda
gotta
like
get you like
whitewashing?
kind of. It's like I'll give you the scrambled eggs version here. Just a moment.
Please do, because
Yeah.
you got to dumb down, okay, to talk to me. Dumb it down.
Yeah.
Now don't stay there when you hang up with me, but dumb
Oh,
it down.
I know. I'll send you like a Google image search of this because it's pretty. Yeah.
Don't say it's complicated,
No, it's
please.
not. It's not
Okay, good.
complicated. No, I'll throw it into. There you go. I sent you a personal message link for that. So, but it's just kind of like designs of like flowers and like holly sprigs and things like that. Like if it,
Okay,
yeah. So
okay. So it's just kind of like flowers, plants, and like just
s-
like
like little scenic things, like little
yeah, like a garden maybe.
or like a town or like a small town or Christmas time, stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's fun. I
yeah,
like to do, I didn't know what it was called, but I like to do
hmm
things like that. I like to sketch things out, like
yeah.
create a garden or, put I like to do that. I like to put water running through it and, some of the things I do aren't very well, but
The fact that
just
if you're trying to do something, even if you fail, you're doing better than most other people who don't try to do anything at all.
oh Lord, I'll try anything.
Yeah.
I'll give it a shot. Now, you may
Mm-hmm.
not want to ever see it again, but I'll do it. And if I get the mind to want to learn something, I'll do
Yeah.
it. And then, I don't tell people I did it, but I will learn to do it. It's not so I, kind of like one of the little children did that. Isn't
Yeah.
that sweet? Did that at school. They let them use the chainsaw and everything.
Jeff Vader is happy that he's listening to you and me today. Uh,
I
he,
love
he
Jeff Bader.
he can't hop into the chat because he doesn't want to hear us. He doesn't want us to hear him coughing and sneezing almost constantly. But
Bless his heart.
get better soon, Jeff. Okay, so
Yes, please do, because
yeah,
I miss you.
yeah.
I always liked his comeback when he would, he'd say some of the greatest things.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's really
He's
he's really smart. On that so
he's a good sidekick. He is a
he
good
is.
partner.
He
I don't
does.
like to say, he's like a good partner, a good playoff partner there.
Mm-hmm.
Probably come up with some good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, all of y'all really are. I've noticed that about, especially everyone that I hold near and dear to my heart. It's just all y'all are so creative, so talented, and smart. And I don't even think none of y'all realize how smart you are. Like, back when I was in school, if y'all would have came around and spoke the way you do now and present yourselves like you do online
Mm-hmm.
with what I see, my perception of you guys are, people would have thought y'all were geniuses.
Yeah.
You know, because you sound, it's amazing that every generation just gets better and better. The ones that choose to, that is.
That
But
is, yeah, the ones that choose
yeah,
to get better. Yeah, the ones that want to take the time to understand the world around them instead of just screaming that, the world isn't working that the way they want it to kind of thing. So,
Yeah, is it but y'all are a really good group of people. If y'all were all if you were in one place at one time, it would be the most entertaining thing I would probably ever get to hear or
mhm.
anyone else. I mean, it would be like the biggest concert of your
It
lifetime,
yeah.
and you got tickets to it because everybody just plays off of each other so nicely, and you have sense of humors, and then y'all had the serious, and um, you got the crazy. Y'all got Virgie.
Mhm.
That one, I just adore him, but he's kind of like I am. He just likes to go off in left field sometimes,
Yeah.
and then he'll venture on back.
I love that giggle. I love that giggle he has when you get him laughing.
He's so funny, and he's so smart. He's so talented.
Mhm.
When he did something for his new baby girl on his guitar, and I'm gonna tell you, I was speechless. And I mean, every time I think about it, it just warms my heart. My gosh, it just brings tears to my eyes. It was so beautiful, so sweet and so beautiful. And
Alicia
and
Alicia Militia says hugs to Kathy. So, hi
tell them I
Alicia.
send hugs back, lots of
Yes,
hugs.
lots of
I
hugs.
wish I could see the chat. If I'm in Discord, I don't know how to see the chat.
There's kind of a way I can actually
Ca-
turn on my
It
camera for that.
wait a minute
No, wait a
now.
minute, I
Hang on.
can't. I can't turn on my camera because
Yeah.
I'm using it for the thing. So I have to
Oh,
use
that
the
didn't
screen.
work.
Never mind.
Okay. Yeah, you couldn't do that.
Yeah, I can't. I can't.
It's,
It doesn't allow me to share the camera on that. So, but
it's
yeah,
so confusing.
I know it.
And
But you know what? Pretty soon telephones are going to be obsolete.
I know that's
Everybody's
scary.
gonna be on Discord or instant message or whatever. So, telephones are
Yeah.
slowly becoming obsolete. Um,
Well, my grandson, he just turned 13.
mhm.
And he's like he could come here and show me everything I need to know if I could get him out of his own Discord to come and help me.
Well, tell him. You
If
know
I
what?
could get him.
Tell him that he either invites you to his Discord, which he's gonna be like, okay, I'll set you up your own Discord now. So
Help me, come and help me. I tell him,
he'll help you.
I'm like, the first time I ever spoke to Virgie, and I was trying to figure this out. I didn't know anything about none of this. Still don't know much more than I knew then.
Mhm.
But I ran into him and I was like, because see, I didn't know he knew all that. And I'm like, do you think you could help me? Because he's really a bright kid.
Yeah.
And he's, like, looking at me like I was talking to the pet rock outside, my second kin out there, and he acted like he didn't know nothing. Come to find he was in a hurry, and he's looking at me like, "Oh, I just don't think I got enough time in the world, grandma. I just don't think there's time in the world to help you get on there." And I thought,
Mm,
"Well, that boy really thinks I'm just slow, don't he?" But he come
that's
back, he helped me.
You know what? That was kind of like the most heartbreaking calls I would take when I was working for Apple, is because I would get calls from like an 85, maybe 95-year-old, person, and they have an iPhone and an iPad or an iPad, and they have no idea what to do with it. And my thinking is that the parents or the kids bought them this iPhone or iPad so that when they die, it gets passed back down to them so that they don't feel guilty that they bought an iPad for themselves. They can say, "Oh, well, I bought an iPad for grandma and she never used it, so she would have wanted us to have it," kind of thing. That kind
Of
of
course, because
yeah.
one of the grandkids, they know what to do with it.
Mhm. Yeah.
I think I bought my own, and it was not it was after my mother passed away and I quit watching TV. I think that's when I thought about it, and I thought,
Mhm.
"Well, I might could play maybe I could play a game on it." That's what I did, or I did a puzzle
Yeah.
and, just did things, just goofed around on it. And then my young one of my well, he's not the youngest no more, but he was on my little I let him on my iPad. He was 3 years old,
Mhm.
and he had to take a bath, and he thought, "Well, the iPad's dirty." So
Uh-oh.
he put
Bless his
yeah, he put
heart.
it in the yeah, he put it in the bath with him, and so
Oh.
it took me a little bit longer. I got another one,
Okay.
and I told him, "Don't even look at it. It's not dirty. Don't look at it. Do not put
Oh,
it in the tub with it."
bless his
And I
heart.
think yeah, that one I'm trying to I don't know if I dropped it or somebody else dropped one of the kids. Nevertheless, it got broke pretty bad. And I had to wait a little while longer. I got another one. But I keep on working, keep
Yeah.
on going. Got another one. Didn't have it a month. Dropped it in the driveway.
Oh.
Yeah. Still have that one. It still works, believe it or not, but I have to get Band-Aids to put on my fingers because it'll cut my fingers off.
Ow.
'Cause it
No.
broke. I
It's
mean,
it
it broke.
how bad is the screen? Is it cracked or is it
It's
spider
bad.
web? Spider web?
Oh, it's got the spider webs and the
Yeah.
cracks in it, and then the
Mm.
the rim around it's broken. Like,
Yeah.
it took a chip out of that too. So but it's still, it's still usable. So sometimes, like, I'll get both of them and try to figure out something because that's easier for me sometimes.
We're gonna
But
have
then
to we're
just
we're gonna have to chip in and just get you a replacement iPad that's not broken so you don't cut your fingers. And we'll get you one
oh,
we'll get you a protective case for it, and we'll get you the protective case that kids use when they're taking their iPads to like preschool and stuff like that. The
that ain't
ones that
funny.
like
I don't you say that.
no,
That
I mean
happened. I
it's a
I
serious thing.
I know
I've
what you're gonna
actually
say.
those
I
cases,
know it.
you would not believe how strong and durable those
I know
cases
how
are.
strong they are.
Yeah.
I bought plenty of them, and then that is what my husband said that very thing. He said, "Why don't I just go get one of those?" I can't think what they're called, but they're, like, very durable. We bought when we bought each one of them their iPads, we bought the case to go with it,
Mhm.
and they still
Life
have their iPads.
life-proof case.
Yeah, it's like it protects it. I mean, it can
Mhm.
bounce off the car but anyway, he said, "Let me go get you one." And I'm like, "No, I'll be embarrassed. I don't wanna."
Venny
I don't wanna walk around like that with.
Venny P, the mastermind, says, "Hey all, please tell Aunt Kathy I'm sorry I'm not there. Me and the chick I mentioned had are riding around, probably about to go grab something to eat. I love you, Aunt Kathy.
Oh, that
I,
sounds fun.
I'm signing off because I got to save battery. But if you see this, Randolph, please tell Aunt Kathy I was there and I send my love."
Oh,
Venny,
I just he's a
he's really good.
sweetie.
Yeah,
And I hope he buys for something good to eat tonight. She did just something good.
yeah.
Don't no McDonald's or anything like
No,
that.
not
He was so
McDonald's. No,
kind.
no. Make Venny take you to someplace good. Okay, so
Somewhere, not the top because he's got to really push it when he has to marry her. Oh, he's
someplace
got.
someplace where a waitress has to sit you down to a table and then you have
Yeah.
to order from a
Yeah, there you
menu.
go.
Yeah, there you go. So
And it's a cloth napkin, not paper.
yeah,
A
cloth
cloth napkin.
napkins. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now when he gets ready for the big day, he can have that cloth napkin in the wine glass, and that's taking it up a notch.
Dark Summer says hi, Aunt Kathy. So
Oh, she's a doll.
yeah.
I just can't stand it. I really adore all of y'all, and I know your names,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes I can figure out when they change. It's kind of like I get a little hint there, that I know. If anybody's name changes, it's like I can tell after a minute who it is.
Yeah.
uh, you know, and I love that because it's like it's a special kind of bond, really. I hear people say, "Well, they're not really friends; they're the internet friends." That's different from friend.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, no, actually, from my age and the way I am and who I am, to me, it's actually a closer bond because I feel who you are, and I am drawn to you by your actions and by your words. So you're not presenting a face to me. You're presenting your heart and soul to me. Your personality is all I have to go on.
Right.
So either I like you and I see through, any little hard thing you might get for a moment. Everybody gets that way. We all do. Or I wait and, I don't need I know who you are,
Mhm.
whether I ever see your face again or not. It
Right.
was like I rate. I truly, my heart still it aches like I've lost a really good friend, someone who I believe would have been around a very long time because I don't make friends like that.
Yeah.
I have very few friends, but they're lifetime friends. We have to die to get away from each other.
Dark Summer says, "Tell Aunt Kathy I used to be somebody." So
he he is
yes,
somebody.
some
I love you.
yes.
You said Dark Star?
Dark Summer. Dark Summer.
Dark Summer, okay, I thought
Dark
you said
Summer.
Dark Star, I was about to say,
Dark
I well,
Summer. Yeah.
that's who I thought we were talking about at first, yeah. I love I love the things that I love the names that keep coming up, and when I read them, I can feel you, and I know who you are. I might, whether like I said, I ever see your face or not, I've seen your words in motion. That's all that I want to see, and it makes a bond closer. I think, truthfully,
Yeah. Uh,
I think it makes the friendship stronger.
Hobo Chili Recipe was saying that, Aunt Kathy doesn't know me, and Roots says, she knows you, Hobo. She just thinks you're an
I know
asshole.
him.
But I said, but a lovable
I just can't
asshole.
see his name.
Yeah.
I think he is. That is a lovable one. I like that. That I like him too.
Yeah.
And I can't. You tell. I can't see their names. That's why I'm not responding to them. And if I could figure it out, I would. I'm slightly more brain damaged today than I was yesterday.
Harley's
Um,
timeout says, Kathy XX, I'll be going to bed soon, but love ya. So she sends her hugs. So,
she is a sweet girl.
hmm
I just did that one. I when she was sick, I was out because I do pray, and I was out there praying, and
hmm
I kept thinking, Lord, just just take from me and let her be healthy. Just let her be healthy. And I'm gonna let me want me to tell you what happened? I ain't never told nobody because my husband was like, "See, that's what there. God
hmm
was telling you." I was. This is really, really something. I was out there in my garden. I grew up in Florida. I've been through hurricanes and water spouts coming up and trees falling and flooding and I've been through a lot as far as the weather. And so I've never been afraid of weather. I like it. I like that. It's like electricity,
Yeah.
if there's something bad coming. But anyway, that's just another problem I have. But I was out there and I was just so upset because, I just fell in love with her. She was just one of the first people I spoke to, and she was just so kind. And I was just about to give up. And it was over on I think it was Twitch.
Yeah.
And I was about to give up because I was like, I'm not going to be able to figure this out. And there's nobody to show me anything to. But she popped in and she was just so precious. And there was something about her. And everywhere I would be with Virgie, she would come in and check on me and help kind of guide me. Her and
Yeah.
Maureen.
hmm
They would help me. And they just became just so special to me. Like there was a couple of times I got a little nervous if I didn't see their name. Like, I don't think anybody else would help me
Yeah.
like that. And I would, I just really appreciate them. But I was out there in the garden and I knew it was going to rain. This is I could tell it was coming, dark clouds.
hmm
And where we live on the river and there's trees, lots of woods, that run up the river. Well, you can hear the wind. One day, maybe I can get it recorded because it's like crazy. You can hear it coming, and so you only got a few, not even a minute to get in the house before it actually moves up on you, and you can hear it just whirling and coming towards you, and you can see the trees moving. It's really incredible, and I like being out there for that. It's kind of like playing a game of chicken for me, but I was out there, I wanna see who's gonna win. But I was out there that day, and I was just so upset about her, and it just tore me up because she's around the same age as my daughter, and I was just like, "It's the sweetest thing," and I just wanted to go where she was and just make her better, and I was like, "Just let me go or just take from me." I'm wanting to be there, and this young woman has such a beautiful soul and so much to give people. I mean, she's just got so much to share and just such a sweet, sweet spirit about her that just take it from me and give it to her, please. I'm out there like not, I guess in a way, kind of begging. I'm like, just know, just do it. And if you have to, just keep in mind you can always teach other people a lesson by letting me have what I want right now.
Yeah.
Just make her well and let me. I don't care if I got to walk around with maybe missing a foot or something. It didn't matter to me. I just do what you need to do to make her better. But I was out there and I'm gonna tell you, the wind started and I wasn't gonna stop because when I'm really upset or in deep thought, or have a plan to make, I go out and I pull weeds or chop weeds, or I go out and do some physical,
Yeah.
I get out there and get in it. Well, that's what I was doing. I had a hoe in my hand. I'm just steady. I mean, I must have been hammering it. And here come the wind, the rain. It was on me before I could even turn around. I was still out there talking and kind of tearing up out there, and lightning comes flying across. It came up behind me, and it just hit like with a vengeance. My hair was standing like frizz starting to frizz,
Oh
and
shit.
The thrill of victory
yeah, I instinctively. I've
and
never
the
had this
agony
happen
of
to me,
defeat.
but something in me when it come flying over my head, it I crunched down and bent over like, oh, I did the old shit damn thing. That's what I was doing.
You doing your shit dams again? You were doing
I
your shit
didn't.
dams?
Yes, I went down. I bent over like it's something coming at me, and I'm like, oh shit, damn, shit, damn it. And then I heard this explosion, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, because it came over my head like into my house. You
Uh,
know, it
R-
was terrible.
Roots, I'm
But
sorry.
but he's
Hobo Chili Recipe just tipped $5. Aunt Kathy is our angel. Her voice is so calming. And Randolph, thank you for the kind words. Roots Calhoun is just a big bully and a menace to society.
we just pick on him. He's like a big old bear. I
Yeah.
just tell him, I know he can take it, but bless his heart. I'm gonna have to buy him something special. Get him an extra candy bar or something, because y'all gonna pick on
He'll probably
him.
if you get Roots a candy bar, he'll just probably hide it in the wall somewhere and it'll be discovered in like 35 years or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, I gotta get him some. I told him anytime when he's coming this way, let me know. I get him as much beer as he can haul
Mhm.
wherever he's going. I get him. I need to have about a month to start storing it up here. My son-in-law will bring me whatever I need or want. I don't need it, but like if we were having when we plan parties and stuff, we usually, we get it direct from the beer people.
Mhm.
We get it delivered.
Oh, right now, everybody back in my home state of Kentucky is probably drinking the shit out of Hudipole right now because Hudipole is brewed in Cincinnati, Ohio, and they put out a very special brand of Hudipole version called Houday for the Bengals. So they're going all Bengals crazy here, and the Rams are gonna fucking destroy them in the Super Bowl. So I feel
When
bad.
is the
I don't
Super Bowl? I didn't
when
really keep track this year. Is
uh
it-
can't be this Saturday because they think they give 'em- I think they give them a week. So wait a minute. Next
It's
Super
coming though, isn't it?
next
It's
Super
in
Bowl.
February.
Yeah,
Oh,
next Super Bowl is
I'm
Sunday the 13th. So they're gonna have a week off this Sunday and then Sunday the 13th, the day before Valentine's Day, is the Super Bowl.
okay.
And I
Well,
don't like it that the Super Bowl just goes later and later and later. It's almost going to go into March now at this rate.
yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
like I said, I didn't keep track this year. It's probably one of the first years I did, and I don't know why. I'm just slipping on current events. That's what's happened.
Yeah.
I
But
just hadn't really been paying attention.
I get to a point where it's just like, it's another football game. Super Bowl Sunday. I bet, going back to Mary just for a brief bit, I'll bet that she at first loathed having to work on Super Bowl Sunday for when she was working at Papa John's, but then when she realized what a gold mine it was for tips, every Super Bowl, well, she only lasted a year, but every Super Bowl day since would have been like, she'd have looked forward to it. It's like, I loved Super Bowl Sunday when I worked for Pizza Hut because I was like doing 30 deliveries. I was making like $80 cash for the day in just tips alone.
Uh,
And that was
well,
back in like
yeah,
mid 1990s dollars. So
that's pretty good.
it was, yeah. And Super
I can't
Bowl,
remember. I know she did work for a pizza delivery, but
she said she
I
worked
just don't
for
remember.
Papa John's for a year. So,
I don't think she worked a year. I don't have to. I'm gonna have to pull her
yeah.
thing. I can do. Just get one of those. I used to have one. Where you could go on and pull all that stuff up. So I'm just gonna have to do it again for a little while because I don't know, just because maybe it'll give me something else to do. But I don't think she worked anywhere in her life for a year. I truly do not. I'm not gonna swear to that or, risk anybody else's life on it, but I don't think she ever did. I
Uh,
truly can't
dark
recall that.
dark summers destroying her kitchen. She said, "Oh my God,
Oh, no.
why do I bother trying to cook? I'm over here getting burnt by my meat, and I just blew up a potato in the microwave." you
Look, tell
gotta
her name is not Mary.
you
It is
gotta
not Mary.
you gotta poke the
You s
holes in the potato first with a
Yes,
fork. You gotta poke the holes.
tell her and
Uh,
remember the name is not Mary. Don't get into character.
yeah,
Just
not
poke
me.
the holes in that potato, put it in the little baggie, and put it in there.
Yes. Oh, I made a comment back that, "Are you trying to do Kay's cooking again?" Have you seen Kay's cooking? Uh,
Is that
yeah,
the
yeah.
one's a Duck Dynasty K, or is it another K?
It's another K. She's in Britain. Jeff Vader would know of this K here. In
Okay.
fact, you know what? I'm gonna pull her up on my thing just to show you Kay's cooking here. Give me a second. So, oh, my thing is just acting really slow again. Hang on a moment.
I wonder what's up with that. Why are we paying so much for cable and internet if it won't ever stay on for us, you know?
It's bundled. It's all part of the thing where uh okay, so there's me. Kay's cooking. Bolognese. There you go. Oh, she just a different spaghetti bolognese. Let's watch Kay's bolognese.
Oh, I don't even know
Hi
what that
people,
is.
and I'm back cooking again, and today I'm going to be doing a different form of spaghetti bolognese.
Look at that shirt she's got on. Can you see that? It's got like
No, let me look.
yeah,
Let me see if I can see it real quick.
yeah.
I don't want to echo. Um, I don't know how to prevent that kind of stuff. All right, where'd it go? Somebody said K is constantly drunk. I guess that's the best way to cook.
I guess, yeah. She's got this shirt on. The best way to describe it, it looks like Pamela Anderson, but the face is like a demonic skull.
Oh no.
I know. She has an interesting taste in shirts here, so
Right, as you can see,
I
I've
don't
got
I
a
don't
few.
like to cook. I mean, I never really did, but
my grandfather taught me how to cook when I was 7. And that was
no, I,
yeah,
I
mainly
like
how to
I, I
teach.
like
Go ahead, go
I
ahead.
like to eat. I like to eat. I just don't like cooking it. I like the eating part.
I like to eat too, and when my grandfather taught me how to cook, it was like I don't have to ask people to fix me food anymore. Okay, this is actually kind of helpful. So, look at this. She's got some ground beef here. She's gonna be just mixing it with egg here in a moment, and then she's going to be putting this mixture on noodles, on dry raw noodles.
Okay, I
Things
see it. I actually found a way to see it.
Okay.
I'm going to do, like I said, it's a different one.
Got a pretty brown egg.
So I'm going to, first of
Eggs
all,
scare me.
I'm going to beat some eggs up.
Yeah, make sure they dead.
Yeah.
Mix up.
I'm always scared to crack an egg. I'm scared a little chicken will pop out of
Needs a
it.
bit.
Sometimes, every now and then I'll get like a double yolk egg, and I'm like, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's actually kind of cool that you get a double yolk. So,
yeah.
And
I'm
I've
still
got
scared of them too.
mm.
I'm scared there's a little chicken in there.
some spaghetti sticks here.
Spaghetti
Or
sticks.
spaghetti, whatever you want to call them.
They're called noodles, Kay, but if you want to call them spaghetti sticks, well, bless your heart.
Depending on what day it is, I might call them something else too.
Right, I'm going to put this egg
I might have to take y'all in the kitchen with me one day so you
in
can have
the
a good enjoy.
mincemeat.
That would be
You can
fun.
get a
And I'm going to mix
Yeah.
some
it's a
mincemeat.
ball.
That-
It's a ball. It's a blast.
I'd actually I'd love to see Aunt Kathy cooking channel. So you start up like a secondary channel. We'll get you like a camera at that point, and someone will take footage of you, and then you just need a GoPro. You really just need a GoPro for that, I think. So
But-
look at
Well,
this.
I don't think I need to get too excited about that because I really don't think I know that much to even cook. Like 5 different meals.
You could cook better than Kay, I think. And look, I think she's got like a strand of like shag carpeting in her beef there. Look at that. That's like
It looks like really low grade hamburger. It really
it
looks
does.
low.
It
A lot of
does.
fat in it.
Yeah.
I don't like.
And she's
I
gonna
don't like that.
And she's just gonna mix raw egg into this.
round
I wonder what she's making again.
until all the eggs.
She calls it spaghetti bolognese.
Okay.
It's
Looks more like something like a meatloaf or something.
It does, yeah. I think
Mm.
she had in her mind that she wanted to make spaghetti, but then her hands just started making meatloaf.
That's funny. That's real funny.
Connected.
Just stirring the hell
And
out of
what
that
I'm
poor
going to
bowl.
do is,
I don't like that color either.
I've
It
got
looks
I don't know if
nasty.
you
It
can
looks like
see in this dish
Now my
I've
my
got
shredder,
some
she likes
spaghetti
orange
sticks
like that,
or
but I don't.
spaghetti, whatever you want to call it. Oh God, I could upload it now.
She's just so tore up over that.
she's
Now,
gonna
if you cook in this house, you know how many boxes of that you need for one meal?
probably about
That
4 or
little bit.
5. Yeah.
That little bit she's got in her hand is
Mhm.
a joke in this house. It's
Oh,
a joke.
the meal that she's gonna cook. Everybody, if she cooked that for your family, they'd be like, "I ain't eating that. I ain't
They'd be
eating
eating
that."
each other. They'd have her in the oven
Yeah.
at 350, putting salt and pepper. They would. I mean,
and knowing Kay, she'd find a way to screw up her own cooking of herself.
that's really. I don't think I've ever cooked that little in my life ever.
This is weird. She just makes this kind of mush, and then she's just gonna
Does
take a
she
handful.
eat it?
Well, she's gonna take a handful of it, and she's gonna stick it in the middle of some spaghetti sticks, and then she's gonna cook it in the oven.
Is she gonna put that onion in it?
I think
Or are
so.
we just
I think
are we
so.
just looking at it?
And what
I
I'm going to
think
do
so.
is, I don't even know how to do this. I've seen it on video, but I don't even know how to do it. Grab the
I'm gonna
steaks.
copy this one down, okay? I hope
Grab
nobody's feelings are hurt.
Look.
soggy mincemeat
Watch.
What is she doing?
and put it
What
round the
is
sticks.
she doing?
She's just putting it round the sticks.
Oh shit! Sticks are too big. Oh, it's falling from the. Oh.
She didn't put no onion in there.
No, I think that
Yeah,
onion's
well,
just
still.
decoration.
Yeah, maybe I
good
would have
mix.
washed it or something. It looked a little dirty.
I hope she washed her hands
you're gonna
before
put
she
your
put it in
eggs
the
in.
beef.
Oh, no, that's seasoning.
Yeah.
You know, anything that's seasoning.
Seasoning, yeah.
That's way.
It's gonna add
Yeah,
flavor.
that's how Mary. You know, she
Put it
likes to
in.
cook with her hands with fingernail polish and dirt
Mincemeat
under
round
it.
it.
Look at
Seasoning.
that is.
Probably why she's never sick. Now, how's this gonna look when
What
it
I'm gonna
comes
do is
out?
I'm
Y'all
gonna
already
try.
seen it.
I have. It looks even worse. You should see the react videos of actual Italian chefs when they're watching this monstrosity being made, and they're like, "No, that's not spaghetti bolognese. No, no," and
I'm not.
I can't.
I'm just not a cook. But I
I
don't think I want to make that.
you know what? I'll trust your cooking over Kay's.
Hey, my cooking starts with cake.
I'll take that. You know what? If it's cake, I'll take that over Kay's cake. So
Yeah. When everybody leaves the
Another
table, they're
3
full.
in. And then I'm going to show you the rest of it. Right, as you can see, this is exactly how it is. I don't think I'm supposed to have put the egg in the mincemeat, but
Understand how that.
I only got to see it when it was like this. So what I'm going to do is pour some tomato on as he
That's
did
kind of
it.
like a cheating way to make spaghetti, isn't it?
I think
don't
so.
use it all 'cause I need to
Yeah, just smear it all
save
in
some.
there.
Yeah.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to
We've
put
not
them in
tried
the
this one
oven
after
for
all, no,
about 20 minutes. Because then when they come out,
That's
then
all?
I've got to put the onion in.
Oh,
And that's
she's
how
okay. So she's putting the
Oh.
onion in after she cooks this. She cooks this for 20 minutes. Then she puts the onion in.
So she doesn't want the onion to actually flavor anything. She just wants it to sit there
Yeah.
on this stuff.
I
And then the sauce is just like plain jarred sauce.
something
that
tells
she-
me she has spent like hours and hours perfecting this recipe to get it just right. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So she's got like,
yeah.
okay, so I'm gonna try, putting the onion in after I've cooked it for 20 minutes.
After.
Kinda, yeah. So
Yeah, that's going to be different. That's going to be a big hit there. And then
that's
she thought, well, maybe some of that sauce will swim over to that meat
I
i- if we cook it an extra 20.
Yeah, it's you might as well just pour ketchup on it, Kay, at this
That's
point.
kind of what it looks like
It
in it. I mean, I don't see no peppers,
I don't see it.
no garlic or anything,
It just looks like
no tomato.
just ketchup. She just put ketchup on it.
How I was shown. And now,
I
as you
gotta
can
learn
see,
to
I've
mute.
peeled and top and tail the onions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut them
Oh my God, the knife does not match that
very
bowl she had.
thinly.
No.
Well, not too thin.
Uh-uh.
You need to taste them.
Oh, well. Things shouldn't matter. Color coordinate.
She's also cutting wrong because you're supposed to cut
Uh-huh.
and you're supposed to have like the knuckles being like up against the blade, so the knuckles act as kind of like a blade guard. So you're doing like a chop, 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 chop. She doesn't have the knife for it, obviously, but if she did, she'd just cut the shit out of her fingers with it. But
You know how to cook too, don't you? And you know how to cook.
yeah, well, I mean, you see the videos and like Jack. Have you seen Virgie doing Jack videos where he's doing like the keto?
Oh yeah, yeah, I have.
Oh
Yeah, I've
God.
seen it.
And he's serving even rawer food than Kay does.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Oh, that's terrible.
Jack, well, Jack's Jewish. Jewish people, it's a shonda. That means it's a sin. It's a fancy word for sin. It's a sin to serve people raw meat if you're Jewish. And Jack just
What?
doesn't seem to put two and two together
It,
like that.
isn't he the one with the bad hand?
I think so. Yeah.
I think he does, if I'm not mistaken. He's the one I've seen him on with Virgie.
Yeah.
Not with him, but
Yeah, seen
on the
seen
other
his videos
side.
on Virgie. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
But
His
but
gourmet cooking.
Jack takes such pride in it. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to be making a keto pizza.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
Yes.
In my kitchen, it's like, okay, guys, here's the deal. We're gonna be eating something. Don't
I,
know what it is. Don't ask.
I'd heard
But
some wild story about how he beat his kid up because his kid lost a chili contest or something like that.
oh,
It's like,
I couldn't. Oh, that's
I guess it, yeah.
heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking.
I mean, Jack must be like, he projects like the public side of him on his YouTube videos, and then the private side of him is almost like kind of like a Joan Crawfordish type person, where uh, no non-keto ingredients ever kind of thing. I'm trying to paraphrase the no wire hangers bit, but you see where I was going with that, right?
With me and my children, they all can cook. They all are really good cooks, and they're
Hmm.
very creative. I'm glad because they needed to learn how to cook, honestly. But I don't know if you've ever heard me talk about when my children were little, I didn't let them eat anywhere.
Right.
Did you ever hear me? Did you
No,
hear me talk about that?
no, I haven't. No.
Well, I know somebody has, but they always ate at home because I like all my little chickens at home. I like
Yeah.
everybody with me. I don't want them venturing off anywhere. They might learn something.
Hmm.
So they always knew to be home for dinner. But anyway, a lot of years go by, and my youngest son, the one with the white truck, he his girlfriend, he was serious about her, and we all knew it. But they invited him to dinner to meet some of the rest of the family. And he was like 17 years old.
Hmm.
He went. And when he got home that night, he was really upset with me. Not upset with me. He's never yelled at me, but he was just disappointed in me.
Yeah.
He's looking at me and he's like, "Mom, let me tell you." He said, "Mom, sit down." And I'm like, "Oh dear." She's probably pregnant or something, but no, she wasn't, thank goodness. But he said, "Mom, I figured out why you never let us go to anyone's house to eat dinner." And I'm like, "Okay, why?" Because I really didn't know. And he said, "Well, obviously you can't cook." And he said, "You didn't want us to know what real people really eat and how good cooking really tastes." And he said, all of our school years, people ask us, "Your teeth are so white and straight." And my son said, "Well, from now on, I know what to tell them. Come over to my house, have dinner at my mom's. When she fries pork chops, her pork chops not only whiten, they brighten, and they'll even your teeth out for you and straighten them. They do all that.
Oh
The
God.
magic of burnt pork chops.
God, you know what?
So
Oh God, now I want to make a crazy video of me cooking pork chops, but with like Colgate toothpaste.
Colgate toothpaste, no, just like a dog biscuit, really. You know
Yeah,
how you give
it's
your dog those things and it brightens, it cleans your teeth and stuff. That's what my pork chops did.
yeah, there
It
you
just
go. Well, it's
cleaned
like,
them and straightened them and
well,
helped them out a lot. And
yeah, it's like, why waste time, eating and brushing, and then later brushing your teeth when
doing
you
all
could,
that,
yeah,
yeah,
get it
or
combined.
paying a dentist
Yeah, there you go. It's
or braces, for God's sake. You
Colgate
didn't
to
need all that.
Colgate toothbrush, pork chops.
Just fried burnt pork chops and
Yeah,
just sit there and gnaw on them for a couple hours. And you
yeah,
also
that'll clean them. Yeah.
keep control of your weight too. I mean, it works all kinds of wonders. But he was like, I didn't really. He was really like, he was just flabbergasted. Like he really, and I was just kind of sitting there like I really knew I couldn't cook, but really I didn't realize I was that bad of a cook.
There's a movie, John Cusack movie called Better Off Dead, and the mother in that movie I think is played by Linda Blair, Exorcist Linda Blair, but she's this like really kind of ditzy, airheaded mom. She's like boiling bacon,
Oh no,
and
oh
she's
no.
serving bacon for breakfast, and it's these like these green kind of like undercooked strips of bacon. And she's like, and the father, David Ogdenstier, is just like, what did you do to this bacon? I boiled it. And she just says this with like, just this confidence of like, doesn't everybody boil bacon kind of thing?
Yeah,
It's
just
like,
just
I
put it in
boiled
that
it.
pot.
It's like,
I
well,
overcook everything.
yeah, well, I understood how fried foods are not healthy for you, so I boiled the bacon.
Well, that was probably really smart thinking. You know who my daughter a movie came out,
Mm.
a long time ago, and it had, Kathleen Turner in it. It was, what was it? Psycho Mom or, oh,
Yes,
what is
I
it?
know what you're talking. Serial
You
Mom,
know, we
Serial Mom.
Serial Mom. Yeah, where
Yes.
she just was a happy mom and just worshiped those children and
Mm-hmm.
Miss Susie. Well, my daughter, every time we'd watch that movie, she just laughed. She's like, "Mom, I swear they've been following you around like in a movie."
I think
She
that
said,
was.
"I can." She's like, "I can see you. I know you do this. You do this. I know you do. I've seen you do this, Mom. I've
Mm.
seen you go to the neighbors, and I see you telling them something, and then I see you come back." Don't you ever talk to my child like that again. Now you look over at my house and smile.
Yes.
And I have done that. I'm like, you just better keep looking and smiling because I know my child's looking out the window over there,
Yeah.
and you're wrong, and you're
Just
gonna be wrong.
just smile and pretend as though nothing's going wrong for you.
Yeah. And if you can't smile like I need you to, all I'm gonna tell you to do is go get you some good running shoes
Yeah,
because I'm gonna be running you all over the neighborhood. I'm
absolutely.
gonna be in the car, and you're gonna be in those brand new sneakers running. And you better be smiling while you running, cause I'll catch you
Oh yeah.
in my truck. Yeah, I'll catch you. Keep running. You just keep smiling at my child over there, and don't you ever speak to him again, okay?
Oh,
Cause they're
And
precious.
I know what you're going to all say. You're going to say, now why is she using that knife when she's got a sharp one? Well, I've just nearly took my hand
Yeah, I'll
off by
probably
trying to
cut
get through
onions
the
like that
onion.
too. Now my son don't.
So,
He does it
well, that's
like
the
you were talking
onion,
about.
part of the onion sliced. And when the oven's had 20 minutes, or should I say,
Mhm.
the spaghetti sticks, or whatever you call them, it's had 20 minutes, I'm going to sprinkle the onion.
I don't even know what they're called.
I
That
have.
sounds like
I'm going to
weed.
sprinkle the onion on, and I'm going to show you what I'm doing.
She probably bought that
Yeah,
cutting board there
Well, you can't
secondhand.
probably can't see, but
it does. It
That's all.
or it looks like, yeah, she got it at like a thrift store or something. Because that's seen some days. I bet it's
Yeah,
seen a kid's behind her too. I bet so.
because I got cutting boards in there that don't have a mark on them. Can't imagine why. They're brand new. They're only 15 years old. I told my husband my goal was to always sell the house with the kitchen never used.
Yeah,
That way, we put it up for the market and all new appliances never used.
there you
Never
go.
used, never touched them, never turned them on.
Oh, and look,
Don't even know why they're there.
can you see how bad this
Oh,
came
yeah,
out
look at
after
that.
20 minutes? Oh, it's gonna get worse.
With that
This
raw
is how it said to do it. Sprinkle them all over. Where did that go?
Oh my
There.
God, I don't know if my little dog would eat that.
I
I know the tops look a bit.
Look at the pasta.
burnt.
It's
You
all
did see me put in
dried.
it's dry.
Like
It's
it's about to
burned.
walk out of there.
It's burned on
about to
the
take off.
ends.
Walk out.
Yeah, I wouldn't eat
I hope
that.
I hope she don't have nobody over for dinner.
She does. She actually does have
Oh, that's
somebody
sad.
eating this, and he eats this, with a smile, or at least as best of a fake smile as he can for the camera. So
the juicer.
Well, he must have a stomach
So
like my
it's
husband.
that's
he
the
probably does.
onion.
Oh look, okay. So I if I can back it up just a little bit. Okay,
Did
so
you see an
yeah,
animal on there? Yeah,
yeah,
there it is, a fox. Or,
yeah. That's the example I was telling you about toll painting. Okay.
okay,
Yeah, so
okay.
that's kind of what she's got. But this is a cutting board that it's not meant to be a cutting board anymore. It's just meant to look pretty and hang up on your wall and show a picture of a fox
Yeah,
now. So,
yeah, I've got a couple. I
oh
got some
God.
that hang out.
And I bet Kay puts it in the dishwasher too when she's done. And I bet that
Well, if she does, it's still got pretty color in it,
it
because
does.
it does look like it's been through a lot.
It does. It looks like, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it
hanging
don't
in there.
look
That
bad.
poor fox is hanging in there. So,
But
oh.
yeah, he's scared he's gonna be next in the oven.
Yeah, oh, he's gonna get mixed in with spaghetti sticks or whatever you call them.
Poor thing. And raw
That's the
onion,
Yeah.
onion.
Oh, that is
dried up
nasty.
sauce.
Look at that.
That really is.
That is just,
That's sad. That's a waste of money.
yes.
I could eat ice cream instead of her making that mess.
Right, and then it says.
We could be eating ice cream and cake or something.
Yeah.
I can't look.
That's-
Then it said.
That just upsets me. Does she
it
know
said,
how much
any
hamburger is?
Yeah. Well, it's even more expensive for her in the United Kingdom because you think of how pricey our food is now. Add at least $3 or $4 to that price, and that's what they pay in England for the same things that we do.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mama. If I ever get to go, I better gain weight before I go, because if I go like this, I can't afford to lose no weight. Because I don't know if I could eat over there. It'd be a lot more expensive. So I'm gonna have to pack on some cookie weight, and cake weight
Yeah.
before I ever get to go, so I can make it back alive.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to like live off of that stored energy. It's like,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I ain't eating that. No, 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 no. You know
That's too expensive. I ain't eating that either.
you know that they eat baked beans for breakfast.
Now I can do that.
Yeah, I guess
I could do that. I could do cake
I've
too for
eaten
breakfast.
I've eaten chili for breakfast. I guess yeah, I can
Yeah, I
see.
have too.
Yeah,
That's probably I have. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have.
I would never eat this for breakfast. Oh,
Because eggs scare me.
Mhm.
Eggs are scary.
Yeah, it's like
And when you get up in the morning, you don't want to see no little half bloody baby chicken in your shell
look at that.
in your frying pan.
That gray sad lump of meat in the potato in the spaghetti sticks.
Any spices of your choice. So I'm
Oh,
doing.
oh, now you put spices in? Now you put the spices in, Kay? You should have put the spices in the ground beef with the egg before that, so that way the spices would have
Yeah,
had a chance to like cook into the beef. But no,
but that looks like parsley or something.
it
It's
does. I think,
green.
or
Yeah,
oregano, or just a generic Italian seasoning.
Shit,
or
that's a lot.
grass.
That's a lot of bloody parsley.
Oh,
But
she's
anyway, it
happy
don't
about
matter.
it.
And then it said, put the rest of
Yeah,
the
we're gonna have
stuff
to go in the kitchen together one day.
over the onions,
And
onions,
that looks
onions,
like just
whichever you
plain
want me
old
to
tomato
say.
sauce.
Yeah.
Okay, well that just looks yummy.
Tomatoes for this, like.
Well, if you
Yes, I'm
cover
going to
it real
open the
good,
tin
nobody will
tomatoes as
know
well because it needs
till they
to be
get in it.
all covered.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It needs to be
Right, so
all
yes, I've got
covered.
It needs to
tomatoes.
be all covered, especially the burnt noodles. They need to be all covered too,
You need
so
to
that you have
pour
like
it
a
over.
tomato
Definitely
sauce
covered.
kind of covering the burnt noodle taste. Oh God, it's turning green.
It.
Look at that. Look at that. It's turning
Yeah,
green.
hamburger. Yeah,
Well, it's
you must have
it's
got
not.
that.
It's green, but not
that
from the parsley leaves. It's green. It just looks
uh-uh.
like. Oh God.
Well, it's green on my
Tomato.
iPad, so it's green.
Yeah, that's green.
So that's going to
That's
go back in
green.
the oven
That's
for another
good.
half an hour to cook the onions, and then
No
it should be
cheese.
okay.
No.
And that
Oh, it looks even
It
worse
should be
now.
okay. It
It
should be okay.
it should be okay now. Yeah. Look at
Yeah,
that.
it should be good.
I,
Look at that. It's just good.
it looks like an abstract painting.
It looks like something my dog threw up outside.
Yeah.
You know, when they were out, he thought they're getting in trouble. Um,
I
looks like something he. Oh, it almost looks like it's got eyeballs and it's still kind of green.
It does. Yeah, I see this one eyeball like right there.
Yeah,
I see another
yeah,
eyeball like right there. I see another like
and
right. Oh,
yeah,
and I
it's
see
like a
this. Oh, this looks like there's an eyeball. There's the nose, and there's
yeah.
the
Look at the
face.
third one.
It looks like a Muppet that's being burned alive.
I was thinking of a little baby pig
Yeah, but
with a birthmark on its face. See its two eyes.
yeah,
I wish I could show you with my little arrow, but I ain't got one.
it's like Kay's cooking. Trapped a demon in her
Oh,
cooking, and now
that's
it's
awful.
frozen in that face of like tortured anguish.
Oh my
Oh.
God. I'm glad my husband made me something to eat earlier. I don't think I could eat now. I was sitting here thinking,
Something actual to eat,
uh,
not show him
yeah,
Kay's cooking afterwards. It's like, oh, hey, you want to know how good your cooking is compared to Kay's? Look at this. It's like,
yeah, I'm gonna
oh,
have to show him this when I cook again, when I
oh,
go in the kitchen.
yeah,
But I'll take y'all with me. I'll think of something really fun to cook.
yeah.
that
Yeah,
is the
you're just gonna
different
love it.
spag ball.
Just
And
gonna
Lee's
love it.
coming to do the taste test.
Oh, look at her dimples. Isn't that sweet?
Yeah.
Now it would hurt me to hurt her
So
feelings.
let's
It
see
really,
what
I
it
couldn't do
tastes
that.
like.
I would not go into her house.
Look
Oh,
at.
How can he eat that? It's got to be cut in the roof of his mouth.
I know.
Look how happy she is.
He's trying. He's really trying his best to.
Either she knows that it ain't no good, and she knows he's over there crunching on that spaghetti, and it's just tearing his little mouth up, and she's just smiling because she finally got even.
Yeah, or she just thinks that oh, my cooking nailed it.
Yeah, or she's got everybody fooled, one or the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You see that shirt that she's got on?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. The fork's hiding it, but you'll see it here in a
but
moment.
that's fine.
Probably, yeah.
But I do like her dimples. I
Why don't
can't
you try to be
eat
that in bed then?
She looks.
with her either. But
She kind of
I
reminds me of like
can't.
the motorcycle mamas that you'd see like at a motorcycle bar, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
coming in and pull them out by their ears with them dimples.
Yeah.
I
What
like.
bit?
They're so
On
sweet.
that side. No, other side.
Well, he's
Yeah.
not throwing up or anything.
No, eat the side. Eat the side part. That's the burnt part. That's the best part.
Yeah, that's the part that cleans your teeth.
Look at his
He's
face.
choking. Look at
He's
him.
really
He
trying.
don't even have
Put it
anything to
down.
drink.
Alright.
Look at that. It didn't
Lots
wiggle
of-
or
See, lots
anything
of
on that
coming to,
fork.
yeah.
It's a little bit hard, but put
Yeah, it didn't wiggle. Lady, I'm sorry. So
That's not
sorry.
that bad, then. I'll be it.
Man, I'd tell you, I would
I
have
think it
to
should
eat
be
that without
crunchy.
glasses on.
Mm.
I bet he's conditioned himself to become a Flintstones garbage disposal. You know what I'm talking about?
I bet he's always had to. Is that her son? It looks
I
like her
think so.
son.
I think that is her son. Yeah, but yeah,
So
he can't get caught throwing it away, or he can't get caught like pretend eating it and then just turn around going because
no,
it yeah
she's blocking the door. He can't even get out to the garbage can. She's in front of the door.
yeah
I guess that's the door.
yeah she's like, you ain't escaping this. No, you ain't
He
escaping.
don't even get to sit down and eat.
No.
Probably
Is it crunchy?
no, because
Yeah.
he might be too close to the garbage can.
Yeah.
Nothing to drink.
Yeah.
Said burn.
If I was him, I'd
Done
just choke
twice
myself with
over.
that necklace. I would end that misery right there. I couldn't handle.
Most people,
You know, I'm-
most people in the United Kingdom are normal, but then you get a few of them like Kay, and they are just off their rocker. So
She looks so sweet.
yeah,
No,
she
she's
does.
just-
It's like
So sweet.
she honestly feels like there's nothing wrong with her cooking at all, and I bet it's been passed down from like her parents and her parents before them. So I bet that this cooking is like a generational thing that she just cannot cook, and it's just like something that just gets passed down. So
And she didn't taste it or any. She hasn't even tasted it.
no, no, she made her son do the tasting on that. So
Because when I'm in there now, I don't want to make nobody sick. I'll taste stuff, and I
yeah.
always make a mess. I get it all over me. I'm usually full by the time I'm done cooking. But I couldn't do that.
You know what? I couldn't eat this. I would just be like, no, I really can't. So even if it didn't have the onions in it, I'd still wouldn't want to eat this because
No,
it's
I would.
it's like, oh
That
I've
looks
got
gross. That
Oh, right.
hamburger,
yeah,
all
Good.
fatty, or it didn't even look like hamburger really.
Right,
yeah.
Kinda
like
like
Lee said,
mixed.
crunchy in
She probably
places,
spent
and
hours on that.
obviously a
She
lot of
did.
it got
Now
done.
that her
I did
shirt
it
kind of looks
exactly as
like
it
me when I'm
was
cooking.
cooked, but I think I put some juice in it, but
It's like,
it doesn't really matter.
yeah, I'm gonna get
So
you
if you like what
now.
you see, please
Oh, and
keep
I got
viewing
that
me.
hairstyle on that
If
shirt
you
too.
want to give me a big old
Yeah.
thumbs up, it'd much
That's my 3
appreciated.
a.m.
If you want to leave a
hairstyle.
comment, please feel free, the more the merrier.
Uh,
If you
I'm
haven't
I can't.
subscribed, then
I'm
get
No, I
liking
can't leave.
this.
subscribing. And
I
I just
like her,
want to
but I
say
can't
there's
leave a
going to be a
comment
link
because
in
I wouldn't know what to say, and it's not in that
description
mail
to my
because I couldn't hurt her feelings.
merchandise.
my merchandise.
She
You
needs some
can, I can
merchandise.
just say you
She's
can have
got
any colour you
merchandise.
want, and you can have any size you
Lord, if
want.
I if I
So
if I
thank
cook
you.
that for you guys to see, y'all know I need more than merchandise. I need medication.
Yeah.
Don't talk about no merchandise. Y'all go on and contact my current doctor and tell them
Oh
that I
God.
need medication.
It's like
That's
you.
all y'all need to say.
It's like YouTube was listening to me. It brought up a Cooking with Jack compilation immediately afterwards. And
Well, they probably end each other or something.
yeah. You know what's funny? This
Oh
this
gosh.
video has 1,269,400
Ow.
475 views, and
Dang.
I am the only person who put a like on this.
They must really be on lockdown over there when you got to
Yeah,
watch that.
like one
That's
over a million people have watched this. Nobody liked it, but nobody did. Well, dislikes disabled. Oh, okay. So you didn't. Yeah, but
oh.
I'm the only person who threw a like on her video.
But see, that's the thing. I would never. Like I said, showing your dirty laundry, putting
Yeah.
your dirty laundry out in the front yard. We don't do that. To me, she just displayed a whole lot of dirty laundry. I could not have put that out there.
Oh God,
I would
she made
be
alphabet pasta
humiliated.
soup. Beef alphabet pasta soup my way. No, 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 I ain't
Well,
watching
that
that.
couldn't have been too hard. You just go buy one at the grocery store.
Yeah, she just cooks up some hamburger again. She probably throws in some,
There's
beef
a soup
gravy.
in it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
some alphabet soup in it.
oh my.
Uh, Oh, Lord.
There's good cooking channels out there. There's one called Townsend's, and Townsend's is like he does like 17th, 18th century cooking. Like the beef stew from 1775. That's like I don't think I could play it because he'll pop you for copyright. Um, but yeah, he does like really good cooking for like colonial times and
Huh.
downfall.
Well,
Some yeah, go
now
ahead.
my son, he loves to create different recipes, and when he was going through a divorce, and he had his children like more during the week than she did, so he was coming in from work, and he was putting together these really good meals that were healthy and quickly, and it was just stuff he would create in his own, but the whole neighborhood here loved it. They loved it when he was staying here. Thank goodness I got big pots. I'll show you one. I'll put it on my little channel so you see how huge it is.
Hmm.
But he's just a common sense cook. He can take a couple of ingredients and make it fabulous, and the children love it, and it's nutrition. But now the shredder,
Yeah.
the one took a lot of effort to get her DNA right.
Hmm.
Genetically, I worked hard to get the shredder. I had to really go through a lot to get the shredder.
Hmm.
The shredder now, her mind don't think like that. She likes to use iron skillets and iron kettles and She likes to cook old fashioned. Well, like she's real young. She's young, but like she cooks like she's 103 and lived through the depression. She makes homemade biscuits. I'm like, who is she? I really don't know where she got that part of her genetic makeup, but I'm okay with it. I don't say anything. But she's the shredder likes to cook old school. I mean, she'll even wear an apron.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dark
I mean,
Dark Summer said, "Well, I
huh?
absolutely wish I." Dark Summer said she said she absolutely wished she had recorded my dinner prep tonight. I screamed when that potato blew up, then cussed like a sailor when I saw the mess in the microwave. Grr, many shit
Oh, I do too.
dams.
I know that shit. Damn, that's not fun. I've done that so many times, and it's not fun. Especially when the microwave is above the stove and you're short, and you're trying to clean out the mess you made before anybody sees it.
Hmm.
There's a lot of shit damming. I usually sneak out there at night. That's why I'm up late. That's why I started staying up late. I would sneak out and clean up my mess when everybody was sleeping, so I could shit dam in there, and I could scrub the floor wherever else I had it hid. I mean, I'd make a mess. When we moved, when we left Florida, my husband worked at night then, and I was always home with they're called children, but
Yeah.
every once in a while they were kind of referred to as heathens. But I was there with the children, and the children, would get a little rambunctious just because there was a lot of them. Sometimes I had 6, 7 kids at a time, sometimes 5, sometimes 6, but whatever. And I worked, so when I'd get home, I don't like to yell. I don't like to yell. My children were funny. They all had good, well, only one of them don't have a sense of humor. One of them does not. I'm not gonna lie for him. He does not. He's like a piece of sheet. He's a sheet of paper. He just ain't got no. It ain't nothing going on there.
Yeah.
But the rest of them are really funny, and they just come up with things that used to make me laugh and would make me let them do things they shouldn't do. But anyway, they had a spaghetti fight in there one night, and there was stuff everywhere. There was pasta everywhere, and it was a mess. And I made them clean it up. And when I walked away, they took dish soap and squirted it on the floor, sprayed it with the sprayer, and just kind of slid through there, just having a great time. Just having a good time. But, years later, we're packing up to sell that place, and it was nostalgic for me. And I'm up on top of the counters getting things down, and lo and behold, what do I see? Dried up pasta looking
No,
at me.
God.
I'm like, I remember that day. And I'm like calling them in there. Hey, y'all come up here and look at this. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember when y'all had that food fight in here? Remember that?
Hmm.
Y'all left this. You left it. Look at it. Y'all come on up here and look at it. Y'all just keep on looking at it. Y'all left it up here for the new homeowner. No, I couldn't believe it. Food up there hiding. Um, beer cans in the wall. Yeah, that was fun too. We had to repair a wall, and when we sold the place, we discovered that one of our children had been sneaking in beer, and in order not to get caught, just put it in the hole in the wall,
Oh shit. Just use this
and then
kind of like,
covered the hole.
oh, hey, it works. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it worked. It worked real good. It worked fine till
My,
we were leaving.
my mom, she grew up in a house in Wisconsin and she loved to hear the sound of squirrels, kind of like, running through the attic kind of thing.
Oh
So
no!
So you see where this is going here. So
Yeah, I do.
when she redid this house, that she put in these special little passageways that for the squirrels, so that they could go
Mhm.
walking through, and she would she would hear the sound of squirrels walking through the house like old times. Well. Several years later, we had heard from like a friend of our family's that they had bought that house and then they had later re-renovated it, and they discovered a hidden cache of squirrel carcasses
Oh God!
where the squirrels, they were coming into the house, but my mom had, for some lack of thinking on this, had unintentionally created a squirrel trap. And
She had a few.
There was like a whole pile of squirrel carcasses that were in this like one little area. And
That had to be horrifying.
it was. It was a horrifying sight, I think. And then they put it together that it was my mom, but then they realized that my mom wouldn't do this intentionally. It was just kind of like a kind of a, like oversight of that. But it's like, because if my
Good
mom had
trap.
realized that, she'd have fixed that. She'd have never let that happen. But that's just.
Yeah, I can't. I'm a city. I was born, on I literally almost on the beach.
Hmm.
My mother left the beach and drove 45 minutes away and had me like as soon as she walked in the door. So I was born with sand, probably all messed up in my curly hair.
Yeah.
She had to be. So I'm a beach baby. Grew up on the beach. That's the only place I've ever, wanted to be. When I moved here, which was a happy middle ground. This was me coming up north to Georgia. I agreed to try here first and then we'd talk later. But I had never seen farm animals. I had never seen cows. I had never seen horses or, things like that. I never seen nothing like that.
Hmm.
I didn't see chickens. That's why I'm afraid of chicken eggs now because there's a chicken farm around here. I mean, there's some crazy stuff going on up in there, and it smells sometimes when you ride by it. It smells awful.
Yeah.
But I've never seen none of that stuff. And when we bought this house, well, the original house in '97, um, there was something ran in front. I had just met someone, this lady I met from church, sweetest lady, just so funny. I got along really well with her, and she could put up with me. She's a farm girl, and she got tickled at me a lot. But this particular day, my newfound friend, I called her and I'm like screaming in the phone and I told her I seen something run across the floor and it was huge. It had to be huge. It was like a big stuffed animal, huge.
Yeah.
And I was really scared. I was on top of the countertop. I was up there squatting down, just kind of waiting on it to come and get me. And when she got over here, she came immediately. Bless God, she came immediately. And she comes in. She's like, okay, well, where's it at? I'll take care of it. You can get down now. I'll take care of it. I'm like, I'm not coming down. I'm crying. I'm up there crying
Hmm.
because I am packing. I'm going home. I'm going back to the beach. I'm not encountering no stuffed animal that moves across the floor at that rate of speed with those, what I assumed to have big beady eyes. I wasn't doing this no more. I was done. But she come over and she's laughing at me because it was a mouse. It was a mouse. And she set some traps with some peanut butter on them. And she said, now don't look at them and I'll come over tomorrow and see if there's anything in it. And
Yep.
she said, and for your sake, I hope it's really a big animal because if not, we're really going to have a good laugh on you Sunday. I really don't care. I'd never seen one. Didn't know what it was. Scared me. I didn't know how he got in the house. I was looking for holes. And she's like, well, hon, you live on a dead end street and they live out there in the woods. They gonna
Yeah.
come in at the door. They come in. And she goes, you just gonna have to deal with it. And I'm like, I can't. I can't. I didn't. I'm like, I was just getting over the trauma of milk cows not being the same as cows you get meat from. I just learned that at my age. I just learned that. I thought, either you got the milk or you cut it in a steak. I didn't know it was two different cows. I had no idea. No clue.
Hobo Chili Recipe had a question. Aunt Kathy, what part of Florida? I'm on the West Coast in Clearwater near the beach.
Now, tell him I grew up in Fernandina Beach, up, at the north end of Florida.
Hmm.
And then I moved to Tampa, right there close to him, right at the bridge, at the bridge that goes over into Clearwater. I lived there. I moved there in my in my middle to about my middle 20s. Met my that's when I had to work 3 jobs and, end up marrying the boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I moved there and I really loved Tampa. I loved it there. In Jacksonville, Fernandina, you still get a little bit of cold weather, a little bit.
Hmm.
It's nothing serious. I mean, I had never owned a coat in my life. I'd always just gotten by with sweaters, but down in Tampa, I never needed one except there was one year. It was the year the shredder was born. It was in 1989.
Mm-hmm.
We had a little cold front come through, it was real cold. It was killing the fruit trees. It was just a big mess. And that was the coldest I'd ever been in Florida. But I did not want to leave there. I love having the orange trees and the lemons you know, and I love walking by nudist colonies with the big walls, because, I'd have to climb up a tree and look over and see what's going on over there. I just had to. I just had to because I found it so fascinating. People running around naked.
But
And there was quite a
you
few of them
realize
over
then you
there.
realize everybody looks like Jack from his keto cooking channel.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody was worried about being the centerfold for AARP like I was. I never did get that, by the way. Never did. They never called me. I
Huh.
mean, I worked hard too, kept my body. I was ready for that centerfold call. Never came. They didn't. They didn't get me.
Oh my goodness.
I also missed out on that Mother of the Year award every year too. Every year I'd screw it up somehow. Usually right at the end. Every time. My daughter would tell me, "Well, looks like you're not going to win again this year." I'm like, "Great." I didn't like having children.
Mm.
Always
I
wanted a house.
one thing when my parents and my grandparents all kind of brought me to the bank building, and they were explaining the Inter Vivos Trust, and that they were saying that because of what was going on with the tax trouble, that the my grandparents were going to sign the house over to me, so that it would be in the trust name and that I would be a trustee of the trust. And
Right, and then it would it would go to you easily.
yeah,
It would.
and
Yeah.
the in the bank, it was like 30 some years ago. Me being the smart ass, the first thing I said was, "My house, my rules," and everybody just
Oh no,
started
you didn't.
laughing. Everybody just started laughing at that because they knew that I kind of like waited for that little moment there to just like, oh well, now it's my house, my rules, kind of thing.
Yeah, y'all gonna do what I say, okay,
Yeah.
Aaron? Well, I think that's why I wanted to go ahead and put, this house
Yeah.
because I think it might be paid off. I don't think he's told me, but I do look at papers every once in a while, and
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure it said it was paid off. So that's nice. I can't wait to get to fussing about that, but that's another day, another dollar. But I told him, I said, let's go ahead and sign it over to Shredder. Let's
Yeah.
let Shredder's name, and then we'll just drop off of it, when we're gone or whatever we want to do. But let's just go ahead and add Shredder
Hmm.
as an equal owner, and make it easier for everybody when we're gone. Because my son, he doesn't want the house, he wants the cash,
Yeah.
he wants cash, he's got he's got a wife and girls are different. Yeah, when a man's coming into a marriage, it's different. A son, she's the new wife wants cash. They don't want your mama's house,
Right.
you know. And Shredder is like, but if we get mama's house, you gonna be okay with that? And he's like, yes, yeah, I'll be fine with that. That's fine.
Hmm.
It's a little different. So Shredder's the one that wants the house. So I was like, let's just go ahead and do that and save a lot of conflict later or whatever, and just take care of, make it easy for her,
Hmm.
and go ahead and explain. We got to start telling people where things are. We can't keep hiding things around the house. That's just this
Yeah.
hide and seek is not going to be fun later on. You know, we can't just say, okay, to find the deed, here's what you're going to do: go to the garage, go to the toolbox,
Go
get the key.
go 14 paces in a westerly
Yeah.
direction. Yes.
Oh wait, never mind, not 14. It's 16 now that we rebuilt. The first house
Oh
was
yeah, that's
14.
right.
Go to 16.
16.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because we had to mess up on that. So you got to cross that out. 16 now, go 16.
Mhm.
And when you get to the lock, if there's one still there, see if they keep it. If it don't, keep looking. Figure it out. Just figure it out, Shredder. Just figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Shredder will figure it out. Shredder will dig my ass up
Mhm.
and be like, okay, Mom, you ain't going yet. Where does this key go? I'm
um
gonna drag you out of here. You ain't getting no casket until you tell me where the key goes.
Laddie McTavish says, "No wonder Mary couldn't find it." Yeah, it was. Nobody gave
It's a
her
puzzle.
the treasure map for it. No, so
Well, I can't help that. I can't help that one little bit. I mean, I really can't. I have episodes. I may have mental illness, and I it's anything could have happened. Anything. When you mentally ill, and you don't even really know it, and you're in charge of the treasure map. Well, then I might have got confused or something. I was exhausted, malnutrition, starved to death, lost a lot of weight. I was just, mentally incompetent.
yeah, and it's like, oh wait, this isn't the map to the deed. This map says property of One-Eyed Willie.
Now, this is the map to a toilet brush. Surprise! And there's a plunger as a bonus. If you find, if you find the plunger first, you win.
Yeah.
You win. When you get to that toilet brush, well, you're gonna have some. The learning begins. You're gonna learn today, girl. You're gonna
Yeah.
learn today. You're gonna learn today. You're gonna clean up your own mess. She, I would love to do that. I wish I'd have thought of that. Actually, I wish I'd have thought of that. Yeah,
There's so
I'm gonna
much.
do that. I'm gonna do that to Shredder.
Ah, God. Yeah, hey,
Oh, let me tell you something real
go
quick.
ahead.
Now, wait
Yeah,
a minute.
go ahead. Yeah.
It's trying to run away, and I'm trying to keep it here.
All right.
It was something from yesterday. Oh shoot! Lord, it done disappeared. But it'll be right back, and I'll interrupt you.
Were we talking about Mary at the time? Were we talking about?
Yeah, this was about Mary. It was about something, and I wanted to tell you,
Mm-hmm.
and I
Screenshots?
just had it.
Did it have to do with the screenshots?
It probably did because I tried to
Yeah.
send you something
Okay.
to remind me. That's what the screenshots were for. They're for my memory.
Okay.
Really,
Yeah.
they help. I don't want to forget that, so I'll send it to him.
Yeah, I
Let
can.
me think of what in
I
the
got the
world.
screenshots saved here, so I can pull these up here.
Oh,
So
I know what it was.
yeah,
You remember how I was telling y'all about everything being in separate places and all that stuff? I don't think I concluded on that.
right.
I said that the land was tied up in it was not tied up. That's a bad choice of word. It was in a revocable trust.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then everything I'm trying to remember. There was a lot of wills made over the years, but they were all specifically designated. Like there was nothing up for debate, and that's important when you do things like that. That's why what Mary didn't quite get is my mother was not an idiot, and every single thing was she knew there was a name there. There would have never been no need for no attorney. The attorney would have looked and said, "What, y'all can't read? You can't read? You don't know your name? You don't know your name, hon. Well, you figure it out then. Just figure it out. Here, take this and get out of here, and leave me some money because you can't read anyway." That's what would have happened. We'd look stupid. We did take it. We took everything. We did take everything to the lawyer,
Yeah.
and that's why he's looking at us like, "What's the problem?" We're like, "Well, are we? We don't want to do anything wrong." Well, he really was looking at us like, "Well, y'all can't read? I don't even see a blank space here." I mean, your mother was pretty. She left clear instruction. There's a name. There's a name there. Y'all can't read it. I mean, he made us feel pretty stupid. We really felt stupid. My oldest sister and I, we knew we weren't the smartest tools in the shed, but he's looking at, and he didn't even take no money from us. I think he felt really bad that here we were not being able to read. And not understanding a simple thing like your name. And I was like, well, and he told us that, but the revocable trust, and it basically, when I told her it was basically worthless, I didn't mean it was worthless. I meant there was very little on it. It had the land and $10. That's
Yeah.
what I meant.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what was on there. It wasn't nothing else, and nothing else was listed. And everything else, we had a name there. When we went to the bank that held the majority of the money that my mom lived off of, that was a whole different bank, a whole different procedure, a lot more stricter, a lot more was really scary. I felt like we were robbing the bank there. I mean, first we got told we can't read, and then we're going over here to rob the place. It was just awful, it was just as stressful. It was stressful to me, it makes you feel like a criminal. But that one we couldn't just read it and take care of it ourselves. They had to do that for us. But there was a name. There's names,
Mm-hmm.
and then you had to prove you were you, that your name is that name that we couldn't read a couple hours earlier,
Yeah.
and it wasn't a process that you could. It didn't happen that day. It happened like 2 weeks later. I had to go back down. It's not a process that can happen sitting in the funeral home um, before they're put in the ground. It's just not going to happen that way.
Yeah.
And now I want to say this just in case she hears it, because she will.
Oh yeah.
She's gonna catch up with you. She's gonna go up. She's gonna fly off like a rocket here
Oh
shortly.
yeah. I'm
And
the ugly ass motherfucker with the ranch, she said. So
she
yeah,
she go she gonna
she's
get you.
watching
And
me.
you've done talked to me too many times.
Mm-hmm.
So she's coming for you. But I'll be with you. I promise. I won't leave you hanging. I won't let her tear you up.
Oh no,
But
no, no, trust me. My talent agent will have my YouTube channel turned on the very next day.
you know, I won't leave you hanging. I
uh,
promise. But the thing that she like, I think made a comment on one of her videos because I couldn't really do anything about it at the moment. But people were saying, "Don't you want some of your mom's inheritance?" They was like, and I'm thinking, "Oh Lord, people, y'all got to take me serious. This girl is the dangerous, evil person,
yeah.
and though she may not know where you are, she knows where I am, and she knows where my family is, and she can make life hell. And if I had had any sense, I would have been." Recording or screenshotting, doing all that stuff. I just don't think people are that way, and that's my own fault. But I didn't think she'd ever be like this. And I'm thinking, please don't, y'all don't encourage her. Please don't encourage her. um, don't encourage her because it's going to start all over again for us, for me. But like when we got that house for my sister, it took us a while to find one. We found a house that was being sold, on the courthouse steps, and that's how we bought that house.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't just leave it. It was not only in my sister's name. My oldest sister lives not far from my youngest sister, and I live up here I have another sister up here. There was four of us. So that house, my sister and I, we talked about it. My oldest sister went on that house with my younger sister. If my oldest sister would have passed away before my youngest sister, I would have went down and my name would have been on it with hers
Yeah.
instead of, and we talked about that because of Mary. This way Mary cannot do anything. She cannot take that house
Right.
and do anything. And I talked to my sister about it, the younger one, the one that lived in it, her mama. And even though, she was tore up inside about the house. I mean, actually, the money was she was given money when she needed it, because people did take advantage of her, but she was, okay. She's okay. We made sure she had what she needed all the time, and she had her independence, and she had her little house that she was happy in. So now, my sister was more concerned about her youngest daughter than anything. And, I promised her that I would do whatever I could. And I talked to my youngest niece today. And I told her, I said, look, baby, if you want to come and live with me, you can. I'll come and get you. I'll come and get you. And you just can come up here and live and start a new life. And, it might be good for you if things
Bobcat's
don't
on
work out.
camera. Bobcat's on camera right now. He says he loves you, Aunt Kathy.
I
So
love him too.
yeah.
Does he want a house? But the house, we did. We were very careful so that, But my sister told me, she said, "I do love Mary," and she did forgive her. She did, but she didn't know half of what she had done or said. But she also knew that, you know, in order to bring Mary in at, like now would just cause more pain for the 2 girls that are there.
Roots Calhoun asks, "Can I come and live with you?" And I think
I told
yes.
him yes. I've already
Yes.
told him yes.
Yeah.
I told y'all all can. I mean, we'll make it happen. We'll make it work. Maybe one of y'all can add some rooms on or something.
Oh, I'm sure Roots
Y'all can
can.
build.
Yeah, he's really good with
Yeah,
like home renovations. So
just
yeah.
come. Build your own room. It's not a bring your own bottle. It's a build your own room.
Yeah. Roots, are you
Just
coming?
bring your nails.
Are you coming in the Discord, Roots? Are you gonna join us in the Discord, Roots? Probably. I don't know.
But I do want to make it clear. Mary does not need to worry. My sister and I are never that stupid.
Yeah.
And, you know, our, we will go together and do what we have to do together if if her if that's what's going to happen is the youngest one will keep it, but one of our names will always be there.
Hmm.
And if it ain't going to be one of our names, it'll either be my shredder or her little shredder. She's got a little shredder. I got the shredder. I got the
The
perfect
shredder.
DNA genetic. I got
Yeah.
the shredder. I don't know if you heard about shredder, but Mary accused me of like seeking scientific proof and and seeking out certain people to get that perfect specimen to
Hmm.
destroy her.
Yeah.
That's what Shredder was born for. She was born to destroy, and
Oh,
and I planned it.
you should
I,
invite Shredder in here into our Discord so
well,
that yeah.
I've been to, Shredder was all ready one day, but it was during the day, and there wasn't none of y'all around.
Oh.
Every now and then, Shredder gets froggy, and she don't have a lot of children during the day because they're at school getting educated. But like normally me trying to catch Shredder's hard because she's so tired. Like when I'm up here moving around at night, she's asleep, by 9:30 at night. Because she gets up at 4:35 a.m. to get these children fed and, you know, put on that school bus and
Hmm.
sent away for the day. And then she stays really busy. But the Shredder, I mean, she's smarter than I am and she presents herself better. And I'm gonna tell her I quit calling her by name so she ain't gotta be embarrassed. You know, she's the shredder's. She's the shredder. She's the daughter of the Aunt Kathy, but she's smarter than she knows how to articulate better. But she's funny. She's funny, and she don't. She actually, the shredder has told me lately. The shredder kind of felt bad for Mary. In fact, Daywave Radio, Royce Lopez asked the shredder if she could ever find it in her heart to forgive Mary for, and maybe help her because the shredder has been through a lot
Yeah.
and she has been through a lot and she's overcome, drug addiction and being attempted murder and not that her killing nobody. She had someone try to kill her. She's
Right.
overcome a lot of things in life and she's a strong, strong,
Hmm.
strong female. And she's determined like my mom. But the shredder sat there a minute and got quiet because she's really not known to create lies. I don't know how that happened, but it did. I'm thankful for that my children don't lie. But she looked at me like, please forgive me for what I'm about to say, Mom, because she knows I wasn't all about no forgiveness. And she told Royce Lopez, she said, yes, she goes, now I would never trust her like to sit here with my children or anything. But yeah, I would really try to help her because I know it can be done. I know you can come back from some pretty dark places. And she said, now I'm not going to speak for my mom. And she said, I know how my mom feels. And, there's probably, Mary'd be lucky to get dark in the doorway. But she said, as for me, yes, I would help her because I've, I know what it takes and I would forgive her. And that surprised me. And I was mad at her, but I was proud of her of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how could you just let her go like that? Don't you want to pound her? Don't you want to beat the hell out of her or something first, and then forgive her? I do. I'll drag her to the church when we do it. Take her up there to Catholic church. I hope you didn't hear that.
It's
We'll have, we'll have her sprinkled first.
Oh,
I'll get
that water's gonna like immediately turn to like fire on her.
yeah, yeah, I
Once it
will.
hits Mary's head,
Yeah.
it's gonna be like vampires melting in
Mhm.
what was that
It's
movie?
gonna
The
be
Lost
ugly.
Boys. Yeah.
It'll be bad, but I'll be ready before she gets to the shredder. She can take a little ride with me up there to the local priest,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because I probably need it anyway, and it ain't gonna hurt neither one of us. And one of us will come back, and one of us probably won't. And then whoever comes home shredder can take care of it.
That is
But
like, you know what? Watching The Exorcist is like a really fucking scary movie. Even today,
it
it's
is,
still,
especially
yeah.
yeah,
There's
when
like
when he
one,
throws that holy water.
yeah. Oh, there's the mom coming home and the lights are going crazy and the phone's ringing off the hook, and then you see that ghostly flash of that face.
Mhm.
Oh,
It's
Jesus.
scary.
Yeah,
I
that's
got scared.
scary. Yeah.
It's funny today. I went out to the mailbox and walked back in, and I was coming in the garage, and all of a sudden the garage door started kind of going a little bit and stopping, and lights are flashing out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to be scared because I don't like to be scared. That's just not who I am. But I did kind of hesitate, and I thought, Katrina, what are you doing? Or what are you mad at me about? I'm thinking, oh Lord, I'm already being haunted, and she ain't left but a couple hours. But I'm kind of my husband, I guess he was out there. I didn't realize he was out there. And he could see me stop and hesitate. And I kept looking at that door and it was doing all that. And then I got real close to the wall where the switch thing is where you can do it manually.
Yeah.
And I'm holding it down. I'm forcing it to close.
Mm-hmm.
And then he popped his head in the other door and he's laughing. And he said, what do you think's going on out here? And I'm like, you know, well, the garage is acting weird, really weird. And he's holding a remote in his hand. He's like, I was trying to program this. Um, he said, I was in the shop and you didn't see me. And I'm like, no, I didn't see you, or I wouldn't have been standing here with making the cross in the air and telling my sister to stop. You know, I, he said, I heard you. I heard you. And he said, I heard you tell her. What have I done? What have I done? I ain't cooked nothing or anything. I ain't done nothing. Now stop. Leave my garage alone.
Hmm.
I was really kind of nervous. I'm like, oh gosh, I gotta go get those Bibles. I'm gonna have to put them all over the garage and stuff. But she wouldn't haunt me. My mother would first. My mother said she would.
Yeah.
If we didn't do things like she wanted, she would. And I believed her. I'm 60 years old and I believe her. I believe she'd haunt me.
I'm I Yeah, I get the sense that my mom, kind of she wants to come back too, because it what's
You've done something then or
yeah,
said
it's
something.
there's
I've
unfinished
said it.
business. There's unfinished business, and that she's watching over me. She's got to make sure that everything's going to be okay for me. So, but
Well, no, I feel my mother's at peace. I think she really is. I think she's probably disappointed,
hmm
but I think she already knew the truth. But I think, I think she's okay. I don't think not one time have I thought she was gonna. I've only dreamed of her once. I had one dream of my daughter.
hmm
I don't. And the dream of my daughter was for me. It wasn't. It was more for me. It was
yeah,
my inability to let go, and it was. I really don't. It didn't feel like I was dreaming. Have you ever had them kind of
yes,
nights where it feels like you
yeah.
wake up and you
Where
get out of bed?
I have to remind myself sometimes that my parents aren't around anymore. Because I'll
Yeah,
wake
like you got
I'll
to.
yeah, I'll wake up and then it's as though I want to go into the other room and talk to my parents and say, "Oh, hey, what's going to
Yeah.
happen today?" kind of thing. And I have to remind myself, you know, and sometimes I've had dreams before which more are like nightmares, but I say to myself in the dream, you do not exist anymore in this reality. You
Right.
are, yeah, you
This
are,
isn't you.
yeah, this is not you anymore. It's like you are an image, a phantom, something that, is in my mind only, and I kind of have to, kind of force myself awake to just kind of get out of the dream.
Yeah,
And
that's hard to do too. It's hard to
yeah.
wake yourself up like that because you're really. I've been there and like, you know, well, I've had this happen twice. The
Hmm.
the the night that I thought I woke up and I thought I heard the vacuum cleaner because we had carpet in the living room then. We have hardwood now, but I heard this noise, and I really walked out in the living room and there she was vacuuming. That was her. She vacuumed. That was kind of her thing.
Yeah.
Everybody has a pet peeve. So, my rule is if something bothers you, if you will make it your assigned thing to do, then it won't ever bother you.
Hmm.
Just like there's certain things that bother me that were not the same as others in the house. So I do my things that bother me, they do theirs, and lo and behold, the house stays clean or gets clean, you know. And it's funny the things that I discovered that we all have these little pet peeves, but hers was the carpet. So she's out there vacuuming,
Hmm.
and I walked up to her, and she held up her finger and to tell me one more minute, And I'm standing there, and I knew that she had passed away, but yes, she's right here vacuuming, and I hugged her, and she just whispered to me and said, "Mama, I can't stay now. I just come to do this and to tell you to let it go. Let me go. Let me go. I can't come back and vacuum no more." And it killed me, but I still didn't let go because I'm stubborn like that.
Yeah.
And then I really am. And one night and I started staying up later and later because it's harder to, sleep when your brain is running around. But I was in here and I could have swore I heard them out there laughing. And I thought the TV was on. And in my mind, I'm thinking, oh Lord, I bet all the lights are on too.
Yeah.
So I go out there, get on to them. Y'all got to go to bed and get these lights off. But when I got out there was nobody out there. Nothing was on. There was nobody out there. The lights were off. And I just stood there because I could actually hear them laughing. I could hear them laughing because
Yeah.
late at night, on weekends or holidays when I would force everybody to come home
Hmm.
because I want everybody together. And I could hear them out there at night laughing, watching comedies and just laughing. And that's what I was hearing. Well, the next night I did the same thing. I stayed up to see if I could hear the house.
Yeah.
And a couple of times I have heard them, but I don't go out there no more and check because I know there's nobody out there. But one day I was out in his house, and it was when I was struggling about wanting to stay here or not because it just held so much for me. And I was wiping down a wall, and I stopped, and I could not finish wiping it down. I could not take. I would not take one more fingerprint off of it. And when my husband got home, I was just all tore up. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do because I can't wipe that wall because that's the wall that they walk down that hall every day.
Hmm.
And every day I'd see somebody's hand going across that wall.
Like if you
And I
didn't.
said, her hand,
Yeah.
yeah, her handprint is on that wall. I know it is. I
Hmm.
can't I can't wipe it down. I can't do that. I gotta leave it.
It
And it was just tearing. It was hard.
If you hadn't had other
It's,
people in the house, you would have started keeping a house for dead people eventually.
well, I'm pretty close to that now, I think.
Yeah.
But I was like, it was awful for me. But then I told my husband I don't want to leave the house. I want to give it to, I'm gonna give it to Shredder because it is many good memory. I have more good memories than we have bad memories. We have more memories of being triumphant and pushing through and plowing through and doing it. We weren't rich. We are not rich. We've worked for everything,
Yeah.
but we've had to do without and pick and choose what we have and don't have. But
Mhm.
we had a lot of good memories here, and we had a lot of sad ones. But I realized in order for me to sell this house, do you know what I'm gonna have to do? I would have to cut that wall out to get those fingerprints off of it. I got to go outside and
And
dig
get a
up
frame. we're you know,
all the bushes,
we're gonna get
all the flowers.
we'll get Roots over there. We'll have him, take remove carefully that section of the wall so that you can get it framed for you, and then we'll make it into
Well, I found
something that you'll put on your wall.
well, you can't see the prints. It's just, it was just I knew that the hands had been down that wall, and I would see them, but I would have to dig everything up in the yard because everything that is in this yard, when if y'all ever see me walking around doing talking to the air out there,
Hmm.
you know, every plant, every flower, every tree that except for two in the front was given to us and planted for us by one of the children, or someone who just thought a lot of us.
Yeah.
They would just so every single thing I walk past, just like my Christmas ornaments, everything I see and touch has such a sweet memory to it.
Hmm.
It you know, it was a gift, and it was a love gift. It was as they not only would give it to us, bring it to us, and dig the hole and put it in there, and we watched it grow. And we'd always tell them, "Well, when you get your own house one day, you come and get it."
Yeah.
Well, they can't now because everything's grown up. But in order to sell this house, I would have to tear this house down and take it with me. So best thing for me to do is to let Shredder have it,
Yeah.
and that way it stays, and everybody will have somewhere to go when they need to remember something.
Roots Calhoun
Or
says, "Just cook me some of those pork chops."
I can't do that no more. I just can't, not now that I know. I know the truth now. And when you meet Randy, you just tell him that he ruined it for you.
Oh
You're never
no,
gonna get him.
I know.
You're never gonna get it.
I'll have to make Roots. I'll have to make you pork chops with Colgate toothpaste. I'm afraid. So.
Yeah, you don't have to get. See, I call my son Randy too,
Hmm.
and so the two Randys, you are gonna have to get the toothpaste out. Randy will cook the real, dinner. You go ahead and fix their teeth, and I can't do it no more. But I will make a cake or something because I like sweets
Yeah.
and cookies or something. But yeah, I can't do it now that I know the truth. I mean, but it probably saved us a lot of money if you think about it.
Hmm.
We didn't have to have nobody's teeth fixed, straightened, whitened, or anything. Pork chops, pork chops did the job. But I feel so bad, and I can imagine what they tell their children now. Y'all can't go over to grandma's and eat dinner. You'll break your teeth. You can't eat at grandma's. Don't ask. Just go on in there and get something ready made, or wait on shredder.
Yeah.
Wait on that shredder. No, I didn't know I was that bad. I knew I could bake good. I can bake, because I like sweets. I can bake in, whatever you want, but I can't fry nothing apparently, and really can't. And I think macaroni and cheese is like the staple of the world.
Oh, it is.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, it is. Just open that little box and pour it in there. That's dinner. Call it dinner.
Yeah.
But no, they don't think that way. Y'all probably would starve to death. That's probably why I'm malnutritioned right now.
Randy Marsh says, "I'm sorry for your loss, Aunt Kathy. God bless you." So thank you.
Tell them thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy. So
I do appreciate that. There's a lot of Randys. See, Randys are good people.
yeah,
I like Randy.
I
They
know.
really are.
I
Always making people smile.
That's funny,
Yeah.
because when I worked at the Apple call center and we were taking calls for England, I had to I had to be I had to force myself to call myself Randolph because Randy is a euphemism for being sexually horny over there. Because
Oh, that sounds like my
yeah,
son. Yeah.
that's from the
He's
Austin Powers
awful.
movies where he's saying, "I'm Randy, baby." Yeah,
Oh,
it's like,
I never
hmm,
watched that.
yeah,
But yeah, my son's had a reputation, and no, it was always so embarrassing. I'd have these girls coming up to me at my job saying, like, "Aren't you Randy's mom?" I'm like, "Why? Well, why do you want to know?"
yeah,
Well, is he still with that girl? Well, yes, he is, but that don't mean you can't keep trying. You just go on over there and tell him his mama sent you over.
hmm,
But he had a reputation. He would go to Daytona, and the first time he went down there for spring break, he went with his girlfriend, who became his wife, who became his ex-wife.
yeah,
Well, they got back, and they had all these beads and stuff. And I said, "How did y'all, where'd you get these from?" Because I'm just bitchy sometimes. And I'm like, "What are y'all doing down there?" And I was like, "Please tell me, girl, you did not show yourself, you know, on the sidewalk there to get these necklaces and stuff." And she's laughing and she's like, "No, ma'am, I did not." And so, because she had just got silicone breasts for Christmas presents. Oh, anyway, I'm
Yeah.
like, "You didn't show those gifts off you had, do you?" "No, ma'am, I did not." And I said, "Well, where'd these come from?" Because I'm all cocky and stuff. I got shot down real quick. My son's standing there smiling, and he said, "Well, she didn't show nothing, but I did." And I'm like, "I am gonna kill you." I was like, "Here I am being superior."
Well,
I'm gonna blame the girl. I'm gonna blame the girl, and the
that
girl didn't do nothing.
for the low price of only $5.45, I will release my Kentucky Milkers.
She didn't show none of hers. She didn't show nothing.
Yeah.
And I was I was trying to be, the boy's mama. You can't marry that kind of girl that go out there and get beat, showing her brand new breasts off. You can't do that. Boy, get a grip. And he's looking at me, and I'm finding out it was him that was out there exposing everything. It was also him that mooned my neighbor out the window, and I was embarrassed over that one too. I had to go over there, and I'm like, "Well, just pretend you didn't see it." It's so stupid. Don't call me about my kid. What do you mean his butt was up on the window?
Come here, Bobcat. Come. You want to say hi to
Oh
everybody?
my
Come.
God.
Come.
I was so embarrassed. I'm like, "Well, just pretend like you didn't see it. It didn't happen. Just smile, and I'm sorry." And I'll tell him don't do it again. I couldn't keep his pants on him. I just hope he can now. Bless his heart.
Oh,
But he's a pretty thing. But he done got him a bad reputation. He's a loosey goosey.
I'm going to do something special for Bobcat here really quickly. I think you're still seeing everything from
Oh
the
wait,
Discord. You probably still see the Adrasdea's YouTube page. I'm going to bring something up
I
here.
did, yeah.
Yeah, here.
I sure did.
I'll bring something
thought
up here
I
because
did
I know
that.
Bobcat's going to go nuts for this here.
Thought I
Bird.
was smarter than that.
Okay. Bird videos for cats to watch. Oh, he loves squirrel videos, but he loves bird videos too. So,
Oh.
hey, you want to watch?
Does he go crazy?
Yes. Here, you want to watch?
My sister across the street they have 3 cats.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is huge, and his name's Lab Rat. And he looks, to me, he's not 100, his parents were not 100% domesticated cats, because he acts like a wild cat. Like, he's solid white,
Mm-hmm.
and he's huge, huge. I think I have pictures of him. He's huge, and he's mean, 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 mean. But when he comes outside, they walk him on a leash. He like he what do you call it when an animal's on the prowl? Like, it's like you
They're
can tell
kind of
he's
they're stalking.
stalking. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can tell he's on the defense, and he's on the prowl, and he hunches down in the grass when he walks. He's quite amazing to watch, but he's not a normal cat. Not normal at all. And he's not nice at all. I mean, he'll bite you down to the bone. And he says hello. So he walks around over there hollering hello.
Oh, he's really wanting to get these birdies. Look at him.
Well, now you're just teasing him, though, ain't you?
A little bit, but
Yeah, that's kind of mean. Give him some catnip.
I've got like 5 of his catnip bananas in the corner
Yeah,
of the
give him
room.
some.
Yeah, here, let me get you one.
See, yeah, because that's not nice. I
I
mean, he
know.
wants to eat that little bird.
I know.
Them birds. Yeah, that old lab rat went up in my tree outside
I got your thing.
and got my lights all tangled up and knocked off some of my wind chimes. And
See, it's one of your
I mean,
catnip
what?
bananas. One of your catnip. Oh, he really wants the
Tried to
birdies. He really wants those.
Well, yeah, and you got them going high speed, or else that's just how fast they are.
Mm-hmm.
That poor cat's probably going insane. That cat will be getting a disability check next week. A mental one.
I know.
His eyes are gonna be all cross-eyed and everything.
Yeah.
You
The
you gotta
cat's
think
gonna
about this.
yeah, cat doesn't know how to hunt anymore because it's been, watching all these videos. So,
Mm,
yeah.
yeah, and its eye one of its eyes is probably swirling around up against I worked with a woman. I didn't like her. I'm just gonna be straight up honest with you. I didn't like her.
Mhm.
She was just she was just a two-faced, lying, just a squeaky talking, mousy woman. I couldn't stand her.
Yeah.
But you know the kind. Like one day she said, "I'll pray for you," and I said, "Okay, how about right now? Because I can't wait for you to go home. You want to pray for me? Let's get it right now, right here, right now. I got problems right now." But she couldn't do that. But anyhow, I didn't like her. But she had. it- y'all forgive me. This is gonna be so mean, and I just can't help it. I really can't help it today. Like I said, I'll go dump myself or something tomorrow. But she had one eye that just went everywhere. I don't. It's like you don't know where it was looking, and one would look at you, and the one over there.
Mhm.
And she would talk about all kinds of things. She's so proud of her ugly husband, just so proud of him. She did telling us one day about the mirror above her bed, and I couldn't. I'm like thinking about that. I can't stop. I couldn't stop thinking about it.
The mirror
And I'm
above her
like in the
bed.
yeah, I'm in the break room looking up at the ceiling, like trying to figure this out. Now, okay, normal people, they have a mirror above their ceiling because they want to see what's going on,
Yeah,
or
that's
what they doing. But now for her, my guess is one of those eyes of hers would look up there, and the other one would be looking at him, and that's the only way she knew what the hell she was doing. I'm like, and then I just couldn't stand her. I'm like, you don't need that. I was like, please, Connie, take that mirror down. That just don't sound good because you're looking at me as you're saying this, and I can't stop laughing. And you will not pray for me because you're telling a lie. Because I'm telling you, okay, well, pray for me right now because I'm going to hell if I get in a wreck on the way home right now. Because what I'm thinking, because I don't like you. I got some pretty bad thoughts right now. You know about your one eye looking up at the mirror, or is the bad eye looking at him? I couldn't tell which was going. Um, are you going to be on the bottom or at the top? And if you're on the top, where's your eye looking? Is there mirrors on the side too? I was trying to figure this out.
Yeah.
I wanted to know why she had to go and tell me something like that for me to sit in there and figure out. Her praying for me, always praying for me. Never prayed. I bet she ain't never prayed a lick for me. I bet she wishes she had now.
Mm.
I bet you. I bet you she wishes she had stopped everything to say, "Well, come here.
It's okay.
Don't play with me. We're gonna do what you say, whether you want to or not." I
Cats
gave her a card one. Huh?
My cat is looking at the screen now, wanting the birdies to come back. I'm sorry,
That's so
buddy.
mean.
I'm sorry, buddy.
That's mean.
I'm sorry, buddy. Here, you got that.
But
You got that
you,
angry, angry look. He's got that angry look at him.
well, yeah, I guess he does. That's like putting a steak in front of him when he's hungry with his favorite potato
I know.
that that dark summer didn't blow up in the microwave.
Well, now he's looking at the cat that's on Adrasdea's YouTube channel. So it's
Well,
okay.
I wouldn't let him look at that. And if he's going to look at that, I would go ahead and put his paw on a Bible and say a
Yeah,
little blessing over him, okay? Because
it's okay, Bobcat.
he might.
Yeah,
Yeah, tell Bobcat to calm down and
it's
don't let
okay.
nothing.
Yeah,
Don't let him get no
you're
bad
you're
feelings
a good
up in
kitty.
there.
Yeah.
I wish I'd been more like my youngest sister. She was just kind of. Now I didn't want to ever get in trouble. I've never been in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I like to get away with things. I was. I wanted to make sure I got away with it. I didn't want to get caught.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that part of it. But she was a lot sweeter than I was. Like sweeter. That like she would just look at me like and roll her eyes. I'm like, what you rolling your eyes at me for? You know you thinking it.
It's okay.
You know you're thinking. You know you're thinking it.
It's okay. You're a good kitty.
There's, you know you think you know you see what I see. I never was one of those people either to tell you had a pretty kid if you didn't.
Yeah.
Uh-uh. I just tell you it was nice. Yeah,
It's okay.
that's a nice little blanket you got right there.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay, Bobcat. Yeah.
Oh, you're just talking so sweet. You need to meet my dog. You know what he hears? He hears, Jack, don't make me get that fly swatter. Don't make me
Oh.
do it. Don't make me. Better straighten up now.
Yeah.
Don't you do it again.
Uh, for a long time, Bobcat had this like spot on him that was kind of like it's like an itchy spot, and he would like scratch it raw. And yeah, he is the cool cat. But we would put this stuff on him, and he learned the name of it. It's called argan oil.
Uh,
Oh, you see how he reacted
Yeah, I
just
know.
now? He knows, and he even learned how to spell too. Because when we were saying, "Hey, I think Bobcat needs the ARGANOIL," Bobcat, you see how he just made that turn to me? Yeah, because it's like
He know.
he doesn't like that. He didn't like that stuff, even though it would help his spot. He just didn't like
Yeah, it helped
that.
my hair too.
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't have a spot in my head, but I had, my hair was so curly, and I'd put a little of that over here,
Yeah.
keep it maintained, because you can't brush curly hair like mine. It just gets ugly and wicked and scary, really bad. Katrina had straight hair. It's funny how we turned out. She had real long straight hair, and I had real long curly hair. And, she'd like, "Oh, I sure wish I had your hair." And I was like, "I sure wish you did too." But I get tired of wearing the mop around just so I can have straight hair and put stuff in it. Can't brush my hair. Look like a horror movie. Hair stand out all over the place like Bozo the Clown.
Yes, he did say. Yes, he is like, what did you just say? Yeah, it's like, yeah, he still knows. He still knows about that stuff. So
Well, it don't burn or anything. Wouldn't
no,
mind if you had to open.
I
Oh,
think it's just the feeling of it on his skin. He's just not used to it, kind of thing. But
yeah. Yeah, y'all are nice. I'm nice. I don't hurt nothing, but
hmm
it's like when it comes to my dog or the kids or something. I guess I'm like an alpha dog.
yeah,
The dog, my son told me, he's like, Mom, you don't even do anything to them, but when you say something, it's just like their little legs shake. Like, well, Randy, I got to get my point across. I say it like I mean it. He's like, well, they believe you. That's the dog. He believes you. But the kids, the dog and the children, they know when I'm weak.
hmm
Like today, I wish you could have seen it because I went out the mailbox and, when I come back in the garage, it was acting a fool.
yeah,
Before I got to the garage, though, a couple of the little ones come up to me out there and they put their little arms around me and they were like, "Are you okay, Grandma? Let me help you. You feel okay?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, I mean, I must be putting off a weak scent."
yeah,
Like, I wanted just to bark at them, but I couldn't because, I just couldn't. I didn't have it in me. I was weak. But they can sense that weakness in you. You can't, you got to be tough sometimes. I know you don't want to, but you're going to have to because
yeah.
they'll sense that weakness just like they did today on me. They could smell it.
And
If I wouldn't have been careful, they'd have had me tied up somewhere.
hmm
They would have. That kind of stuff happens. There's more of them than there are of us. You
uh,
see, getting tied up to dinner time. Yeah, don't show no. You got to be a little tougher. But I did get weak, and they could see it. They could smell it. I guess they were helping me, which made me feel it really bad. Like Lord, I got to suck it up. I got to bark at one of these kids really
yeah,
quick. 'Cause they're sensing weakness. They're sensing a crack in the wall.
Roots Calhoun was saying in the chat about how his cat would go into the sink and just turn the water on himself and just leave it running. Disrespectful
Oh,
little prick.
that's like revenge.
Yeah, Bobcat's done that too. Like if he's drinking water, if he's like got like a little bowl of water, he once he's done, he flips it. It's like, oh, done, I'm done with my water. Flip, and
Well, why do you call him Bobcat? Where did you get that from?
oh, he's just uh,
Is that
yeah,
just
it's
how
just
he
a little
behaves?
thing. It's just a little thing. It's just because he's a uh it would be hard for me to explain Bob to you, but well, J.R. Bob Dobbs. Remember we were mentioning that name the other night. It's a
Yeah,
clip
yeah.
art. It's a little piece of clip art that an entire religion has been based around called the Church of the Subgenius. So
Okay.
yeah, but
I,
in fact, I still have that clip art here. Wait a minute, I think because I decorated truthfully Trisha's backstage with it for that. See that guy with the grin and the pipe in his mouth, that's Bob.
okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So
Well, I just wonder why people name their pets certain things. It's got to have something to it.
mm,
The same thing with our kids.
well, he's kind of like he kind of looks, he reminds me of Bob. He's a little blessing. So
Well, I kind of like the name.
yeah,
You know,
he's a good
I like
kitty.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wonder if he's real big, like old lab rat over there, who looks like a bobcat.
He's
Yep.
pretty. He's cat loaf size. Yes, he is a cat loaf.
Yeah. I'm afraid I'll probably. They were talking to me the other day about who was going to get old lab rat when they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
And even though I like lab rat because he's kind of got my personality. He either likes you or he don't. If he don't, he's gonna bite you, and I'm like that. So I thought, well, I might be the best one to take him if something happens over here. Um, I might be. Maybe him and I might get along fine.
Vince Clortho says, dropping by to say cheers. Coffee. Yes, have some. Dark Summer says, my dog's name is Cocoa Puff.
Cocoa Pop.
Yeah.
But I named this one Jack only because my husband had a dog named Jack, and I thought it would be sweet because I didn't want him to know how much I paid for this Jack.
Yeah.
So I was trying to like kind of like give somebody candy before you give them the medicine
Mm-hmm.
thing. That's what I was doing, so I was thought I was gonna get over on something, but you know the next thing he said was like, how much do you pay for this little dog here? His name's Jack. His name's Jack. Aren't you happy? His name's Jack. He's not a hunting dog, but his name's Jack. I named him. And he's like, how much do you pay for this dog? And then I get all defensive. Don't worry about it. It's my money. Well, how much of it was your money? Like just a little,
Yeah.
just a small amount, just a few hundreds. Just don't count them and don't worry about it. Don't look at the receipt. His name's Jack, and that's all you need to know. And he loves hunting,
Yeah.
even though he don't hunt. He don't know how to hunt.
That dog don't hunt.
My dog, no,
That dog don't.
he's like a princess, but he's a boy.
Yeah.
He thinks he's too pretty to go out there like that. He really does. He thinks he's too good to poop in the grass. He won't poop in grass or dirt. He poops on concrete.
Oh,
He thinks
he's a little aristocrat, isn't he?
yes, he's a miniature cocker spaniel, like
Mm-hmm.
Lady and the Tramp dog.
Yeah.
He won't. He thinks he is too good to poop in the yard or in dirt or in grass. He poops on concrete. And if you're one of my neighbors that makes him mad, he'll go right over to your driveway. And he don't poop in the yard. Neither did my other one. I had another one, before I named her Dixie because she was mine. She's a Southern girl. But Dixie wouldn't do it either. I thought maybe it was just Dixie, maybe she was just, mentally like me and just a little strange. But no, apparently, I guess that the breed is like that. They're just they think they're better than everybody. They too good for like doing what the other dogs do.
Yeah.
And they prance, like that dog actually like prances around like he won first prize.
Yeah.
You know, and he didn't. He didn't win first prize at all. He might have got third, but not first
Yeah.
because he's been around me too long. He ain't that smart. But he is my dog, and I do love his little floppy ears. But he ain't. He just thinks he's something, and I'm just grateful that he don't,
My,
talk or anything.
my mom loved Basset Hounds because they were very slow dogs and they're very
Yeah,
quiet.
I like them too. I
Yeah.
had one of them. I
Yeah.
saved him. They were gonna put him to sleep, and I bought him on a discount to save his life, and I took him home. And his name was Bo No Regard.
It was a Basset Hound?
He was a basset hound. He was a full blood basset hound, and I seen him, and they had him isolated because he was sick. And
Yeah.
then I was just kept looking at that sad little face, and I'm like, well, what are y'all gonna do with him? And
Thank you. Thank you for saving his life. Thank you.
I had to. And then she's like, well, we're gonna have to put him down. We're gonna take him. And I'm like, you can't do that. And I was like, well,
How old was
you
he?
know,
How old was he?
he was a puppy when I saved him. I mean, he was in a pet place, a pet store,
Yeah.
and he was in the back and he was isolated. And of course, I had to go and see him back there. It's like kids, cats, and dogs. I
Yeah.
seen him looking at me like, can I have a plate at your house, lady?
Mhm.
And at first they were like sticking to the price that they wanted for him. And that that was I was like,
I'd have paid it.
you
I
telling me,
I'd
yeah, I would have paid it.
I'd
I
have
didn't
found a
have it
way.
on me. Well, I didn't have it on me, but I was like, well, can't you do something if even because you're telling me he may not live. So, why don't do that to me? I got Shredder here.
Yeah.
Shredder's looking at him too, don't break Shredder's heart. Shredder will come back and hurt you, Shredder. She's a perfectly DNA genetic made little Shredder here.
Yeah.
Don't do that. But anyway, she did. She marked him down, which sounds terrible for a puppy. But I used a credit card and bought him.
Mhm.
You know, I bought a dog with a credit card. Can you imagine being married to me? Can you imagine that conversation?
Yeah.
Honey, you used a credit card to get the dog.
No,
Well, yeah.
you saved the dog's life with the credit card.
Yeah, I saved that dog's life, but I sure did get me one hell of an argument. I got all my cards taken away from me. I was stripped of those cards for like 15 years. Did you know? You don't know that.
But you still had
They
that
took them
dog.
from me.
You still had that dog.
I bought the dog on the credit card, and then I bought a cheeseburger like a week later with the credit card, and that was the end of it for me. I thought he was going to call Dr. Phil on me,
Yeah.
but he was really mad at me. He was like, let me see your billfold. And I gave it to him like an idiot. And he took all my cards out and he never gave them back. I'm still waiting. Been waiting 30 years for the cards back. He don't get over things, he never got over it.
Yeah.
The cheeseburger did him in. He was like, you gonna tell me that you pulled out that credit card instead of giving them cash for that cheeseburger right there?
You didn't even
And I
get
was
the
like, well,
rewards points for that cheeseburger.
I didn't because Burger King had just started letting you pay for their food with a credit card back then.
Yeah.
And I thought that was, yeah, it was pretty exciting for me. I was pretty excited. I get to keep the cash,
Mhm.
use the card, not worry about it till next month. But my husband was not happy about that decision. He took all of them.
Even years later, he's still complaining. I'm paying 18% APR for that Burger King cheeseburger.
No, he don't bring it up no more. But now he'd tell you about it if I go in there and stir him up a little bit. You know, he'd have to talk about it because he can't help it.
Yeah.
But he just took those cards and he never. I'm telling you, he never gave them back to me. He like years and years later, he would let me like if he was going out of town, he would let me hold one
Right.
in case of an emergency because his cards had more credit on them than mine. So, that was the only way I ever got to hold one of them again.
Mhm.
He never gave them back to me. I haven't been able to touch an American Express card since the 80s. Can't. He won't let me. I mean, I ain't never had nobody do me like that. You don't seem to be very shocked about it. I'm kind of upset about it.
I'm
It's like,
sorry.
okay, well, what's the problem,
I
Father? What's the problem?
I'm just
And I'm telling you, the problem, I haven't touched a credit card because he won't let me in 30 years. And you're like, okay, well, what's the problem?
but yeah, it's like credit. I was always kind of of the opinion that credit cards are just tools of the devil kind of thing, but
That's what he thinks too.
yeah,
I was the devil holder
yeah.
when I bought that cheeseburger. He just couldn't get over it. He really couldn't. And I don't think he's over it. I bet you I could go in right now and say, hey, you remember when I bought that cheeseburger right after I bought Bo No Regard? And you'd hear him because you can't help it because he's got that deep, loud voice.
Hmm.
You know, you'd hear him talking about that cheeseburger. And why are you bringing that back? You're not getting the credit card back. I mean, that was 30 years ago, Brett. You don't ever forgive me. And there you go, just sitting there quiet like,
I know. I'm
just
sorry.
approving, agreeing. You're supposed to be appalled. Be appalled.
I'm so,
Be
th- th-
appalled.
that's shocking. That's shocking. When he took your cards and
Just
he said he
at
never
least, yeah.
he
Never
left
gave him that.
he never gave him
Virgie
back.
would at least laugh at that. Look, Virgie would laugh, that uncomfortable laugh, like,
That giggle. That
okay, Kathy. Yeah, like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna laugh at that one and you'll be all right and get off this subject of that damn cheeseburger and we'll be fine.
yeah.
Get back to Mary, get back on Mary and get off that cheeseburger.
Oh, well, you know what? Mary's hiatus is a blessing and a curse. So
Yeah, it is today. It really is. I don't want to put up with her today.
I think
I
that
don't I didn't want to. I didn't want to know where she lived.
I she's probably just you know what? She's probably doing her little family circus Sunday morning comics Billy thing where she's just like going around the neighborhood picking up whatever recyclables she can and
Well, she probably got a check. She probably got something, didn't she, today? When did she get all her government assistance?
I don't know.
It's on. Is it? I bet you it's got to be right now, right here somewhere.
Sometime around that.
Today,
It's like, the
yeah,
first few days of the month is when they post
yeah.
that.
This
So,
is right. It's February 1st,
mhm.
so she probably got her food stamps and maybe I think she gets like 200 and some dollars on I think she called it GR, General Relief or something.
Yeah.
Um, so she probably got that. Plus she got, I know I can tell by her attitude, she had a little money, the other day. Somebody sent her some money.
Yeah, cuz she went
Who
to
knows how
of
much?
progress
somebody just
and the agony of defeat.
somebody just sent me money here just a moment.
Well, I'm glad it was for you and not her. I'd been upset if they'd have said, "Hey, would y'all
Nylena
give this to Mary?"
Nylena has tipped $7.77. Well, you know what? That's
Okay.
$5.45. So yeah, I will release the Kentucky Milkers. There we go. There we go. Hope you're
She
feeling
must.
better, Kathy. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
Well,
Yes.
tell them thank you and tell them talking to y'all really, it helps me a lot. It's like when I sit down and I'm here by myself, that's when I get flooded with little sweet memories. You know, I get bombarded. I get mad too. It's crazy.
Thank you,
I'm,
Nylena, for the $7.77 donation on that.
I'm
Uh,
glad she gave it to you because you put up with a lot with me. It's kind of like
Oh, it's
you know,
okay. No,
it's like yeah.
that's what this show's about. It's about giving you your voice back because Mary
Well, all I
has
talk
taken it for so long, screaming with her voice over everybody else's, that she doesn't give anybody the opportunity to respond. But now we are. Now we're going to make sure that you're heard. Because we're
I can't wait for her little sister to be heard. That's what I'm waiting on because I know it's a long time coming.
Mm-hmm.
Because I will protect that girl with I'll protect her with everything in me. Um, it-
Get
I, I,
let's get Shredder in here sometime later this week. Probably
yeah, we'll get
Saturday.
Shredder.
Yeah, let's get Shredder in here
Shredder's.
Saturday or Friday night or
I'll see if I
Saturday.
can.
Yeah.
Let me talk to her and see when if that'll work. Because I like and her and her brother were supposed to been doing this at least once or sometime for me come in and because they were like, oh wait, mom, you just wait. You think you're the only one they talking to. Wait till they talk to us and we tell them about you. And I was like, that's fine. Y'all go right ahead. You go ahead and tell them all you want. But you just remember you don't know where they live and you know I know where you live. So, okay. No, I don't. What did they can say what they want. It's the truth and I can't deny it. I'm not my children are all more mature than, me. I'm the one that probably would get them in trouble, really. I'm the one that's out there like, "Come on, y'all, let's all dress in camo, and we're gonna wiggle across the street and go touch that no trespassing sign because, by God, they ain't gonna tell us we can't touch it. Now y'all come over at 1 a.m. and we're gonna get on our belly. We're gonna crawl over there and touch it. We're gonna leave our fingerprints on it, and then we're gonna come back home,
Yeah.
and we're not gonna get caught. We're not getting caught either. Don't put no sign up in your yard. Make me have to look at it like that because I got to go over and touch it then. I can't help it. I have to do what I have to do. My son's like, Mom, that's just not normal. I'm like, well, Randy, it won't be normal if you don't come over dressed appropriately. We don't want to get caught. That's when you're stupid is when you get caught.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid people get caught.
Yep.
Y'all come over here properly dressed. Come a little early, and we'll be able to go over there and all of us will touch that sign.
Yep.
We might let the baby pee on it or something. No trespassing. I mean, who does that? Puts a no trespassing sign
I
on the
don't know.
door. That's crazy. 'Cause
Uh,
you, I got to touch it. If I had to buy a cheeseburger with my credit card, I have to go touch that sign. I have to.
exactly.
And I'm going
Yeah.
to take the entire family with me.
There's like one house in the area that like, the owner of the house, he's like really, really he hates anybody going on his property. He's like, meter person, you can read it from the other side of the fence, kind of thing like that. It's like, no, technically he can't. He has to like, put his scanner up to it and like actually, physically scan the thing now. So, but
Yeah, that's embarrassing. That's what happened with that sign.
mm-hmm.
It was a little one. And I'm outside and I'm like, what does that sign say? Well, my husband can't see neither. He can't hear either. So him and I are getting closer and closer to the yard that's got the sign in it. But we can't make out the words now. It could have been one of two, three things. It could have been yard sale Saturday.
Yeah,
It could have been no trespassing. It could have been violators will be shot.
beware
It
of
could
the
have been any
dog.
one of those three.
Yeah.
It could have been. We knew they didn't have a dog though.
Mm.
But I'm like, it's only one of the threes, and if they're having a yard sale, well, I don't want to be late for it.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to find out what that sign says. Within that same day, in fact, I think it was the day that they all came over and I introduced them to everybody, and I had to take it down because I was worried about their safety. Not from any of y'all, but from you know the one, the one. I didn't never dream that I could safely present my family in front of, ever how many people saw them and have to worry about the one.
Yeah.
The one. But anyway, I did it for their safety. But regardless, I think it was that day and we were all trying to read that little sign. It was real little.
Mm-hmm.
And some of these little kids in here can't read yet. They just can't. They're little.
Yeah.
They haven't, they just haven't learned to read yet.
Right,
And I'm thinking, well, we need to know what that sign says because if it's yard sale, well, we don't want to be late. If it's no trespassing, the poor baby can't read it. We need to tell him not to go over there. Try to as best we can in baby language. And if it's violators will be shot, we definitely are going to have to train these babies not to go over there without being armed. But so I was like, we got to find out what it says because it was killing me.
Kathy,
What was new trespassing?
Dark Summer just sent a photo in the Discord chat of her Cocoa Puff. Do you see that?
Oh, let me see Cocoa Pop. Wait, I
Yeah.
gotta find it.
It's
No, I'm looking.
tap on LolCow chat. Tap on where it says text channels LolCow chat, and that'll bring up.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm tapping. My iPad's not acting normal. I drop it too much. I think it's abused. It is abused. I ain't never abused a human, but I sure beat the hell out of this poor iPad.
My
Tapping
Aunt
away without
Kathy named her
them.
iPad Mary because she said that I was cutting her and the iPad screen cuts her fingers. God, it's like
You know,
I could be a script writer for her.
you could. You're a good script writer too. But you know how she said I just did. I've seen things with the bears with my little play that I did for
Yeah.
Harley. You know, have y'all ever looked at that? If that's obscene, I'm gonna have to give myself up and become a writer for, a bad show or something.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, and I was a fur baby or a fur person or whatever you had to call it.
A
I'm still trying to
furry.
get like
She's trying to,
a furry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Well,
You
my
were
hair
not a
is a little
furry.
furry,
No.
but I'm not going.
Here's
I'm not a
the
furry.
here's the scrambled eggs definition of what a furry would be. Okay, do you remember the scene towards the end of the movie The Shining, where Shelley Duvall is running through the hotel and she sees a man getting from somebody in a bear costume?
Oh, where'd you go? Okay.
Yeah, so it's like
Okay. So like they were kind of
they
dressed
were
like a bear on their knees.
like, yeah, one of
Kind
them
of
was a
thing.
bear on their knees and was having having a good time with
Yeah.
a man in a tuxedo, and it's just that kind of
Okay.
creepiness to it. It's like you don't know what the gender is of the person in the bear costume. Could it be a man? Could it be a woman? Kind of thing.
That's true.
Yeah, that's just like
True.
that just
Yeah.
adds to the creepiness of it.
Mhm.
That's the scrambled
That
eggs
does
definition
kind
of a furry, basically.
okay. Well, no, I'm not a furry.
Okay,
I'm
there
not
you
gonna put
go.
on
I
a
mean,
costume
Mary
and
went
crawl around on my knees.
Mary went out of her way to try to equate furries to, Bob Saget. And I'm like, what, Mary? Mary, are you so determined to hurt Kathy that you'll grasp at any
She is.
straws? Yeah. Yeah. She's doing
Well,
everything.
she can't hurt me.
Yeah, she's playing a skippo deck now the same way that James would whenever, he's trying to, find anything that would connect him with Eliana. So, but
You know what Mary doesn't realize is before you really can hurt somebody, you got
mhm,
to know what hurt feels like. And she doesn't. She has no idea what like hurt or loss or to scrape things together, do or any of it. She has no idea what that it's really like. She opens her mouth. I think somebody told her she was a baby bird. Speaking of furries, okay, somebody said you're like a little bird. You just sit up in that nest, waiting on mama to bring you the chewed up worms and spit them in your mouth. She's still waiting on mama to come and chew those worms up and spit it in her mouth. That's all. Nobody ever pushed her out of the nest.
right.
She never got pushed out to go fly and get her own worms. So she's still doing that. She has no idea that she can't hurt me. I have lost everything. I've lost the most valuable gift any human being could ever lose, and that was my child. She can't hurt me. You know,
Yeah.
there's nothing that someone like her could do to hurt me or blackmail me or run me off because she makes me laugh because some of the stuff she comes up with, like all her blackmail techniques and like her extortion, like trying to put her mom in jail to hurt me, but then turn around and say I don't love her mother. But I must love her enough that I wouldn't want her to go to jail, but I had enough sense to know I could bail her out of jail.
Yeah.
She not only could she not hurt me, but she couldn't hurt my sister or my other niece. So it for her to think that she could browbeat me is funny. It's really It's really it really does prove her mental illness. It might prove mine too. You know, it proves mine as well because, I'm not willing to just be quiet about it and not just back off because that'd be more dignified and let her continue on her path. But I just can't do that. I don't care how bad it looks. I can't do it. Um, I just can't. I can't let her get away with it no more.
Yeah. Now,
But that's what she thinks. She thinks she's a baby bird, and I'm like the hawk that wants to steal the worm out of the mama bird's mouth.
mm-hmm.
I'm the one flying around over, like trying to push her out of the nest so that she can learn to fly. Because I don't know whether this. I think this is true. I'm pretty sure it is, but I'm not going to swear to it because I'm not. I didn't go and confirm this with no eagles, but you know, when like an eagle, when they're teaching their babies, they go get their food like a bird. Will go get their food. They'll bring it. They put it in their little mouth. They get so big, and then mama, she begins to push them out of the nest.
Mm-hmm.
And for so many times, before they hit the ground, she'll go save them.
Yeah.
But then when she thinks that it's time that they should be flying, and if they're not going to, they'll never survive. And this mama knows that, she sends them out of the nest, and she won't go get them. That's it. You either gonna fly or die, and
That's
uh,
right. You got
because that's the way life is. Really, you gonna learn to fly, or you're gonna splat on the ground. But Mary got saved way too many times, and I am kind of upset with my mom, and I can't wait to see her again one day because I hope I can tell her that. I'm gonna tell her, Mom, I was so disappointed in you first time, first time ever. I thought you were perfect. It was good to know you're not, but look what you left me with. Look what you left me with. Y'all all just got up and went to heaven and left me with the devil.
and 4
Thank you.
documentaries now.
Get 4 documentaries, probably gonna be 5 or 6 before it's over with. I
Yeah.
mean, Lord, there might be could be another trial if she gets near me.
Mm-hmm.
I
Oh,
don't know
there.
if I can get away from her.
Oh, there could be another trial if that Florida prosecutor ever sees that golden clip. There could be another trial. Yeah. There's no.
Wait,
Yeah.
well, yeah, I'm gonna personally go down and take care of some things, and I'm gonna take care of that. I'm gonna get what we need. Maybe I
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe I'll just have to figure out how to take it all down with me in a nice little compact form.
I'll
See if I
just.
guess might help me with that. Maybe
Yeah.
Shredder will.
We'll get Shredder to help you out with, and we'll just leave a nice little thumb drive for the prosecutor, so they have all the evidence that they need to charge Mary with, because there's no statute of limitations on murder, and
Right, and she wasn't charged, so
right,
she could be charged.
there's no double jeopardy to her either, so jeopardy is not attached,
No.
and she's going to be she could face some serious consequences for that. So I honestly hope she
She
does.
could.
Well,
Well, there might be some other things that she'd be facing too that because I don't have enough sense to know what to do. I think I'm finally figuring it out, you know, because I'm not going to put up with her much longer. I'm seriously not. Um, and I've been thinking a lot about that. I told my husband, I said, I've just about had enough. And, because he don't like to throw money away. It's like things in life you just don't like to do, like buying a boat. You might as well go on out there and throw your money in the water and let the boat float up behind it because you're gonna be putting a lot of money in it. We know we had one. We waste a lot of money on that. And Mary's another one. To really teach her anything, it would cost money. And I hate to throw away money, especially when I got a lot of responsibilities here,
hmm
and I would never want one of them to go without something that they need because I'm teaching Mary a lesson.
yeah,
I don't want that to ever happen. I could not forgive myself for. So, like, to put money to get her to either A, hush, or really, that's all I want to do is just be quiet. Just quit talking about us. Just, yeah, I don't even want her, I don't care if she ever apologized. The damage is done. You can't repair that. So,
yeah.
no
It's
word that comes out of her mouth is going to fix it. And she'll never be able to get anything said to her mother, you know, thankfully, I'm thankful and I'm grateful and I'm glad I'm like this, but her mother never saw not one video. And that I'm thankful for.
I think that's a good
I'm
thing.
so grateful.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I'm glad that, I'm glad she didn't because it would have broke her heart. I don't know if she could have, imagined. And I'm going to tell you this too, because I want to make sure everybody hears this.
yes,
Those two sisters of hers, the ones that, I've been asked repeatedly if they're like her, those two girls have sat with their mom and they stayed with her until this morning. They didn't leave her, even though one of them was struggling so hard and it broke my heart, but she didn't leave her. And she just cried and she just told me I lost my best friend. I've never not seen my mother smile,
yeah,
and she hadn't. So, I don't care whatever my sister had done in the past or one thing I know she was not a bad mother. She may not have been the best mother, but Lord, I know I'm not either. We all make mistakes. Babies don't come with manuals.
yeah,
And, you know, she really had her priorities correct, though. If you really look at it biblically by the Bible, she got married one time in her life. She was with him until the day he died, and she honored him, and she had him before the children. She had she was okay not having a lot of material things. I was sadly, I was always more of the materialistic one. Like I said, I wanted a big house and now I got, I want a little house now.
yeah.
I always wanted more then. I wanted to work toward more. That's the way, I interpreted life. And she didn't. She was like, we're happy. We got food. I cook every day. I'm home with my children. You know, I get to, I'm take care of my son. And if I want to have a drink every now and then, I'm grown. I can.
Hmm.
And she loved her pot. Now she did love her marijuana,
Yeah,
and that's okay too. I will never. I would rather somebody smoke all day than drink alcohol all day. But
she probably would have loved those
you know,
gummies. She'd have loved those
I
CBDX
think she
gummies.
would have.
Yeah.
I don't know if she had any, but I was thinking about her and I had talked not too long ago, and I had told her about the gummies.
you think if
She thought it was funny.
you think if we ever get CBDX to make you your own brand of gummies, Aunt Kathy's raspberry gummies, should we send like the first ever bottle of them to Mary?
Oh no, we'll send her a picture.
Yeah, a
We can't give her
picture.
the actual
Well, I mean,
a picture. We give her.
it's
Yeah,
like
well, I wouldn't. I can't let her.
can't give her a get high then. So yeah, just give
No,
her
I
a
can't do
picture.
that. I've already gave her like a lot of get highs. Like I
Hmm.
mean, she had 10,000 of them at one point, and she had everything in there she could sell, trade, swap. Whatever pee, poop,
It's a
cry, eat, or whatever she wanted to do on it.
it's a miracle she
She,
didn't overdose on that 10,000. It's a
you know, she makes herself sound like, well, already know this. She makes herself more of a victim than she truly is.
yeah.
She's she takes other people's issues and makes them hers. Like that was something else I was going to tell you. Like she could hear. Like we always talk it within the family. Like we had no secrets with each other.
Hmm.
But like we just didn't carry our laundry outside. And, my mother was always very open about her troubles in her life, and you know, she was very, it was not a secret. I mean, I knew all my life that I can remember. You know, just where my sister came from, and I guess it was just part of our life. Period. You just it wasn't something we just ran around having to talk about. And, I didn't even realize how incredible it was that my mother did have a child under those circumstances and loved her more than she loved any other child. You know, she she didn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There's so many women that say, "No, I can't have a baby by somebody who did that to me." No, my mother never looked at it that way.
Right.
Um, the baby was hers. regardless of how it got here. And she never treated her well. Actually, she treated her, really well. Like she got away with a whole lot more than I did.
Mm-hmm.
And I seen in like somebody was saying yesterday in the chat, I caught it after the fact about could Mary be middle child syndrome? And you might be they might be absolutely. I don't know what the syndrome is. I probably got it myself. I'm middle child,
Yeah.
but Mary, she was the middle child, and then to be born, with the brother, the only boy like that, Mary had some issues with that. So I'm sure, I think a lot of her problems really was jealousy, and thinking she deserved more than anyone else
The
because of the way,
yeah, the story that
special
she told.
privileges.
Yeah, the story that she told about how her older sister grabbed her necklace and ripped it off and said, "Now it's my necklace." That I believe.
Hmm.
That I believe more
Well,
than anything.
I don't, I know, the necklace part could be very true, but
Mm-hmm.
the events around it, like the gate at Jennifer's house, no, the gate was at my mother's.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but the way Mary tells it is she had went over to her house, and when she knocked on the door, she opened the door, or she said she opened the gate and ripped it off of her neck, and she said it was on her birthday, Mary's birthday.
Yeah.
And so she's confused. She has twisted the events of where they were at, what was happening. Hell, she might not have been at anybody's gate. It could have been just a weekend that Mary went home. It could have been when somebody dropped her off and she had the necklace on. And her sister probably was like, "Oh, well, that's just great. That's just great,
Yeah.
Mary. Come on with that necklace. Well, it's mine now. Why you think you so special?" But I don't know. Like Jennifer, well, her oldest sister, she's came up here to see me a few times, but she's not like the youngest one. She's a little bit more reserved,
Mm-hmm.
probably a lot like we were raised. You just don't say anything. Now she will tell you how she feels about something, and she might use some really colorful words while she's saying it. uh, but like I don't think Jennifer. I don't think the oldest one. Well, I don't know. She might surprise me, but it'll be the youngest one because she's always wanted to speak up.
Mm-hmm.
But because, she was going to talk to Virgie. She was really nervous about it and she was scared, you know, but, she trusted me and she found out she is pregnant. And I asked Virgie to wait because I knew, it was rough for her. It was hard for her
Yeah.
to have this baby. And then once she found out it was a little boy, it just tore her up because, you know, it was our family didn't have very good luck with little boys in our family living very long. They just, for, whatever reason. But
Mm.
I moved away, and I have sons, but I was the only one. It's like I don't know. It's like that. I guess in a way, a dark way, they thought that we were just kind of cursed when it came to having sons. But like when I talked to Nikki, I always told her, "Look, that's not true. I have 3 big, healthy, happy sons, and I have all these grandsons. I'm the one that I don't have the girls. I got all these boys and no little girls. So we're not cursed.
Yeah.
It's it's just the way it happened. My sister's son died. My oldest sister's son died at 2 months old from, sudden infant death. He was crib death. And he was 2 months old. And then she had a girl and she didn't have no more. Katrina, my youngest sister's son, had passed away, by him, Ronnie, the
Mm-hmm.
little one, her
Yeah.
Mary's brother. And then she never had another son. Um, my oldest sister's daughter uh, was pregnant with a boy, but miscarried before he was born. I was the only one that had the boys, and just wanted. Then I realized, Lord, that's just the way it is. If you got all boys, you want at least 1 or 2 girls running around. And if you got all girls, you probably wonder what it's like to have a little boy running around. But we got through the pregnancy, and he was born healthy. And Mary didn't torment her because she didn't even know about it. And I thank y'all all for that, because quite a few people knew, but nobody said a word. Nobody said a word.
Yeah.
There was nobody said nothing because I was really scared. Especially with people not knowing how Mary really is, not realizing that she would call her and say things like that, like, I hope the baby dies. Mary's like that. That's how she is.
Yeah.
She's very evil. And she's evil like that. And chances are she would have miscarried. She would have lost that baby.
Hmm.
But he's here. And it's like with my sister, didn't really want I wasn't going to keep it from Mary, but I wasn't going to tell her either because I didn't want her to make this any harder on her sisters who were doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
The oldest sister lives in her own place. The youngest sister moved in with her mom and took care of her and paid bills. And you know, I'm going to go get her, and I'm going to get her. So she'll be up here with me when she gets to share anything, and she'll feel safe, and she'll be able to clear a lot of things that has bothered her. And let people know that the real reason why nobody wanted her. No one. If you just hear it from someone else other than me, the fear that went through that girl when she was pregnant, that Mary was going to do something to cause her baby not to make it. I mean, that's a horrible thing to think that your sister will aggravate you,
Yeah.
call you, torture you day and night until you lose a baby
Yeah.
and
Because
say things like that.
she wants to create that mental stress to where the body, is so stressed out that it forces the miscarriage. So she wants that. She wants to,
Right. And she was already, yeah. It was hard. She was already having trouble. She had pretty much the same thing like her mom. She had placenta previa. So
mhm,
she was already upset about that because the only thing that went through her mind was, that her baby could be born, with cerebral palsy if things aren't done exactly the way they need to be done.
yeah,
She couldn't go in labor and have him at home. That would have been the same, it would have been bad. And so, there was a lot of state and I told Nikki in the very beginning, I said, "Well, you know what? I'm telling you, I believe what they're telling me. They gave me their word. They're not going to let, anything come up in their streams that's going to let Mary know anything about this baby." And she didn't. I
right.
don't even know if she knows about him now, actually.
What
She
baby?
probably don't think he's real.
What baby?
Nick,
No, I'm making a
yeah,
joke. I'm making a, comment. It's
yeah,
like,
that's what
yeah,
Mary's saying now. Kathy's making up about a baby.
yeah,
But
exactly. So,
yeah, he's
we're,
he's real. She probably, and then yeah, she just made my skin crawl when she looked in her camera yesterday and said, "Y'all just let me know when she's dead."
it did. That
Yep,
people don't
just
act
let
that
her
way.
know.
People don't act that way without some chemical component in their brain that
You
doesn't
going?
belong there, like a drug
Okay.
or something. Uh, Mary's problem is she's been addicted to whatever for so long and she rationalizes it that it's just weed and alcohol, but she probably admits that it's other things as well. She has admitted to being on opiates, and she's admitted to
Yeah, she
taking
has.
taking pills out.
Yeah, morphine and
Morphine, yeah. And the only way you get morphine is
yeah,
if
she has.
somebody's on hospice, right?
Yeah, yeah, because I don't recall ever anyone being on morphine. That just might have been what she created. Maybe it sounded more,
No, my
more scarier
my grandma, when she was on
than
hospice,
like just
they had her on morphine drops that we would mix with like orange juice, and then she would drink it down to get her pain relief. And then when she
yeah, but
passed, yeah, the hospice nurse made a point to inventory all the remaining morphine. So,
yeah, they do that.
mm-hmm,
But we didn't have anyone that was being taken care of like that.
Right.
There was no one that Mary was ever around. So the morphine thing, I think maybe she just thought morphine sounded better than, like they weren't called narcos back then. They were called like, just regular Loratab.
Yeah, Lord
I think
Taps.
she
Lord
thought
Tap.
morphine sounded better.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded better. So because she admits in that book about taking medicine from my mom.
Mm-hmm.
She admits to that. And so I'm thinking that because that was the only thing I ever seen my mother ever take, and that was when very rare, and it was when she got hurt. She had to be really hurt to take anything.
Yeah.
So that would be the only thing she'd have stolen from there. Now she probably stole more elsewhere, and she probably did resort into getting morphine from somebody. Maybe probably bought it from them. But
It's
she probably knew
Yeah, it's
somebody.
Florida. I would say that's easy to get morphine in Florida if you know where to look. So,
Yeah, and I don't. Yeah, that one's a scary one. I don't know. But it's hard to decipher with her as far as truth and lies. It's hard to pinpoint that one little piece of tiny little fragment of truth that she's throwing at us. My husband just came in here to go to bed and turned on his TV. Let
oh
me tell him something.
no,
I
that's
want to tell
okay.
you. Hey, no, I'm gonna tell him something real quick, Brett. And I had told them, you remember the credit card problem I had, with the cheeseburger and everything. I confessed all that tonight on live, and he had the same reaction you do. None at all. Like,
No, I was.
well, what do you expect, Kathy? You charged a cheeseburger.
18%.
What kind of man?
18% annual percentage financing on a cheeseburger.
This sounds like you on the phone here. 18% interest on that cheeseburger. I don't know if you remember how much the interest was, but I know you took my cards and you never gave them back. I still don't got them. He ain't even paying me no mind. He's not hearing me. Here we go again. He can't hear me. I don't talk. He don't hear a thing I'm saying.
Oh.
I bet you I could call him a name and he'd perk up real quick. Real. I ain't gonna throw no more ice cream at him. That was not a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lost that one. I lost that one bad. That was a bad, bad one for myself. I ain't never lost in a fight like that. But I sure did. I wore that ice cream. I ain't gonna throw no more at him. I don't need no attention like that no more. I don't know what I was thinking. Mental illness, I guess. I don't know why he went and got checked for me. Probably because of the ammonia. He probably thinks that's probably not a good idea.
Yeah.
One of y'all probably could. I don't know how much it pays to take care of a nut, but you might that might help.
Yeah.
Might help get that. Yeah. What was I saying about Mary anyway? Just the little fragments of truth that she'll throw in there
Yeah.
and change tomorrow. I don't even think she knows truth anymore. And I love how she'll say, in her mind, this is the way it is, but then have the audacity or the balls to call other people a liar.
Yeah. And
Well,
she's said these lies so long and for so in her head they've become truth to her. They've become indistinguishable from truth. So that's when a liar uh okay, a liar when he knows he's lying, doesn't want to, kind of give it away. He understands that yeah, that's not true. But Mary's case, she has held on to this lie for so long, it replaces the truth eventually. That's a scrambled eggs version I can come up with on that. Is that
yeah,
yeah,
and I don't
she
think,
uses
yeah,
lies to replace truth.
she's not even old enough, if you added the years that she throws out at you,
Mm-hmm.
to have lived with her mom and dad all her life, to live with her grandmother all her life, to put up with me all her life, except for the decades that I supposedly wasn't around. And she's not even she's not even that many decades old for all that to have happened.
Right. Yeah.
It's impossible. She it's just impossible. She just comes up with some crazy. I mean, it's like, no, they're not crazy. I know they belong to somebody. The things that she says, she has read or looked up or
Hmm.
stumbled across or have heard
And she kind
about.
of adapts what she needs to into her own pity me PayPal slash Adrasdea story. So she
Right.
uses whatever scraps of resources that she can to add to her narrative. Tomorrow tomorrow it might be that, she saw like a puppy, like a basset hound puppy or something like. She'll take your story about,
Yeah.
the basset hound, and then she'll twist it. Then she'll twist it to where she was like walking through Beverly Hills past a pet store, and then she'll disguise everything. She'll reassign them the names to where it's like a rich woman was arguing with her husband because she wanted to buy a puppy with a credit card, and then she
Yeah.
couldn't
And
even buy a cheeseburger. So she does that kind of
yeah,
thing.
yeah, you're right. She will. She
Hmm.
will twist it. But because she has everything that she talks about, like traumatic wise, either happened to my mother,
Hmm.
which my mother's story is horrendous. That's just it's just amazing that she survived, period. Or she'll take the things that happened to us, and when I say us, I don't mean her, I
Right.
mean myself and my sisters. You know, it was confusing in our, we thought our world was normal, and she's even twisted that.
Yeah.
She says that I think everything's just fine. Well, I know everything's just not fine. It's just I'm not going to be a victim all my life, and I'm not going to blame nobody for their lack of knowledge or their own events that like the things that my mother went through. As when I grew up, I didn't really understand why sometimes she would put us in certain situations that we shouldn't have, like should never been in. But I think for her, her life was that was her normal.
Right.
That was her normal. Running for her life, getting raped, getting beaten, getting threatened, watching her brothers die at his hands.
Hmm.
That was normal, and it happened to her. And then when he found her, I'm talking about my mother's story. When he found her, he, after she moved to Florida, and she had already married my father, and I was a baby, she allowed this person back in her life, and I, you know, I never understood why, but I knew better than to question.
Yeah.
That's just you don't disrespect. You just don't. And I never quite understood, but I never had it in me to ever ask her. Well, why did Mom? Why did you do that? Why did you let him in our home? Why did you um, trust him around your baby after everything he done? Because I think in a way I knew the answer. It was just that was the normal for her. It it should have never been the normal for me, and it just shouldn't have happened to anybody else but her. And I know it doesn't make any sense to anybody because it didn't to me. And it was just like my mother's forgiveness of her own mother.
Yeah.
My mother never disrespected her own mother.
Hmm.
And see, I was the one that was, always my brain was always thinking. And I knew the story, like I said, I knew. I mean, we just all knew. I don't can't tell you how, but we knew. And the one that I really failed to realize that suffered the most was my sister, my oldest sister. I always looked at it as my mother's pain, my mother's life.
Yeah.
But truthfully, can you imagine being that child? Can you imagine knowing where you come from?
Yeah.
That, you know, and that everybody knows, and um, your last name never changed. You know, back in that time,
Yeah.
very
That's
noticeable thing. And I did, I had, I did, it was when my mother died, is when I looked at my oldest sister and I thought, really, you're like the victim still paying. I mean, it truly is your entire life.
Hmm.
It, I never said anything. I won't because we don't do that. But, I just kept looking at her and I really had a different look at her because, I wondered, I just couldn't, I never thought about it because we just weren't allowed to think about it. We just weren't allowed. So we didn't think about it. You didn't ask why. Um, you just, you just went along with whatever was going on, and you better behave yourself while you getting there. But I just never got it. And like even, I'm kind of upset with my older sister right now, and that's another story. And I'm not angry with her, and I'm not like that kind of angry,
Yeah.
but there's a part of me that just can't ever be too upset with her because I think about the stigma that she went through. And then she used to always tell me the truth. She's 12 years older than I am. Both my older sisters are. She would tell me, when you came in the world, I hated you. Now, this is my older sister talking.
Yeah.
She said, I hated you. And I hated you because here you were coming into my world when I had my mother all that time to myself. And then here comes your father, and he gets this dream baby that he worshiped. You just worshiped you. And she said, I had to share, my mother with you, and I had to watch, you know, your father love you so much, and want you in the world. You weren't a burden to him. And she said, I resented you, but I loved you. And as strange as that sounds, I know she loved me. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, I heard that she had gotten a really bad. Ironically, this is funny. Really, it is kind of stupid and ironic. But she got a really bad whipping because of a jar of mayonnaise because of me. Yeah, can you believe it? Yeah, I never put the mayonnaise with Mary until this moment. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
But apparently I was, little baby, kind of probably old enough to stick my hand in the mayonnaise jar. And I did. And she snatched it from me, and I apparently, I started crying. I don't remember the incident at all, but I started crying. And my father come running up in there, what's wrong with the baby? What's wrong with the baby? Why is the baby crying? And, of course, my sister said, well, I'm not going to let her, this is my sister's word. I'm not going to let her slop in the mayonnaise because we got to eat it.
There you
And I
go.
took it from her. And
Hmm.
my dad was not happy. He was like, well, she done messed it up. You might as well let her play in it if it's already burnt. You know, and my sister did not like that. Let me slop in that mayonnaise. But she told me the truth. She said, I didn't like you and I resented you, but I loved you. You were my doll. She's actually the one that named me. She named me. So she named me after her best friend. That's why we all have the same name. As stupid as that sounds. We do, Kathy, Catherine, and Katrina.
There you
Or it's
go.
Catherine, Kathy, and Katrina. So she named us all the same name. But Catherine named me. Now maybe she did it out of meanness. I don't know, but she named me. But we do have a very what I thought everybody in the world went through, or maybe had secrets in their closets. That people just didn't talk about or didn't ask questions.
Hmm.
I'm learning now that that's not true. You know, we may have we may have less than some people, but I would guess we have more than most. And Mary, it hurt me that all these years, all the lifetime that we've preserved and just made each generation just got a little bit better.
Hmm.
You know, and we got a little better. I protected my children a whole lot more than I was protected. Um, just each one of it, we got better. We started, recognizing and thinking, no, this. No, I don't care how you look at it, this ain't right, and my children will never meet those people. You know, I feel like I was successful in that, and I always went, but I didn't always take my children. And it had nothing to do with Mary's father. So somebody will come back and say, "See, she admitted it." No, it had nothing to do with him. This is, these things happened way before he ever married my sister.
Yeah.
And I didn't like him. He just wasn't my kind of guy. I just didn't like long haired guitar playing people. I like my dates to, keep their hair nice and, wear nice clean jeans and take my butt to the beach. I'm not going to the beach with no scary looking person.
Yeah.
I don't care how well you play. But then, we just different. But I did realize through this whole thing talking to everybody, and I realized how much I hesitate to say anything negative about anyone in my family, even though, it's still a struggle, and how resentful I am that this ding dong, Twinkie looking pig sucking up cow poop, throwing heifer, whatever else I could think of at the moment, is out there telling the world, not only, I mean, just lying about it,
Hmm.
twisting it, making everything uglier. Not just ugly, but uglier, and just diminishing everything that we had in us to break a cycle. And here she is just hanging on to our trauma, hanging on to our cycle that we tried so desperately hard to break. And she
Yeah.
holds it up like a trophy, like a trophy. I'm going to tell you something. They wasn't none of it trophy worthy. None of it.
No.
And we all, my sisters and I have always talked, and none of us, well, and, we know what we went through, and we know what we did to get out of it, and we know what we'd each done just to protect ours when we had them. And
When
if they knew actually what Mary was doing to us, I, don't- we just really weren't them. I'm sure if there was a few people in our little group of family, they would handle it a whole different way because
Yeah.
that's another thing. We're not that. Well, let's call 911 and make a report, and let's go get a lawyer and sue they. But no, it was like, look, we've been done wrong. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
We've been done wrong. Time to go to the woods and go to the woods. And they're gonna be like four of us going in, but there might only be three of us getting back in to go home. They just didn't handle things like normal people.
The the
So
other the other day when Mary said that just let her know when her mom's passed away, and I just something in me broke because I was just thinking to myself what I wouldn't give, what I wouldn't give for 5 minutes just to talk to my mom.
yeah, just to say I love you.
Yeah.
To be able to say, "Mom, did you know I love you?
Yeah.
Do do you know how much I love you? Do you know how much I respect you?" That is troubling to me because that your mom knows, but to have so many people give Mary so many opportunities and to give her so many times her way, and I was one of them, you know, and for everybody to love my mother so much that, jealous, no, never jealous. It was always good to see, if it made my mom happy, because we knew the truth, we knew everything. So when our mother was happy, we were happy. We didn't have to be the ones to make her happy, you know?
Yeah.
And that was because we loved her and respected her, and probably me more than the others, but I knew the injuries probably a little more than they did because they I stayed with her more, and if I wasn't there, she would come here, and I would hear her screaming out at night, and her, I was always the one that go to doctor with her, the hospital, and I knew how bad the beatings were she had taken as young, that had caused permanent damage as she aged,
Hmm.
and it was sad. It was hard. So to see my mother happy was a joy. the saddest thing to me when my stepfather passed away was that my mother was alone. He was a good man, and he treated her good. They just didn't get long enough together. Um, but it was just seeing her sad. And when Mary would go over there on the weekend, it felt good because I didn't have to worry about my mother being alone because that was hard. Trying to go down there every other weekend or every opportunity. Um, just knowing somebody was physically there that could call if something happened to her
Yeah.
was a joy to us. I mean, none of us. Well, now there might be one of us that's a little greedy,
Yeah.
just a little, and she's the one across from me. But you know, the rest of them, she'll never. We're not like that. We walked away from that condo with everything my mother cherished, and the only thing that came out of there was those pictures. That's it.
Yeah.
And I guess if any one of us would have wanted to pursue it, we could have went back and cleaned it out with Mary sitting there peeing over everything. But going through Mary's just not worth it. Like I said, she's a waste of money. She would have been a waste of effort and a waste of time to even fight with her. And the day of the funeral, my husband, he told me that he would get me a motel to stay in away from the island, but he did not want me to stay on the island alone, with Mary running free
Yeah.
because it was dangerous. She's very dangerous. So I drove home instead. And I blame him because I hit that coyote that day and wrecked my other car. He tore it all up, that coyote did. But I feel I can't, nothing's normal in our world. And I want to tell you this, I do have peace about my sister because I have talked to her and I know, her and I, we've never had no problems. We've always been honest about how we feel. And we've talked about how both, we lost our children and what it would be like to see them again.
Yeah.
And for her, and I'm gonna say this for her, because when her and I talked about, I said I can't imagine how you're gonna feel when you see your son running and running to you for the first time. How it's gonna feel when you go through that gate
Yeah.
and his weak arms are all over around your neck, just loving you for giving him life. And I said, Katrina, I said my daughter was healthy and she lived 38 years with me and I can't wait to see her. But I seen her run, I seen her talk, I seen her play, I've seen her cry, I've seen her laugh, seen her sing, seen her seen her give life to two beautiful little boys. I seen her be the best mama. I seen her give her life to the Lord. I seen her be baptized. But Katrina never had none. She didn't get to see her son run. And I told Nikki this morning. I said, I know you're hurting, and I know you're hurting real bad, and I know it's the hardest thing you've ever done. I said, but your mama, I said, I promise you, if God would have said, you know, you can go back now if you want to, she couldn't have left. I said, can you imagine your little boy whose legs never moved come running up to you, and
Yeah.
you wouldn't come back. No one would.
No.
You would never let go of him and come back ever. So for her, I know today was extra special, and it's sad, and I miss her smile. I know her smile will always be missed because it's amazing. She had my mother's smile, and I feel like I've lost it twice because I wasn't blessed with it. I got the bitch face, but she got blessed. She's not hurting no more.
Yeah.
Her body's not falling apart, and her son is in her arms. And I believe that with everything in me, and I'll never be convinced otherwise. I can't imagine. So I'm happy that my sister is where she belongs
Yeah.
today, and she has everything she wanted to know. We may not know all the answers here, but we'll know them there. So she's got it, and I'm glad that she allowed me to be a part of that because if when my daughter died, she asked me why I wasn't angry at God, and I'm looking at her like, "What are you angry at God?" Yeah, he took my son, and I'm like, I don't see it that way. I'm not I'm grateful that I know I can call upon a
Hmm.
greater power than my own two legs because I said, Let me tell you, Katrina, that day when I walked out that hospital, I wasn't walking out on my own accord. I promise you that. I was not leaving my daughter because I knew I couldn't get her back once I walked out that door. And I was pushing back. I was pushing back and didn't care who got in my way or who heard me. And I said, I'm gonna tell you, it was like there was my husband on one side, my son-in-law on the other, and someone else just picking my legs up like, come on.
Yeah.
You got to get through that door there and you got to get through that door because I wasn't going. And I said it was a greater power than two men and myself that got me outside. And I argued all the way out. I'm like, no, I know if I go through that door, I'm not coming back in here, and I'm not going to ever get to take her home. And I don't want nobody else taking her out of here. She's going home with me, or I'm staying with her.
Yeah.
So yeah, I believe in God because I know I couldn't have walked out that door without the knowledge, without knowing. I couldn't have. I couldn't have. I'm gonna tell you, I couldn't have. I would have took. I know I couldn't have. I couldn't have come home. I couldn't keep living every day. I couldn't keep looking at her sons every day and tell them that I'm angry at God. The one thing your mother instilled in you. Oh, I couldn't do that. I said, no, Katrina, I got, whether I'm right or wrong, I'm going to tell you something. While I'm living here right now, I believe I will see them again. And that
Yes.
I'm going to stick with that because that's what I feel in my heart. And even though I make mistakes, people love to call you out on them, and that's okay
Con-
because
conservation of energy
I'm not
rule.
perfect.
Remember?
I'm far from it.
Remember, I explained about the conservation of energy
Yep.
rule. That energy that goes into us,
Yeah.
it carries on in another form. I know that now. Science, the law of science, even if you don't believe in God, the law of science is clear. That energy has to carry on. So it's.
Right. So why not choose the best option? For
Mhm.
me, the best option is seeing my daughter again. That's my option. That's what I'm shooting for. That's why I try real hard not to know, I hold back because I don't want to miss that opportunity. I don't want to be that fool standing out there going, well, I just didn't think you existed. So let me in anyway. I don't want to be that one. I want to be the one that'll plead my case saying, I know I did wrong a lot, but you know, I I always knew you were the only way I was going to see her again. And I thank you for that sacrifice that allowed me to see her again. No, I wasn't angry. I wasn't angry at all. I
Mm.
wasn't angry, and I would do it all again. I've said that. I thought about that a lot. My sister asked me that. Would you have had her knowing that in 38 years you would be holding her, saying goodbye? You would have been there for the first and the last breath of her
Yeah.
life. Would you do it again? I would do it again.
Yeah.
I would change a few things, but I would do it again because I can't imagine depriving the world of the sweetness that she gave it. I got my shredder in there, you know,
Yeah.
and my shredder is the way she's supposed to be, and the other one was always smiling, just like my mom and sister, and always good to people, and just the sweetest soul you'd ever meet, and a mother to a lot of people. She had a lot of goodness in her. She was a better person than I'll ever be. So, yeah, I can't imagine not bringing her in the world. Can you? I can't imagine the things that she gave that I'll never know about that blessed somebody. You know, just her. I'll send you a picture of her in Discord. She was beautiful.
Okay.
Just the sparkle in her, but
Yeah.
just yeah, I mean, she was beautiful, and she just illumined beauty. She's beautiful inside. She's beautiful outside. She was a 4'11" little stick of dynamite. But she had Shredder. Shredder had her back.
Yeah.
But but that I couldn't imagine not to. And I know I've gotten into a dark place, and I apologize.
It's okay.
And
No, it's
I
okay.
do appreciate. I was thinking that I had all these feelings. Deep in. Now this is very, this just personal, serious, and sad. And if anybody wants to run, please, I'm gonna give you a 2-second head start. But you better start running. Get those tennis shoes on now. Get the new ones.
Yeah.
But she, when my mother died, I lost my best friend, and I lost somebody that I could laugh with and joke around with, and um, that I spent enormous amount of time with, you know, and I'll always be grateful for my husband that allowed me to go when I needed to stay as long as I needed to or wanted to, and it never said, look, you're never here. You're always there. He never did that to me, and I'm thankful for that, and I'll never do that to him. But it started then when I came back home after being there for a few months, and it wasn't so much as dealing with Mary. She was just kind of like she's like the melted butter you left out of the refrigerator. I mean, it was neither here nor there. Um, it was just dealing with being kind of in control of everything. Whereas up here, I had a husband, where I didn't even look at the bills because he took care of it. I mean, that's just the role we play with each other, and I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that. I don't need to be Miss Big anything. I don't need to know just to know. You know, I have no problem letting him be the head of this house because I don't want to be. And it's not right for me, but it is for him. So being down there, though, I had to take control of things. I had to pay, my mother's bills, and I was every day. I was on the pretense that my mother would go home. I didn't think that was the end. I was wrong, but I was in control of what my mother would have when she got out of there. Mary was just a slight. She was kind of like. Have you ever stepped on a sand spur? In Florida, you have sand spurs, and they're
Uh,
like,
we have uh goat heads here in Colorado. So I think I know what you're talking about. Sand spurs, are they like little sharp little pieces of sand?
yeah, like a little ball that stick
Yeah.
up in your foot, like a little ball of needles. You know,
Yes, that's what goat heads are.
yeah,
They're goat heads are these little kind of like four-pointed thorns. And
yeah,
yeah,
they get in your foot if
they
you're running
get in your
around.
foot. Yeah, that's exactly it. So, but
Well, that's what Mary was to me.
yeah.
She was the sand star, so I'd just pluck her out and go on about my business. She never scared me. I'm willing to go. I'm willing. I'm ready. I may not be able, but I'm willing. So she wasn't really the problem. My problem was mostly taking care of what my mother wanted me to take care of, being the best daughter that I could be.
Mhm.
And when I came home from there, I wanted to make sure that I was satisfied that I honored my mother and
Yeah.
that I respected my mother and that I did everything, if ever asked of me, did I do everything that I possibly could have, then I can honestly, and for God, probably the first thing in my life I've ever felt this way about, but yeah, I walked out that door, not one regret, not one thing did I think I could go back and do differently. Not 1 minute did my mother feel unloved. Not 1 second did I allow my mother to be sad or afraid or want a cupcake or
Yeah.
anything. We were our normal selves. Not 1 second was I fake or because that would have gave it away all the way. That would have been it.
Yeah.
She'd have known, and she would have known I was putting up a front for her. She'd have known. And so, it was a while I was down there. And then I stayed at the hospital. I think I slept, a couple hours at the condo during the day. But every single night I was there by my mother. I never slept in the condo. I never stayed there. I would go take a shower, take a quick nap, and go back. And I'd sleep by my mother. So when I walked out of there, I truly felt like I couldn't give no more. I had nothing I could lay out there differently. I felt complete. I felt like I did my mother proud.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but now my oldest sister, on the other hand, did not. She was really upset. And as we were going into the funeral home, she told me, she said, "You always told me I was going to regret putting work before everybody." And she said, "Well, I just want you to know, I haven't even got home yet, and I'm really regretting not spending more time and doing more with her, with anybody." And it felt good. I love my sister, and I never meant to her. I didn't mean to say it to hurt her. I just looked at her and said, "Well, this is one time I'm glad and I'm thankful that I have no regret. I have no regrets. I would give up everything and anything. So any money I may have lost being here was well worth it. It was well worth it." Now, the only time I did get resentful was here when my daughter died. Now, that got a little different. And I went deeper into a quiet place. And like I quit watching TV when my mom died because
Mm-hmm.
seeing people happy and living these lives just wasn't something I wanted to see right then. Then I lost my daughter, and I certainly didn't want to see it. I used to watch murder shows
Yeah.
true crime stuff because I could relate to them. We had this. It was okay. That was, I can understand that. That happy Christmas stuff I couldn't do. I just couldn't. As much as I loved it, I couldn't. I couldn't be happy. As much as I love my other children, they can't replace the one. So I've been in a really bad place. It's not really bad, but just stagnant, just dark and quiet. And I felt myself withdrawing more and more. My, old shredder in there, she get feisty with me sometimes. Be like, can't you just go back to the old way, like for us? I can't. I tried. I can't. I'm unbalanced. I'm
Yeah.
missing a part of me. It's like having someone cut your leg off and then saying, "Well, why don't you run like you used to?" I can't. I'm missing parts, but
Yeah.
y'all have brought a lot out for me, and I thank y'all. And Mary has taken a lot from me, and
But
I'll never be.
we're gonna give it
I'll
back.
never.
We're gonna give back your voice. That's the first thing that she took from you was your voice. Is that she?
You know,
Yeah, she didn't want you to have a
I
voice
I
anymore. But you're getting it back
I
now.
was. When I came home from my mother's, like I was real sick. I had gotten pneumonia. I had double pneumonia, and it took me a while to get better. But so that kind of kept me out and down for a while. And then when I lost my daughter, I'm gonna take. That's when it got really angry for me, and not like I said, not toward God or not toward anybody. I was angry that the time that I had here with grandchildren and my daughter
Mm-hmm.
and my kids, my children, my life, my family, what I worked so hard to build and to 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 mold them to be good, decent people was the time that I could have been here was taken away from me because of that whiny, irresponsible, spoilt, ignorant person who would just pitch a fit. I would get a phone call and I would go. The first time Mary ever got any kind of therapy, I took her because she was up there pouring hot wax on herself for the internet. She had the webcam.
Yeah.
Told my mother that was a big mistake. I was like, big mistake. She's not. She's desperate for a man's attention. That is not a good idea. I'd never been. It was just not a good idea. But when she started pouring wax on her, and the sad thing is, I was called because my mother didn't know how to get the wax out of the carpet. Yeah, she didn't know how to get it out of there. It was a brand new house, and she was like, "How do you get this out of there?" And I go down there, and then I find out how the wax got in the carpet. Yeah, so I got to take Mary. I took Mary to Sutton Place, and tried to get her some help. So it bothers me that she says that I, didn't want to help her. I did want to help her. I wanted to help her terribly back then,
We
just
still
like I'll help her sister now.
we still will help her. We still will, even if despite all the videos that she put out that we hate, despite all of her lies, I'm still gonna put that link in the chat to cover myself and to like cover my conscience as well, because to watch a person throw their life away and you just sit back
Yeah.
and do nothing, that makes you just as guilty in a way. So
It's,
I feel.
it does. And
Yeah.
it's funny. I listened to a video that I had sent to Marriott. It was the one where I was very, very open with her and I said that to her in there. I said, if you want people to look at you as strong and independent, because she had said something about that, then you have to, you're going to have to do your part. You can't be out here doing what you're doing. You can't be doing these things because for us, anyone that sees you on here acting and doing these things which are dangerous and do nothing, then we are guilty because we did nothing. We didn't try anything. We didn't call for help for you. I think she knows now, but when she was in the truck, when she was hitting herself and, it was her first big production of hurting herself, y- that part of me, it hurt me. And I called and had them go check on her.
Mm-hmm.
I had that, had them go check on her. And I waited and I listened to her it took her a while, but she finally said that the only person that cared about her was the police officers that showed up.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's fine with me. But, it bothered me because I was like that, even with her, even after all the hurt she's caused. I thought I can't sit here and watch her do this to herself and not do something. She don't need to know I do anything, but I can't just sit here and see it and do nothing. It's like watching someone be, um, raped or robbed or something and walk by like you don't see nothing. I can't do that.
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's different with Mary because it's like if you see her standing out in the middle of the street and cars are just whizzing past her, first instinct is to want to, get her out of the street. But then when you do get her out of the street, she screams at you, why did you get me out of the street? I wanted to die, kind of thing. That was me wanting to die. It's hard to help people like that because they're resentful of whatever help you give them.
Yeah, one thing about her, every time that my heart got a little bit of me, like where I would sit here and think, what can I do? What can I do without risking the children in my home? What can I do to see if I can't get her some help?
Hmm.
Seriously, it's a conversation I have with no one except you right now. But I would sit here wondering, what am I going to do? And then, when I get it all reserved in my thought process and in my, okay, well, first thing you need to do is maybe do this. And I get it all, I'm working it out here. I tell you what, that she would get up either in the middle of the night or the following morning and morph into the demon
Yeah.
and just come at me. And coming at me is fine. I can handle that. I don't care what you call me. I mean, she can call me a gas guzzling whore on the corner. I don't care what she calls me. It
Hmm.
don't matter. I know who I am, what I am.
Yeah.
I don't need her narrative. But her mistakes are always with me as she goes after my children and my grandchildren with ugly threats, you know, really bad threats. That and then I sit there thinking, well, Kathy, aren't you just a dummy? Yesterday, and then I get mad all over again because I have wasted compassion and tears and time consumed in what I'm going to do for her. And she gets up family again or trying to send people out to hurt us. For a while there, she tried to get the Black Lives Matter people to come out here and get me.
Yeah.
Then she tried, the transgender community. She tried to sick on me, And I'm like telling my husband, I'm like, I'm serious, baby. You better keep an eye on this road. You ever see them marching up here? They come into our house, okay? Don't
Yeah.
think they're gonna be going for a little swim. They're not coming down here to go fishing. It's gonna be because sweet little Mary sent them. So just keep in mind, keep an eye, and And then I get mad again because here I am once again giving up precious time that I could be out there in the living room playing a game with my grandbabies or outside with Shredder, you know. And once again, I have allowed Mary to steal more time. Time is worth more money, is worth more than any dollar amount in the world.
Yeah.
That
There's
time I can't get back. Then I get mad again. And then I'm like, she, I'm just like, Lord, she can't. I don't even want her to touch a dollar that may have been around me. If it's been in the same state as me,
yeah.
I, I don't want to see her getting it and benefit from anything that when she's taken so much and then have to draw it in. I'm not kidding. I got to take myself and there again, I'm taking more time from my life that I know is so precious that I can't get it back. And I get angry again. I'm like, I can't win with her. And all it is, and all I've ever told her from the day she said my daughter brought her into this, I said, don't do that. Keep talking about me if you want to. Sometimes I think it's funny. I don't care. But don't bring my family in it. Just don't. You know, blood, uh, she has this thing about what we're blood relatives.
Mhm.
Listen, I love a child more than any blood relative I could. I have a child that has no blood of mine or my husband's at all, and I love him. He's part of my heartbeat. Blood is not what determines how I love someone.
It's
Not at
what's in the
all.
heart.
Uh,
It's what's
yeah,
in their soul that's more important. Yeah.
yeah. My son, he may not have been born to me, but I'm gonna tell you something. The day that I met him was like the day of his birth, and I can tell you, and I can tell him every day after that. I can tell you every little cute little thing or every little bad thing, just like I can tell you what my daughter did when she was born. I can tell you from the moment I met that little boy, he was mine. He was my son, and nothing's going to change that. And blood or not, I don't care about that. That doesn't mean anything to me. Um, and I'm grateful that my heart is okay enough to love somebody past that bloodline. I don't need it. Some do, I don't. Mm, I don't. I don't need it. I love him. And I understood my mother a whole lot more too because, like I said, I understood a lot, but it took time. I don't know what all I just rambled off to y'all, but I apologize, and I promise y'all I'll be back to
It's okay.
not being so depressing,
It's
and I
okay.
won't do this to y'all again.
I did. Let me see if Venny wants to come in here. Hey Venny. Let me. Want to come into voice. Okay. So yeah. Yeah. I'm probably gonna wrap up here in a little bit here, but Mary, do you think if she were to live 15 more years, I don't think it's likely, but let's say that she does live 15 more years, will she, do you think that she could discover redemption, if not happiness, in those 15 years? Or would it be just like 15 more years of, PayPal me / Adrasdea, and she's going out collecting recyclables for her weed and her rum?
Well, look, she is. What is she? Is she 36 or 38? See, I
36.
don't like to
Yeah.
keep track. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's her and my son are the same age, and that's terrible to me. He's still 20,
Mm.
but okay. So for 36 years, this is how she's been. She has perfected it. She has honed in on it. She has become the best at it that she can possibly be. No, I don't expect that in any amount of years that she will change. It will take what it would take. I won't say never because, that's not a smart thing to say, but it would literally take the exact person placed here on this earth to meet up with her at the exact time that she needed to be talked to
Mm-hmm.
for her life to change. And the way she behaved when she thought that the Mormons were coming.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, that's a special kind of evil right there. That's a special kind of something. I mean, have you ever, tell me if you have, ever had somebody become that volatile over people who dedicate their life to goodness? Don't,
Uh,
I mean,
y- to a point, yeah. Sam and I had a
they're going to beat
roommate.
them up if
Yeah,
they knock on the door.
yeah. She's Mary doesn't want anything interrupting her life of weed and rum. And I think that that was what she was afraid most of, is that Mormon missionaries would be like, well, you need to give up the weed, you need to give up the rum, you need to give up coffee, kind of thing. And you could probably take away Mary's weed and rum, but she'll be damned if you take away her coffee, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Or Starbucks.
Yeah.
I don't even know if she knows that much about the Mormons, honestly. I don't know if she knows, they're, I don't think she knows that much about them um, to know what she would, what they would want her to give up. But, I know from I know how they are, the ones here, because, my grandson became a Mormon
Hmm.
and I had to learn real quick because I couldn't change his mind. I didn't agree, but I couldn't change his mind. And I saw where it was going, and I really prayed about it hard because I was like, oh, my sister was so mad at me. She was like, well, just forbid him from going. I'm like, I can't do that.
Yeah, he's an
I can't
adult.
forbid.
He can make his
He
choices.
was
Yeah.
all, he was, yeah, he was almost 18 at that time. And I'm like, I said, even if he was 16, I couldn't, right now, the way I'm feeling, I couldn't stop him. I was like, I said, I promise you, I'm going to check it out because I didn't know a whole lot about them either, and I went with him. And they come here, and they come religiously, and we sit and chat, and my biggest concerns were relieved, but there was just like two things that truly troubled me that I knew in my heart didn't fit me, you know, did not work for me. But my grandson, I saw something in him, and it just hit me one day, and I finally told my sister, I was like, look, I'm not going to forbid him. I'm not going to threaten him. I'm not going to tell him he's got to get out or anything. I said, I'm going to trust God to guide him. But before God can ever guide him, God's got to get in him. And, you know, this is how it's happening. They believe pretty much the same, they believe in Jesus, and they believe they're not, he's not dancing and naked in the moonlight, I mean,
Yeah.
they're teaching him good values. And I said, I trust that God will either direct someone in his path one day when it's time for him to move on, or if that's where he's meant to be, we'll let him learn all he can.
Yeah.
But I said, I know from my own personal experience, there's been times when I knew in my heart it was time to go on. You know, let's let's move on. We got to climb on and learn something else. And when I was obedient and did what I knew my instincts was telling me to do, I was better for it. And that's what I had to rely on. And I told her, I'm not gonna belittle him. I'm not doing none of that. I'm gonna go and learn as much as I can. And I said, don't make me mad now because you know what? If they got to him, they might get to me. She she mad at me. She's like, don't say that. You're going to hell. I was like, no, I don't think we're gonna go to hell. I said we might just be Mormon. That's all. But I said I'm gonna trust God and I'm gonna trust him
Yeah.
that his mother raised him right. I know, and what she didn't get to finish, I did. So I put the final touches on him, and I just try. And he's doing great. He's got a government job. He's working in Montana, and he's still Mormon. He's happy. And I'm gonna trust him. I mean,
Hey, Roots, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? How are you? I just wanted to come in and give Auntie Kath a big old frickin' bear hug.
and I feel it. I knew I was getting warm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
It,
here for you. You know that I appreciate the text today, and I'm really sorry about everything that's going on. I know it sucks, and yeah,
It
but
does because I
Hey,
hate that.
hey, Venny.
It should. He's young.
yeah, we're all here for you, and I guess that's what this is kind of all about. I mean, all of us, like
Yeah,
all of us, we all have our own different opinions, and we all have our own different views, and we all kind of tell jokes and we dick around a lot of the time. But when something like this happens, we're always there for each other, and it's nice to be able to talk to you. So yeah, I just
It's
want.
my dad always, for him, being willing to lay yourself down for another person was a great. That's just like the ultimate sacrifice. That's why they in war. Uh, he would have never thought of running off and letting someone, be ambushed. He's going to get in there and put his body in front of him and do what he had to do. And that's kind
Yeah,
of the way y'all are as a group of people that I feel in my heart is so wonderful. Y'all can joke around and we all say things we probably shouldn't say, and I'm
exactly.
older, so I've probably said a whole lot more than you guys have at this point in life. But y'all are all them kind of people. Y'all are the kind of people that I know. If my grandbaby, who can barely, just started walking, was about to get hit by something, and you're standing there, I know without a doubt in my heart that it's in you
I would
to
jump in
save
yeah,
front
that
of him.
baby.
I promise.
I
I
believe
would jump in front of him.
that y'all would save an old lady like me before and probably not even think about it. I don't think you'd put no thought in it. I
not
think your
even.
reaction would be your reaction. It wouldn't be you wouldn't be sitting over there contemplating, okay, well if I go out there, I'm gonna get that red paint on that car on me. Could die.
You ain't got time for that. You don't have time for that.
Yeah,
It's a fight or flight.
it is.
You're
And it's
either
either in
that
you,
person or you're not. I don't think about opening doors for people. I don't think about it. I just do it.
you do it
Right? Like,
naturally.
It's
yeah,
I don't
This
you
know.
go
is
What
in
walking
is
you.
it?
It's
you
who
go
you
walking
are.
into like a gas station. It's just instinct to like hold the door open for someone that's coming in behind you,
Yeah,
even if they're 20
Yeah,
paces away. It's like, I'm
I
gonna
don't,
hold the door for this guy.
man. I don't even care about their age, man. It ain't even like it's got to be an old lady. It could be
Or
somebody
a
my
young one.
age, man.
Yeah.
It's just out of habit, man.
It's
hmm
but this is the part that always surprised me. Not everybody is like that. And like I
Yeah, there's a
seen it.
I
lot of
wish I
shitty
wich
people out there.
more were.
Yeah, but it's sad. But being being online like I have been lately, and I get into, and I kind of been venturing around because sometimes I just hit that home button because none of y'all are around, and I go just watching
Oh,
different things, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. So I won't even. I mean, some of the things that I saw where they're trying to present themselves as a whole front, and they're just tearing each other down, and instead of saving somebody or helping someone, they're like trying to figure out how to get on their, I guess, to get on top of their neck and head to get a little higher up in the group there, and like
crabs in a bucket.
uh,
AP said it great. Crabs in a
that is
bucket.
a good. That
yeah,
is true. That is the way they do try to crawl on each other to get out.
That's what
You
it
know,
is.
Yeah, and they'll pull each other back down. Yeah.
Yeah, but
and
like people like
it,
us, we all have our own things going. Like we all have lives outside of this. So this is kind of like our little escape, and we kind of form these communities to just kind of chill out after the day, or after or during the day, having the shit on at the shop, or whatever, and we get to talk to each other, and it's fun. But a lot of these other people, they're trying to make careers out of the internet and
yeah,
do
yeah.
all
you
that
can't
kind of.
under,
It's weird.
Yeah, no. Now I think it's weird, yes, but I also think like if you put enough time into it, why not try to do a bunch of randoms? I've had like 14 different ideas that I've just jotted down. This might work in the future. To a degree, I'm not here for that. That's definitely not why I'm here. But Do you know what I mean? If
I
I
guess
could,
Gotcha, yeah.
like the Funko Pop dolls, like if we could really make like a side gig, yeah, like if money came out of it, but I would
it'd be
cut
great.
whoever helped in, you know what I mean? I'm not
But you're
like,
not gonna put a
I would
bullet in my
disperse
head
the money.
to make an extra dollar, would you? You're not that kind
I,
of person.
Man,
I
I
would
mean,
no, I would never
Right.
like no. Would somebody say that? Did I
I'm
miss
telling you
something tonight?
from not nobody to me personally, I'm thankful that I got enough sense to,
Thank God.
stay away from people like that, but I've seen on them groups of people that I've been watching, just keep looking, and I'm amazed at how much they will hurt each other, for the
Yeah, it's sad.
for the for not a reason that I know of course we have to have money. We have to have money to live and eat and have a roof over our
Mhm.
head and pay the electric bill and all that good stuff.
Water
Yet
and all
stuff
of
ain't
it. Yeah.
free, and we know it.
No. Hey, have you done Mary talk at all tonight?
No, I
Because
haven't.
I
Yeah.
had one point that I noticed. So okay, yeah, let's not then. Okay, cool.
Oh,
She probably won't.
yeah.
She'll be all hype. She'll probably come on tomorrow. Is what
Yeah.
I'm
oh,
thinking.
there will be videos tomorrow,
Oh
100%.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
100%.
She'll be.
I
she'll-
I I would believe so, except I have a theory about it.
What is your theory?
She only has textable data. She's only got like millibytes of data. Kilobytes. She can only like do like text top stuff. I think when she did all those long videos, she filled out whatever plan she has because it's one
She
of those
burned it
pay
out. She burned
as
out
you
her
go type
plan.
joints.
But
So
she's. I don't.
I think I swear to God, I
You
think
think she used her data?
yeah.
I don't know. I ain't never seen that.
I swear, yeah.
I
Because it'll drop to 2G. It'll after you use so much, it'll drop to 2G if you have 4G. So right now, because I noticed she's been changing whether or not certain videos are allowed to have comments or not. So she's been doing stuff online.
Mm-hmm.
I pay
okay.
attention too
But
much. She has been
that's pretty good.
online.
That's an
She
interesting.
just hasn't put anything up.
She's putting them in
That's
lower
in-
resolution too because it's easier for her bandwidth.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do
So all
It'd
the
more.
signs
be
kind of look
smart
like
for her
she's
to do that.
low on data. Well, I think she'll be getting money anytime now
It is the
because it's the
first of
From
the
first of
what?
the
month.
month.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, the
she'll be
first
getting
one.
whatever what I call it, G something, her GR
GR.
general, like and that's like 200 and some dollars, and then she gets food stamps, which is over 200, and that's all going to be hitting her here in a day. I figured it was today, and then whoever gave her money the other day, she was able to buy enough a pot to get her through to this point. But you might be right also about the data, which means she'll take her. Oh, I see Cocoa Puff now.
Yeah.
He's so cute. She'll take she. Lord, I lost her train of thought.
It's okay.
She'll flip
She
the
has
food
enough
stamps for
to
the
get.
data. She'll flip the food stamps for some extra data, I bet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she'll figure it out once she gets her money. She'll use the money to get the data, and then she'll start back to the crying, whining, begging for it because
Yeah.
that's gonna take some
Well,
money.
she did like 5 days, I think, once and called it 2 weeks. So I mean, I imagine it'll
Yeah.
be like 2 days and call it a week because she lives these 6 hour days that we can't live.
Well, my
Yeah.
guess is she's checking out everybody in our family's social accounts, like our Facebooks and stuff, to see what's going on. I'm sure she's keeping a real
Yeah, I'd
close eye
imagine.
on it. And she's not going to be able to take it much more. I know her. She won't be able to hold on. She's holding on because we're all talking about it. It's just like she's
Yes.
almost determined to make it at least till tomorrow, and then she's got
Specifically,
to.
though, not about Mary specifically. I was hoping I got back on the stream to ask you, how has your day been, Aunt Kathy?
Well, my sister passed away this morning, so
I,
it's
I
been
heard,
an
I heard,
emotional day.
I
Yeah,
heard
it's been.
about it, and remember what we talked about when I first hopped on? You said that
I
feeling.
do. I had that
I, bel
feeling. Yeah, I knew.
yes, ma'am, and I'm not shocked because you said that. You know what I mean? You said it, and those things are real. I'm sorry
Yeah,
for you.
when I went over to tell my other sister, she knew so when you're connected in a lot of different ways, you just know, you know, you know.
I just wanted to
So
show my respects and, you know, to
thank
send my
you. That's really sweet of
condolences
you.
and
And I
yeah.
promise you, I'll tell y'all more about her. And I want her daughter to tell y'all about her because that's her mother. You know,
Mhm.
she's
We'd like to
gonna.
hear it from we'd like to hear it from a daughter too,
I
because we've
want
heard
her
a
to
bunch of
tell
bad
y'all.
from a daughter. Like we've heard the
Right.
bad from
So
that, so why not hear the good?
yeah, and I've talked to her before when she was gonna, talk. Wanted She was begging me, bless her heart, but it just wasn't the right time. But now, we're getting there. The time is there. We're on it. And I've told her, you just tell, if it was, you're not gonna hurt me at all. In fact, if anything, I feel more guilt toward you than anything or anyone that I've ever, if I hate that I've allowed Mary to consume so much of my time. I took it away from my family. I took it away from her sister, who was worthy of somebody giving her a little extra. You know, I wish
Yeah.
I wish that I would have just sometimes just bypassed my mother's house and drove out there and picked up her youngest sister. But then
Mhm.
again, she may not be the woman she is today if I hadn't, because
Yeah. But
like
then again,
she may
that's
not
I
have.
don't know, she may have showed up that way no matter what anybody did. It sounds like she wanted to live. I mean, I don't know too much, but it sounded like she felt like she just because she lived with grandma that she got to live how grandma, like the QVC grandma
Right.
got whatever she wanted. You know, grandma deserved everything she wanted.
Right. And it's not a rite of passage. You don't just get it. I mean,
And
my
not
husband.
if you, especially a
Yeah.
family that big. That's insane. I got
Yeah.
like a third of an acre because we had like 4 acres and it got all split out. Like you don't get it like that. Like she's
No.
no.
And Mary just thought she was entitled and special. And
Yeah.
I understand making children feel special. I mean, Lord, I didn't walk around here telling mine that. Well, Lord, what are you doing? You know you ain't special.
Mhm.
You can't do that.
Yeah, but you
You.
think like you got to get the realism in them in their teens. You know,
Yeah, you do.
she never got past 13, and
Right.
I don't know.
When my stepfather died, instead of having that counter, partner, like my husband he used to tell me, and he still does, you're too easy. You are so easy. You need to back off and let me help this boy become a man because you're too easy. You coddle too much. Or,
Well, I can
you
imagine in his eyes you do. Like anything you do's got to be like sweeter than. I mean, I imagine you're really caring and really loving with him. Wait, like that's what bothers me when Mary talks to crap because I hear it in your voice. It's just not true. Like that's I said you're
not me.
humble. There's it's not. It's just not.
You can
I've got my
feel it.
faults,
You
but
can feel it
I've, I,
when Aunt Kathy talks.
I
Yeah, you
love,
can feel it. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know exactly where you're coming from, Venny.
she's
I know
genuine.
exactly where you're going. Yeah,
She's
I
genuine,
trust me, I
man.
know.
The
I
term
had to have that
That's why.
conversation with my kid's mom
the term
about
salt of the earth is that that she is a good person. She
Yes.
is one the salt of the earth, basically.
yeah.
So
Yeah, no, that's
By the
I know
way,
it's a go.
Roots and Gov, both of y'all, how have your days been, man?
Man,
I
it's
slept all
just
day.
been a
I slept. Today was my day
oh,
off from customer
show.
service work at hell, so I slept all day.
Yeah,
well, how was
good
your
man,
dinner?
good man. I don't blame you.
Just
Didn't
a
you go out to
Oh
eat?
man, it was great.
Good.
Yeah, yeah. We went out to a little Chinese place. It was pretty good. Yeah,
Did y'all
she
have fun?
enjoyed it. Yeah,
Good.
we had fun. We came back here. We spent
Good.
some time together, and now she's asleep. I was able to sneak my left arm out to get to y'all. So yeah,
oh, she's staying at your crib?
yeah, brother.
Right
That's
on,
good.
man. Right on.
Yeah,
Smooth enough
yeah.
business.
Yeah,
You
it
don't know how
works, man. And
somebody
she
is.
got yeah, it's dope. Man, we're all conversation that works. It's like funny stuff all the time. Like it was a neat day, it was a neat time, and
So y'all had a
yeah,
good
I'm
time
just
together.
like
No
yeah,
problems. That's
no,
good.
no.
That's real good. That's
Right on,
fun.
man. I'm happy for you.
Just don't
Thanks, man.
forget.
Thanks, man.
Listen, anything that's meant to be will come. You'll come across some holes in the road or bumps in the road, and just
Oh, I
ask
know it. I
yourself.
know it.
Yeah, you make sure
I
right now.
well,
You think about this
I kind
before
of
you.
told myself not to. I've shut a lot of things down that might have been good opportunities. So this year I'm at least giving them the shot. You know.
hmm
Yeah.
Good. I mean, I have to get.
Yeah.
I have to
I'm
come in
staying
here and
away from
disturb
straws
my.
for a while.
I
my credit
understand
card.
your reasoning though.
Yeah, yeah, I went through some
Yeah,
hellish
but your
shit.
time will come, Roots. It's gonna come back. You just watch. You know,
We'll see.
there's, but
The only
yeah,
It's
lady in my
cyclical.
life, the only lady in my
yeah.
life is a 13-year-old. I watched get born, and it was handed to me. Like that is
Well, then you
my.
don't need another one at that point. I get where you're coming from, man. Like I raised two stepdaughters, and I hate to call them that, but that's and I only got them until they were up to like 5 and 6. But man, they were my daughters, and I
They'll
didn't.
always
That's what I
be.
realized. I didn't love their mom. I fell in love with being their dad, and that was the problem.
That is
Hey,
sweet, though.
dude, that is
That's a
that
good
is
person.
fucking straight up what just happened to me, man. I didn't love this woman I was with. I
But she
loved
had
the
a
kid.
kid.
She had two
Yes, and
kids, two daughters.
it's heartbreaking to the kid. It's heartbreaking to you, and the woman doesn't care as much. It sucks, bro.
That
7
is
years.
awful.
7 years I
You
was
know,
7.
with them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got 6. I got 6. The youngest was literally or 5 or 6. The youngest was 2 weeks old when I first held her. Like it was insane, man. So I
oh,
felt like I was their dad. I went to rehab for them. They thought I was their dad. Like I mean, I did everything for these kids.
I'm
Yeah.
glad you
She's
said
But it
that.
made
You
me
know,
a man.
that's
It
great.
made me a man. It made me a man. Like in a big way. Like I have responsibilities. I have to have the bill money. I can't. I have to have it. I have to. And ever since then, I've lived better because of it. I try to take good out of even if it ended bad, every bad scenario, I try to bring some good along.
You realize that
I
you are
feel
now
you, dude.
responsible for a human life.
Yeah, but that was
That's
the
a
best
scary
parts,
feeling.
man.
Yeah,
That was the best parts,
it's
man.
just it
When
felt you
you
with
get a
joy.
2 year old you have a 2 year old sitting beside you, not moving, sitting still, listening to music with you, and then you take her out on the lake, when she's like 3, and you on their shoulders, and first time she like unprompted, like she like smacks me on my shoulders in that lake, and it's like I love you, daddy, because I walked out in a really shallow spot, super far away that I knew of, and then I turned back around. She saw how far away the bank was. She was so excited, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell
yeah,
y'all
like I'll
something.
never forget it.
One day
Yeah.
I'm gonna read y'all something one day when I, that I want, especially you guys. Uh, When I met my husband, I told you I was alone. I was a single mom, and I had my daughter and I had my son, and it was me and them and my crazy sister across the street, the one that forgets everything. Bless her heart. But it was me, her, and them. And um, when I met him, my kids had seen, like my chip. See, here I am. I'm gonna start stuttering because I'm gonna tell something
No,
that's sorry,
I do
but
the
like
same when I kinda get excited or
you're
try to get over. You're fine, you're fine,
telling
no
something you
problem.
don't normally talk about. When
Exactly, yes.
they knew, more so my daughter knew, but she was younger than my son, but they knew the struggle. They knew what I was running from, and I promise I was always looking out, always looking behind my back.
Mhm.
I was always anticipating, somebody popping up because that's what always happened. I struggled
Yeah,
for a
the
long
next
time
issue
getting
the
away
next issue,
from
yeah.
my ex. I couldn't divorce him forever because he was going to kill me, and he tried to kill me. He would just he if he saw me at the store, just this happened. I'm just in the store. I'm not paying attention to, who's coming up beside me. I've got my children with me, and I see my son's face, like looking like he recognized someone coming up behind us. I turned around and I got knocked out.
He
And
fucking
he
punched
just,
you?
Oh,
yeah,
we hate
he
this
would do
guy
it.
now, we hate
He
this
did
guy,
it
man.
every time. Like he would find me. I would move around and then he would find me. He
Did he
would
catch
break in.
I'm not trying to
He
prove
would
you wrong
walk.
or nothing, but he shoulda caught charges. Did he ever catch charge? He shoulda caught some charges,
He,
like
I did. A couple of
I'm not gonna
times.
start you down
Yeah.
or try to
No, he
prove
did.
that's not what it
Oh, he's not nice. I mean,
trust me, I don't wanna
it's
do
a long
anything that would
story, but
bring
he,
you down in any way.
yeah, he did. He did get charged.
Yeah.
He didn't get charged though by me for a long time because I just wanted to run. But the one time he thought
Well,
he
the victim that's right. the state, in my case, something happens, the state has to press charges because the victim won't press charges if they think like
Yeah, I
the
wouldn't.
state takes it up, you know.
If I came to and the cops weren't there, I didn't call them. I would just pack up my children and we'd move again. But there was just the one time that he found me. I had rented this little tiny house in a kind of a real quiet area. It was a poor area, but it was quiet. It was cheap rent. But he found me. And I remember hearing, I had my little girl. She was in the like a playpen. And, I was walking through. She was in the playpen. And my son was playing with his truck, putting the little cars on it. He's just zooming around with it. And I heard the screen door slam because it was an old house that had a screen door. I love that sound. And I heard it slam. And I look up because both babies are there. I look up and I was real close to the wall. And he hit me so hard that, I hit the wall and I slid down the wall. And my little boy, he thought I was dead. When, Phil, when, I don't call him, he wasn't a father, but when he walked out the screen door, my little boy walked out behind him crying, went up to this, walking up the sidewalk and ran. There was a couple of ladies out there outside of a little bar on the corner, and they got him by the hand, brought him back to the house, and um, they were helping me, and they called the police, and they told them you know, what they knew, and I'll always think of this. I will always think highly of those women. My little boy could have got hit by a car. He thought his mommy was dead. And, thankfully he didn't try to get his sister out of the playpen. He left her in there and they came and, you know, that was when I knew I had to get a little further away. My brain didn't work right. I'm like, okay, I got to move further away. That's when I went to Tampa.
Mhm.
I got to go further because
Yeah.
he's finding me, and this time, my son could have been hit by a car. I mean, it could have been really bad, or
He
I could have been
he's
dead.
not hassling you anymore,
Oh
is
no,
he?
no, he doesn't bother me
Like
no
that's
more.
not happening
No,
to this day,
that
right?
all it
Okay,
that ended when I moved from Tampa to here. Probably before then.
okay.
I always try to deal.
If it ever does, you know what to
Now he
do.
won't
I
come near
mean,
me
you know
now.
what to do if it ever does.
I have grown kids now. I don't have little children no more. That
You got a lot of you got a lot of nieces and nephews. I'm serious.
I'm gonna tell you,
You got a lot of them
I
now.
didn't want to put him on my daughter's death certificate. I did not want his name on it, and I was willing to fight it, go to court, do whatever I had to do to keep him off of it because I didn't think he even needed to have his name associated with anything as sweet and beautiful as she was. But that was
Can I
that was
lighten the
that.
mood a little bit?
Did they
I
push
never even talked.
it?
He didn't hear from me. That's what I'm gonna say. But what I was gonna tell y'all, I wanted you to know this. But years and years ago, when I first met my husband, and we moved in together first because, you can. I mean, I wasn't too keen on being married or being controlled by anyone ever again. If I was gonna have to move or run, I was going. I'm not coming back to get a divorce
It was
from you.
yeah.
You were breaking up, or
He's
You don't
robot.
seem like I said. You're just like
I
you're good.
I
It's
know how
alright.
to tuck and roll. Well, I was, I wasn't gonna get married again, but so I did agree to move in with, this is my husband, the boss, the boss. So I move in,
Yes.
and I'm like watching my kids every day, and I'm thinking, are they gonna be okay? They've seen, where people they have not seen the best in people, and I was concerned, and they were tough, man. They had little walls around their heart, probably thicker than mine, but every day it got a little softer and a little softer. And um, one day we'd lived together a year when he came in and asked me to marry him, and he had told me, honey, because he don't like rejection, but he had told me, I'm gonna ask you one time, and he said, please don't jump to an answer. Don't tell me no right away. Please think about it. I'm gonna ask one time. That's the only time I'm gonna ask. Well, come to find out, he must love me a little more than that because he has asked twice. So I'm happy with that. That was a bonus. But, when he did come in and ask me, my children already knew, and they were so happy. And my little, they they wanted so badly for him to be their father, and he did become their father. And he was the only father they'd ever really had. They learned how to be functioning people. I mean, he didn't give them no slack either. He taught them just as if they'd been born to him. But
No,
what I'm about to tell you now,
I'm sure he did. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He didn't treat them like strict, step children.
he
He
didn't.
didn't see
No,
it
we
like
didn't
that.
even. We don't use that word. We never have, never will. We don't step on
I
anybody.
know, I hate it.
Yeah, we
I
don't
don't
step.
like to
We don't
do
step on children. Now we might look at them funny, but we don't be stepping on them. But he, my
it.
we just hadn't stepped on any. It's been a while. Okay, we done forgot if we ever did. But he, that was easy for me. But I wasn't sure if he could do it. He had never had children. And here this, I couldn't believe how stupid he was wanting to marry me, knowing how much baggage I was carrying around with me. How hard my heart was, and how, you know, I just can't. I couldn't believe
You
it.
said he didn't have children?
Huh?
Did he not have children?
No, he didn't have
Did he not
children.
have children for
No,
lack of trying, or did he just
he never had been married. I was his.
like?
I'm his first and second wife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had never first and second.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking that maybe like the children was great motivation for me, and like I'm sure that it was just an extra piece to the
Yeah,
puzzle for him.
it was different for him
And
because
purpose. Sure.
he had never really been around children. He'd lived a life that I never knew about. He was In fact, our first date was down in West Palm Beach. He asked me to be a bubble watcher because he scuba dived. So that was our first date. He come from a different world than I did, and he grew up in country clubs, and I grew up barefooted on the beach. We just lived two different lifestyles. I grew up, you made your bed, you lied, you did this. This is yours to fix. I was 16 years old and got my own apartment. Um, Worked at Burger King, pregnant. I mean, hungry. It was just, I lived everything that I did, and I had to get out of it myself. I had to do it. So
I actually offered him marry a job. I actually like to just come be like homeless, in a town by me, and I give her like $8.50 to shut up, and I throw her with a little bit of weed.
don't
But she never took me
don't
up
get
on it.
that close to her. She's very dangerous. Trust me.
No, I wanted her away so much that she was like, "What job can I do when I can be crying,
Oh
stoned, or
yeah,
drunk?" And I was like, "Venny P and Associates, I got you."
yeah.
And
There's plenty of jobs.
it was
Plenty.
a joke, but you would have thought she would have hit me up.
But my daughter wrote him a book. That's what I was getting to. I told y'all I have to go around the block to get to the neighbor's house. But she started writing him a book back. I think she was young, and she chronicled every event or every moment that changed her perspective of him, her love for him, and she just wrote so beautifully the love that she felt from him, that she was his little girl. And she had wrote in it for like 4 years, and then she gave it to him for Father's Day one year. And it was before she had, hadn't been married yet. She gave it to him, and every year right before Father's Day, she would come and get the book, and she added to it. And then, when she got married and she had her children. I mean, it's all in there, and it's the most beautiful thing I have ever read in my life. And she
I
would
love that.
she would get it,
Yeah.
she'd write in it, and she'd bring it back to him, and then he would probably he's not the kind of person to show emotion, but he would read it privately. And the pride I seen in, they had a relationship like a father and daughter, that an unbeatable bond, and she wasn't biologically his. That's why I say love, blood don't mean nothing to me. I see how love works. I know
So,
how it works. It means nothing. But that little
yeah,
book is the most
it's
precious.
about time and effort. And
And I'm gonna tell you, when you hear the words that she wrote, they're just, she just describes everything, every little thing. Like, she talks about like a 4th of July where we were just out on the river, and we had this little kiddie pool out there, and they would just sit out there. And she describes watching, us be outside and us just interacting as a family that day. And she just put into such detail what she was feeling, seeing, us become a family, and how, it's a beautiful
I'd
book.
like to read this if there's any way, like,
She put pictures in it.
I would never like let it out or nothing. That's personal. It's really personal, but I'd like to read it.
Yeah, I
Sounds like
tell.
it'd be sweet.
It's in a.
Actually, Ron
I want y'all
Jones
to.
got me into
I
reading.
want y'all to
now,
see
all
it
of a sudden.
and hear it because, especially you guys that are out. Y'all haven't. Like I really feel like you're about to embark on a life with somebody, and it might benefit you one day. It might help you one day. And Ruth,
Yeah,
he too, he wants to give up, but
yeah,
Lord, his heart's so big. I know he can't. He ain't gonna give up like
Mm,
that.
Do
He.
you want to hear the
yo.
sweetest thing
When
I've
you
ever
said
read?
the Mary, you said
The
I'm sorry,
sweetest thing I've ever
yeah.
read.
Just let me say this real quick.
Go
Um,
ahead, man.
Kathy, when you said the whole like getting married thing, when you mentioned that, like me and my chick were listening, and it's
where
like,
are you?
yo, we did everything. You make us feel all
Oh
weird.
yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
watch
like I
it.
swear to God, like it was just the right timing, the wrong
Well,
timing.
you know what
I
I
was like,
thought? It
whoo,
was
what the
the
hell?
wrong
Gotta
timing
gotta
too.
gotta get out of here.
I thought I am not getting married,
No, it's fine. Say
and I felt
whatever you want.
terrible.
It's fine. My girl looked at me and just smiled, and I was like, hey.
I felt terrible.
It's probably for the best.
Well, you know what? I'm not
What
gonna
was
ever
it,
lie
Ruth?
to you, hun. I'm not gonna cover it up for you because I
No,
feel what
no,
I'm seeing.
I feel because if y'all can,
I
yeah, if y'all can hear it out of me, it's making me happy, man. I probably
I
more better get him up with me, honestly. So like, it helped me a lot.
you just gotta
What was it, Ruth? What was it you were gonna say, brother?
All I was
I'm
gonna
sorry.
say
Go ahead.
was she was talking about like someone writing or a child writing about what she felt and saw. And my kid really she's bright, but she's not the brightest. She's very athletic and she's very gifted when it comes to art. And she drew a picture of me and her fishing, and it was a birthday card that she sent me about 3 years ago. And it said, "Even when times are bad, I'll always love you because you're my dad."
oh, that's sweet. You know, that's I my daughter always did that. She always we're really a note passing family, like I used to always leave notes at night on the counter. So the first thing they would see in the morning is, a little something from me, good morning, or
Uh,
maybe I had something for them to do or something. I didn't want to forget in case, you know, I always left notes and like it was just something I do. I saved all the notebooks too, by the way. I have all these notebooks in there
I'm I
containing these,
do that too. I have thousands of
but
notebooks.
I can't throw them out. I just
It's
can't.
hard to get rid of a notebook, man.
Coloring
It
books, same
could be
thing.
anything in them,
I
man.
got
It could
coloring
be something good in there.
because everybody colored a picture in a couple of 'em, but the thing with the books and the notes and things that, my daughter had, with her not being here no more, you cannot imagine how precious that is to us.
I feel you. I
yeah.
know that
Oh, it's
it's
priceless. There's no,
Right.
yeah.
It
absolutely
is.
priceless. I would trade anything I have. Anything
So,
I have. If someone said it's either this, this stupid little birthday card that your daughter drew a picture of you fishing
you'll
on
take
with
that
that dumb little
card.
thing, or your fucking house, I'd be like, I want that card.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
house is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
the house is
card.
gone.
No,
Fuck the house.
I've got
now that
items like
I
that
don't,
too.
now that we don't get to hear her anymore, we don't get no more cards. And, we still read everything that she left around here for us. Sometimes I just sit and I go through those notebooks and I find the notes that her and I passed back and forth at night, and I can hear her, I can hear her. I stay up late at night, like I was telling our governor there. I stay up at night because I can hear my walls.
Yeah.
My house was built with, a lot of happiness, a lot of joy, a lot of laughter, and a lot of tears. And at night when I'm quiet and the house is quiet and no one's moving, there's so many nights I just sit here and I swear I can hear them and they're laughing and carrying. I can hear them laughing. It's like in it is this home. This home is what we put in it, and it's still holding that love and that laughter. So I can't.
You're gonna make me
That book
freaking
means
cry.
I don't want to make nobody cry, but that's the truth. It's like, yeah,
No, it's fine.
I always heard all my life a house,
You're breaking up,
house that
Venny.
has no one in it.
You're really breaking up now. So
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Needs to
Sorry,
go
because
bro.
that marriage
separate
thing just
now.
got him
Any
all
better?
upset there. He
A
got shook up on it.
little bit better, I think.
But anyway, that
Any
book,
better?
yeah.
I'm not doing testing.
He left
Oh,
us then.
Jesus.
Oh,
Oh,
Well, no.
he'll be back.
all we had to
I
do,
think he needs to reconnect.
all we had to do is put a Band-Aid on him.
Yeah.
I bet, that book means a lot to us, and it's a way to hear her and feel her, and I love it. But their relationship was really sweet because she didn't have to love him and he didn't have to love her like that. Or my son, he didn't have to care enough to teach, them to do everything. And, my daughter, my daughter learned a lot. Bless her heart, she learned a lot. She wanted to know why she couldn't have the same privileges as the boys. And my husband took over on that one. I didn't have it. I didn't get to say nothing, but he looked at her and he said, "You think that you can handle yourself as well as your brothers? You think you can do everything they can do, correct? You think you can defend yourself? And, you know, you think you're okay there?" And she said, "Yes, I can. I can do anything they can do." He said, "Okay, fine." He said, "Next time the septic tank backs up, or your little brother flushes something down the drain, or anything happens like that, you'll be the one to come out there and unclog it, okay? Because that's what they do. They help me. They help me. So you'll be up for the job, right?" She's like, "I got it. I got it." She said, "If I can do it, do I get my curfew extended?" He said, "If you complete the job, you will get your curfew. You will prove your point, and you will get your curfew." I'm gonna tell you, she didn't do it. She, she
Did
didn't
she
make
get covered in shit?
it. She sure did. It was terrible. He was out there gagging, puking, crying. She's like, "I forget it. It ain't even worth it. It's not even worth it. Forget it. I'm fine. 10 o'clock's good for me."
That's
10
funny.
o'clock's good.
That's funny.
Oh, it was hilarious. I mean, and it was hilarious. She completed it, but after she got done, she was so disgusted, and she admired her brothers for getting under there. You know, she
Getting in
figured
that
they earned it.
shit.
Yeah, she didn't. She did not want to get called for that job ever again. Wasn't going to
That
happen.
is funny.
But she
That's
did learn
funny.
a lot. You know,
I'm the same way with my daughter. Like, hey, if you can do it, then let's go.
let's
Let's
see.
do it.
Yeah.
We're gonna
We'll see.
we're gonna
We'll see.
we're
Come
gonna
on, let's
stage a
go.
mugging. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
like, but she
she's a bit
knew.
of a tough ass, little
I think
shithead.
he handled it correctly, and it helped. She was able to let that idea go without any problem. Now, I would
That's
have probably
too
took a
funny.
different approach. Been like,
Yeah,
we ain't talking about it. We just not even gonna talk about it. I
let
guess
the
I have to go
fucking
out with you.
let the boys handle the shit work. Don't be a dummy. Come on.
Yeah, come on. You know you love being prissy. That's what I told her one day. You take after your mama. You love being prissy. You love being tough.
She should have gotten
But that
her
prissy.
curfew back just for having the courage to go out into the septic tank. She should have at least
Well,
gotten
she could have had it.
yeah.
It could have been,
No,
yeah. She could have
no,
had it
no.
extended. She didn't
No,
want it
she
no
should have
more.
got an hour. She should have got an hour taken off her curfew. So if she had to come home at 10 o'clock, no, now you come home at 9 o'clock.
Well, no, we didn't.
Oh.
Nah, we didn't do that to her. Actually, I think he had the bet. He knew that her judgment was gonna. Oh, she was gonna come up with the right decision, and she knew that even if she didn't, that I wasn't in that. I had nothing to do with none of that, and she knew that my day was coming, and she knew I would have somehow, some way, had figured out a way for it not to happen. And because I'm not that easy. I'm not easy at all. I've been a girl for a long time. I've been a female a long time. I know things. I know things. So like she, she would try to play me. Like, she knew I had to work early, so like she would try to come in a couple of times late. But like I'm always one step ahead of her. I had bought this Big Ben clock, and I bought a couple of them, and I put them all over the house, and I would set it for her curfew hour, because in case I fell asleep, because I had to get up. It was hard. And I told her, if them clocks go off, you're grounded. You are truly grounded. You better not let one alarm clock go off because they're loud. And
Uh,
and
you
I'm
little
gonna tell you,
shit.
you want to get a kid's blood pressure going, let them come flying in the door seconds before them clocks start blaring. You hear
My
them falling all over themselves, hitting
So she
those.
had to shut them off. Like she had to
She
shut
had
them
to
off
shut
at
them
the right
off.
time.
Yeah,
Okay.
before they
Am I
start,
better?
before they went off. Before they went off.
That's
One
smart.
of them was right
That's
at
really
my
smart,
bedroom
actually.
door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, they were all over there was probably three of them. I think I had three. I had one in the kitchen, dining room, and outside my bedroom door, just in case she got smart and, want to
I
hide
got a
one.
call. I got a call about 2 weeks ago, and it's my daughter. I mean, I talk to her pretty much every night, but 2 weeks ago, I get a call, and she's like, "Dad, I got caught sneaking out," and I'm like, "What the
It's like,
fuck were you doing? Who the hell were you with? Like, what the hell's going on?" She was like, "Oh, her friend Yadetsi and her other friend, like," she was like, "We just wanted to go hang out in the backyard. It was dark, and California's all messed up with the schools and stuff, so these kids are in and out of school and yada yada yada." So her friends snuck over, and they were in the backyard, and they got caught. She got caught with her girlfriends basically, and her mom like fucking grounded her, and she's like talking to me on the phone like, "Please, can you get me out of this? Can you please get me out of this?" I'm like,
no.
"No, no, you little shit, you got caught fucking sneaking out of the house. Not happening. I'm not the cool guy here." Like,
Yeah.
no fucking way, man. I'm not the cool guy on this one, man. You
It's
fucking
hard to be
snuck
the
out of the
cool
house.
guy. It's hard to be the cool guy when she did it and you're states away, you know?
Yeah, my daughter got caught
Oh,
sneaking back in. She was free and clear. She was caught coming back in the window.
yeah, no, this one
Uh,
got caught in the fucking like in the gangway, or where the hell were they? I can't remember which. Maybe on the roof, I think. I think they might have been hanging out on the roof. And yeah, she's like, "Dad, I know you can talk to mom. I know you can talk to mom. Please talk to
You
mom about this.
can. The question
Talk to
is,
mom
will
about this."
you?
I'm like, "Nope."
Yeah.
no,
Didn't say, didn't even
that was
say a
the
Hey,
worst.
fucking word.
When my,
Didn't
when
I
say
my
a word
daughter's
about it. And then her mom brought it up to me. She's like, "Yeah, the little shit snuck out." And I was like, "Yeah, she told me, she asked me to fucking try to butter you up." And I was like, "Nope, sorry, Buttercup."
How many, y'all are familiar with Tampa, right? Y'all know Tampa's probably not the best
Yeah.
place you want your daughter sneaking out at. Well,
oh
my
yeah.
daughter snuck out, went to Ybor City, went to a mosh pit, got in there, and then,
Broke her
like I said, she
nose.
she got caught sneaking back in. And when my husband worked at night, so he caught her sneaking in, and he tried to act like he'd been up waiting on her. He tried to act cool about it, and he come in there and woke me up. He's like, "You got to get up." Answer's just now coming in her window, and he's like, "I'm gonna leave this one with you. This one's yours." And I go out there, and I'm half asleep, and I don't quite, I'm trying to get focused, and I'm trying to be cool about it because she thinks that we've been up all night waiting on her, and I make her sit down at the table, and I'm like, "Just sit there, and let me get something to drink, and just sit there and think about this." And get ready to talk to me, and I'm trying to get the cobwebs straight, and I get me some coffee. I sit down across from her, and I'm just sitting there real quiet because, truthfully, I was trying to wake up, and she's getting irritated because she'd been out all night dancing,
Yeah, she's
and she's
tired.
wanting
She's
to.
probably
Yeah, she
fucking
wants to go to
beat you up.
bed. She wants to. No, she wasn't drinking. She wanted to go to bed, and but anyway, I just made her look at me for about 30, 40 minutes because I'm not real good at waking up, but. Then she's getting irritated. And I said, "Where were you at?" And I said, "Now remember, I'm not going to ask. This is a lie that your parents tell you." I said, "Now remember one thing I'm about to tell you. So please consider this. I am not going to ask you a question that I do not already know the answer. I just want to know if you're going to lie.
I've
That's all
said
I'm
that
trying
a
to find."
million times to my kid.
Yeah, a whole bunch of crap. I had no idea who she was with, where she went, how long she was gone. I had no clue. But I'm sitting there like I know everything. And she starts stuttering. She told me the boys that picked her up, it was his older cousin. I don't know. He drove him to Ybor, and she told me everything. And she, she said, "Well, I was just getting home. I don't know. I think I was hoping Dad thought I was sneaking out, not sneaking back in." And I'm like, "No, he knows.
Yeah.
He's been up all night. We've been up all night waiting on you, or he got ready to call the police."
Kids are retarded.
Oh, but she was really getting tired and irritated, and I was really trying not to lose my cool because I did not like the boy she had went with. I didn't like him at all. So I'm just sitting there, and she said, "Can I
I'm
go to bed
lucky.
now?"
I'm
And I said,
lucky,
"No."
Auntie Kat. I'm really lucky because my daughter, her type is the white, good-looking kid that plays hockey. So I'm lucky there. I'm really fucking lucky.
And I said, "Don't let
Oh
their
yeah.
appearances fool you. I promise you that they come in all shapes and sizes, and they can come with a tie and be the most deceiviest little things you've ever seen. Trust me on
Oh,
that one."
trust me, I've
Yeah,
met
I've
them.
had
Those
two girls, but
kids,
they taught me a lot, a lot.
yeah, I've
But
met these kids. My daughter, she likes them. Aiden, I can't remember the other one. His name's like Gunner or Hunter
Is it
or
like preppy?
Or
Is like
Gunter.
preppy
they're
kids?
Could it be
they're
Gunter?
hockey players, man. They're just hockey white dudes.
I got you.
I got a
It
gun. That's my
wasn't Gunther. It wasn't Gunther or Gunter or anything like that. It's like Aiden and Hunter or Gunner. I can't remember what the fuck it is. But I meet these kids and
Aiden's super common now.
they're like,
yeah.
"Hello, sir," and they shake my hand
Oh, I
and
don't
they're
trust
like,
them
"How are you
kind.
doing?" Yada yada, and I'm like, "Okay, good boys." And then I
Okay.
talk to them about hockey, and I'm like, "Hey, I kind of fucking like these kids. Like, my daughter's 13. When should she start dating?" Then in my head, I'm like, 30, 35. That's when
Yes.
she would start dating. But I know it's gonna happen within the next
I
like year and a half, 2 years. I know it's gonna
I
happen.
don't like
But
those boys that do the manners like that. I don't like it. Don't fool me. Don't play with me.
but
And don't play with me.
I can
The
read
Don't yes
overboard.
man me
I can
because I can
read through the
see.
bullshit. I can read
Yeah,
through
I
the
can see what
bullshit.
you're thinking,
And
and you're
but
not
no,
thinking yes ma'am.
oh yeah, Auntie Cat, you fucking know me. Like I'm from
Yeah.
the literal streets of Chicago. Like that's not a very good place to fucking grow up. And I can
Mm-mm.
tell when someone's
No.
bullshitting me. And
Yeah,
no
I
kids
can.
pulling,
I don't like it.
no
Don't yes
kids
ma'am
pulling
me.
the wool over my eyes. These were pretty good kids, and I'm like, okay, at least my daughter has good taste in the boys she wants to hang out with. That's all I cared about at that moment. And they had manners, they were respectful, and that's it.
So what
So
bothered me, my grandson, he just turned 18, but he's always had impeccable manners. And when his mother died, and he was in school, and I was here with him, he was getting on the wrong path, and it was really starting to weigh on me. I had to get him right, and I had to do it, even though it hurt me. To saying, I didn't want to because he's I didn't want to. Go talk to him about it. He's yes, ma'am. But I could see in his eyes that he was so mad because, I'm laying the law down and I'm like, everything that I've been easy on, Up until this point, it's over. It's done. I have done you no favors. And I'm thinking that I babying you because you're your mother's son, and she's my girl. And I said, I've done you no favors. It's over. It's not going to happen like this no more. It's time. I got to stop. I got to teach you to be a man. Well, he's like, yes, ma'am. But I could see in his face how angry he was at me. It was like, how dare you, Grandma, be my mother? How dare you get on me? He was really mad. And it pissed me off. And I said, look, boy, did you say yes, ma'am to me one more time? I'm going to
Right?
knock them
Right? It's
words right out the
patronizing.
front door because you're mad right now. And that's okay with me. I can respect that more than I can respect you standing looking me in the face with anger in your eyes saying yes ma'am, because yes ma'am is a term of respect, and you're not respecting me right now. If you think that yes ma'am's gonna work,
Oh shit! Wait,
lie to me, and that's lying to me. Don't yes ma'am me when you're angry
Oh
with
yeah.
me.
I accidentally kicked
Trust
Say,
me,
myself
Grandma,
out of
can
the
I talk
chat.
to you
Sorry
about
about
this?
that.
I seen that. I seen you made it
I
very
know.
clear.
That was my. I was like, okay, so, but yeah,
But
I
yeah,
see.
my
Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I'm glad you made it. But I just told my grandson, don't lie to me like that. Don't tell yes, ma'am, when you really are thinking it or feeling it, because I'm not that kind of grandma. You can say, Grandma, can we talk about this? And I'll tell you when I'm able to talk about it. I might be mad at the moment, but I'll say, meet me back here in 15. Give me 15 minutes to go beat up a pillow or something, and I'll be back and we'll talk about it. But don't lie to me about it. Don't give me that
Something had
smoke.
happened at my daughter's school, and this is when I was living in Cali. And I remember, like, she came home, her mom talked to her, but I can't remember exactly what happened. It was an altercation with another kid or something like that. It was late at night, and I'm sitting at the table and I'm writing. And she comes out, and I start asking her about it. I'm like, what the hell happened? Blah, 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 blah. I can see she's getting angry with me, but she's saying yes, sir, no, sir, I'm sorry. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, stop that shit. Like, how do you really feel? And my daughter goes, motherfuck, holy shit, fuck this bullshit. She starts like,
And
I
I
was like,
really had
okay.
fun.
I was like, glad you got it out. Do you feel better now? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, you want a cookie? That's the one thing I fucking remember is because I had Mrs. Fields chocolate chip cookies. And I was like, want a cookie?
I, Let me tell you, one time, my husband, we're no stranger to things in the world, Lord, we grew up in a time when we did some crazy stuff, but our stretch, the one I'm talking about, my limit pushing, hard punching little girl that can hit a bullseye.
Uh-huh.
Oh
She,
yeah.
we caught her smoking pot in her room one day. She was like, I don't know, 14, 15. And, my husband was like, okay, we got to handle this correctly. We got to handle this. See, I'm the type that I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm gonna tell you why, I don't think something's a good idea if I've done it, and I'm gonna tell you how it worked out for me. And I hope you
How
learn
I
from my
am.
mistake. I'm gonna
That's
tell you.
exactly how I am.
But my husband's not like that. He's like, no, we have to be on the same page. We've got to go in there anti-drug use. We got to be better than what we're gonna be preaching. And I'm
Like,
laughing at him
roughen the
because I'm
rough.
like, you are going to go in there and act like you're going to be Mr. Anti-Drug Commercial Poster Boy, Mr. I got to have a joint every day when I walk in the door before I see anybody. I said, don't. I said, wouldn't you think it'd be better just to be honest with her? We done that, but you quit because the love you had for them. It just wasn't working out. Family and a lot going on. But no, he's like, no, we can't tell them that. They'll hold that against us. He acted like we were gonna get tied up by the kids.
Hmm.
And I'm like, no, I don't agree. But I was like, you handle it your way, and I'm just gonna wait, and I'll handle it my way when your way fails. Because trust me, they talk amongst themselves. They already know. I mean, we used to have big parties out at our house pretty much every weekend. People would show up in their boats, and there'd be kegs all over the yard. What were we gonna say now when we caught one of them drinking? Oh, we don't know. Drinking's bad, real bad. Well, y'all sure seem like you had a good time drinking, mom, dad. I was like, I think it's better to be honest. And for one thing, we were old enough to drink, and that's our business. It ain't none of theirs. But I was like,
I
we can't
agree
go in
with
there and
you.
act perfect.
I agree with you. My parents were honest with me at like the appropriate age, I believe.
Yeah,
Like
you don't get too much information, but as needed. But you don't go in there acting like you never done nothing wrong, because the
exactly, because that's like insulting their
yeah,
intelligence. Damn
because they
near.
know better. I mean, they know, but they know, Lord, they knew we had a good time all the time.
My
My
I
kids weren't
said
stupid.
my mom is
when
probably turning in her grave right now. She's mad as hell that I got my dad hooked on pot.
Oh man, is it
whatever.
helping him though?
No, I'm
Is it
It
helping him
probably
though?
is.
well, no, it helped him. I mean, this was back before he
Oh,
passed
I'm
away.
sorry,
That's
brother.
right.
Yeah.
It was because it was 6 months before he passed away in 2008, and he was having tremors on the toilet, and I said, okay, well, I'm gonna try something here. Just take little sip tokes, and I had like a brass pipe, and I packed some in it, and he took like little sip tokes, and it was helping him. And the next day, his appetite came back, and he was feeling like himself again. And a few days later, he comes up to me and says, "Hey, Randy, you got any more of that green?" I'm thinking to myself, God damn it, now I gotta go find it.
But
Now you're
but wasn't
speaking
it nice for you to
slang
know
to me.
that medicine? Marijuana has a lot of good uses. It's
Yeah,
good for a lot of things.
and
Chemo. My father went through chemo, and it helped him eat.
and I bet
Yeah,
he
I
did.
It
can't
I bet
smoke
he did a
either.
180 too, like my dad did when he first smoked it, because he realized that it was actually helpful for pain relief.
But my
Yeah,
dad
yeah.
already knew more about it
Pain
than I thought
relief
he
and
did.
especially those tremors and shakes and stuff. It
Yeah,
really
stroke
does a
after that.
lot to stop that.
Yeah,
My my dad, I was sneaky, and I had some seeds, and I planted them by our house in the yard. And I figured my parents were ignorant and didn't know what they were. I thought I was smarter than them. You know, and my dad, I'd see him out there, and he'd water them for me. Like they were flowers, and I was okay with
They look
that.
like tomatoes for the
Yeah,
most
they
part at
do
the
favor.
beginning.
Yeah, they do. They look like tomato plants from a distance, but he was taking care of them while I was at school. At school, mind you. But one day he came up to me. I was out there looking at him and feeling real good about myself. Getting one over on him. Cause that's one thing. Mary was right. I was a little rebellious. I thought I had it going on. I had these plants here. My parents were naive, didn't know. My mother might have been naive, but my father certainly was not. He let them get nice and big, and he told me, he's like, these aren't going to do anything. You know that, right? And I'm like, looking at him like, what do you know, old man? Yeah, and he had smoked more pot than I ever would have dreamed of smoking in my life. I mean, he's like, you got
Were
to
they
be
both
careful.
males? Is that
I
what
think the
happened?
one problem was
Were they both
I
males?
had two males, and then I didn't have them planted
Uh,
correctly. I didn't have them in the right proper place, for optimum growing. And so he's like, I can grow these for you, but I'm not. I'm about to teach you a lesson. He said, don't ever think that you're going to be one. You don't think that you know more than we do. Don't. Don't do that. Don't ever do that again. He said, I let you have your little smirking party out here thinking you got one over on us. He said, but I'm about ready to teach you something. He ripped them up out of the ground, threw them into garbage. I
That's
was like,
fucking
okay.
funny.
I'm schooled. I know now. I know now. But I learned a lot. I didn't know that about him until that
Little
day. I didn't.
hey, the
dumbass.
male plant is beautiful though. I grew a 6 foot male in my bedroom when I was in high school. They're beautiful. They flower out and they look crazy good. Like not nugs or nothing, but the flower's a good looking flower.
But what's funny is my kids thought the same thing about my husband and I. They thought that we were dumb and naive because my husband didn't want to tell anything. And I didn't have respect for him. I just kept it quiet. Didn't. But I kept telling him, I'm not going to lie to him. If they ever ask me, I'm telling them. I'm telling them the truth. We're not going to lie to them. I don't want them. No, I'm not going to lie to them. So My sons thought that
No.
they were getting one on us. We had 2 boys in one room, and they started growing a plant, which it took me a long time to find. I didn't know about it, and neither did Brett. But here's what we had. One of my daughter's friends was in a crisis at home, and I was asked if we would let her come and stay with us, and I was like, okay, that of course, I'm gonna do whatever I can to help her. So before she could come, though, we had to have people come and inspect our home because she had been sexually abused by her stepfather. So this was going to be a long court case, and it was gonna be wasn't gonna be easy. So anyway, I knew they were coming. I was getting ready for them. I'm getting what I think they're gonna be looking at. I don't want them to see anything that would hurt the little girl. So I'm doing everything, and my son says to me, "Are they coming in our room?" That red flag. That's like, well, why are you concerned about that? Why are you worried about that? Well, I just wondering, are they going to be checking out our room? I'm like, I would imagine so. I had never been through anything inspections like that. I was like, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to have to. I don't know. And I'm like, why? Why does it bother you so bad? What are you afraid of? What do I need to do in there? Do I need to come and clean up in there? What do I need? What do we need to do? Well, he disappeared, and I caught them taking this giant marijuana plant out of their closet, putting it out the bedroom window to the other one who was trying to get it to the river by we lived on the river, and we had a lemon tree back there, a big one by the shed. And they thought they could camouflage that marijuana plant into that lemon tree and nobody would notice it. It was big. They had a growing station in their closet. They had lights all in there, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, y'all, we live here all in the same home, and I didn't know that. I didn't see that light glowing out your closet.
That's
I
hilarious.
can't believe it. It was terrible. I mean, we're trying to get it together. They never did go in their room. Really upset them. And really
'Cause they had
upset
to
me that
fucking put the
I had a tree growing in the closet. It wasn't a plant, it was a damn tree ready to harvest. Like,
my
y'all do-
buddy my buddy when we were kids he spent like $80 or $90 or something like that on a hydroponic. It's called hydroponics, I believe, where it's just you put the plant
Yeah,
in
Yes,
I've
the ground,
sir.
yeah,
roots
Yes,
that's
go in
sir.
the water. And
mhm.
he had this like little setup in his closet. He got a plant. It was probably about 4 foot tall, and he was getting buds off it and shit. And his mom found it. His mom found it, and we're 15, 16 at the fucking time. And she went and just got a pair of shears and snipped it at the fucking base, and then cut it up right in front of him into the toilet and flushed it.
Well,
Oh, it must have broke their hearts, man.
Oh,
it
it
did.
it broke his heart for sure, man. He was fucking pissed because he was like, man, god damn, he had like, I don't know, probably at least a couple ounces off that fucking plant he had, man.
But you know what? Our hearts are more broken when we find out our parents never were up to. That's when I mean it happens to every generation. We try to we try to be when you become a parent, you try to be better and mature and adult like and everything, and try to hide all your baggage. And your kids think that they're getting something over on you when you know more about it than they do.
Yeah,
You know
kids,
they
like I
can't
say,
get over on you.
I always say
That
it. This is my fucking. It should be my catchphrase. Kids are retarded.
and we were all once a kid. That's what's so funny. I see the same
Yeah,
thing happening now with my daughter and hers because I see them thinking they're smarter than she is. And I know because I can see I've been I've seen it all, and I'm looking at them as they're rolling their eyes or smirking or thinking that they're smarter than Shredder, and I'm like, oh Lord, y'all done picked the wrong one there. Y'all are in trouble.
I love to play dumb with my daughter. Just I'll play dumb and see how smart she thinks she is, and
Well,
it's
well,
like,
naturally
shut
she's
up,
smarter.
kid.
My
Shut
daughter
up.
told me she told me that night that I had her sitting across from me that she's got caught sneaking in I used to wear a ring. I used to wear rings on all my fingers had rings on them. I liked it. I thought I was a gypsy. But I was sitting across from her, and she jumped up and said, "I'm going to bed. This is ridiculous." And I got ugly. I'm like, "You better sit your ass down because I haven't even started talking to you yet." And I was really worried because she could have been seriously hurt and we wouldn't even have known she was gone. A lot of things going through my mind. But then she got up and she said, "I've been sitting here for 2 hours. So do what you gonna do to me, and I gotta go to bed." And I said, "I tell you what I'm about to do." And I started taking off my rings, like trying to get them over my.
Yeah.
I'm taking them off, and she's like, "What are you doing?" I said, "I don't want to cut you. I don't want to cut you up. You're my daughter. I think you're beautiful, and I don't
Punch
want
you
to
in the
cut you.
head.
But I'm about to beat the shit out of you, and I don't want to cut you while I'm doing it." I said, "Don't you ever talk to me that way." And she got real ballsy, and she said, "Well, if you weren't such an old bitch, you would understand." And I said, "Old bitch? I was 19 when you were born. Okay, I'm not no old bitch." And I'm like, and then I just pushed myself out of that chair. I was like, "Oh, little girl, you are going." I said, "Little girl, you want to talk to me like you a grown woman? Apparently, you don't listen when you've heard us talk at all because I'm about to whoop your ass. And when I get done with you, you will never speak to me that way again. I promise you, you never will. And when we get done, you better go talk to my sister and you better have a little chat with your dad because you're going to find out I'm not no old bitch. Okay. I'm not no old bitch. And I'm about to show you." Well, I was mad. I was very mad. And she said to me, "If you hit me, I will call 1-800 child abuse." And I said, "All righty then." I said, "Well, you better get the phone and get ready." I said, "In fact, why don't you go ahead and call them? You need to call them right now and tell them to send an ambulance too, because you're going to be going to the hospital. Go ahead and make that call right now. Go ahead, make it." And she's looking at me like, "What?" I'm like, "Seriously, call the child abuse hotline. And then I want you to call and get an ambulance on the way because you're going to need one. Tell them you're going to need an ambulance. Let them know you're going to get hurt in a few minutes." Well, she didn't make
Something
that call. She started stomping off away from me, and I wanted to just put her. I wanted to tear her up, but I couldn't.
whacker.
I
Yeah,
couldn't hit her.
tripping.
But I got her in the hallway, and I had her up against the washing machine. She was thinking I was fixing to put a whooping on her, and my husband come around the corner, and he saw, and because that's not me. I don't like that. And he was like, "Kathy, hun, why don't you come here and let's talk for a minute?" And I'm like, I must have looked like a horror movie. I got curly hair. I've always had long hair. It was frizzed out from here to hell and back. I must have looked like a horror movie. I had to look like Linda Blair in The Exorcist because I looked at him and I said, "You get out of here." I'm like, "Kathy, she's mine." And it scared the
Uh,
piss out of her. She was so scared. And she's like drawing back. She's like, "Oh, Mom, please don't, please don't, please don't." Yeah, well, and I didn't hit her. I took her and I pushed her in her room. I told her, "Don't come out until I come and get you, whenever that might be." And I said, "I'm going to tell you about your 1-800 child abuse." I said, "Remember this and don't forget it. You can do that if you want to. You go right ahead." I said, "No, I'm going to go to jail and your dad's gonna come and get me out of jail. Okay, now keep up with me. You're a smart girl. You're gonna figure this out. You, in the meantime, are gonna go live with strangers. Okay, that's what they do. They protect you from the evil mommy." And I said, "I'm gonna come home and take a shower because I'm sure it's not gonna feel good when I get home. And I'm going to go to sleep. And I might think about fighting for you, or maybe not. And you can just live wherever they put you. And I'll deal with my court case. And maybe next time you'll think about before you start hollering 1-800 child abuse. Don't play a game with me because I might not go even try. Just think about that.
God, not
Maybe I'm tired."
Roots. You living in Chicago, I'm sure you're familiar with the Empire ad, right? 1-800
Yeah,
Empire.
588-2300
Yeah,
Empire.
yeah.
But
1-800 Child Abuse.
yeah, that's what they used to teach. That was about the time that really took a big campaign, giving these kids a little
Yeah.
card with a number on it, and it was like,
Here they give the number. It's called DCFS, Department of Child
yeah,
and Family Services. And
Yeah.
my daughter had that's I was cracking up while you were telling that story because my daughter threatened me with
Mm.
calling DCFS, and I just kind of like looked over my shoulder at the gun safe and went, "Really?" She goes, "Yeah, you have too many guns."
I never heard that again. I never heard it again.
Yeah,
Never had a
no,
problem.
she never played that game. She never played
Yeah,
that game.
So it's all
after.
the same thing. It's all the same thing where you're at, Roots, because here we got like a DHS and a CPS, and they're for obvious,
It's
differences.
called
But
like,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
we
they
have
give it
both,
to
like
them.
Department of Family and Children, and then the Child Protection
Yeah, it's
Services.
yes,
DCFS
Yeah,
or Child CPS, Chicago Protect
yeah,
or
it's the Child Protection.
Child
That's who
Protective
you call
children.
Services.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it's all
CPS
that
is
shit.
just a family ruining company. Like that, like the organization ruins families for the most part. For not,
Yes, pretty
I mean,
much.
sometimes they do good stuff, but not for the
Not
most
often.
part.
Yeah,
Hey,
They
yeah,
Yeah,
pick you.
exactly.
what's up,
I've seen.
yeah.
ASTSS? I see that you're in the voice chat. How you doing? How you doing tonight?
I'm, I'm good, guys. How are you?
I've been hanging
What
in
up,
there.
ASD? How the fuck are you, man?
I
You
was
got
just
10
thinking
minutes.
when you guys were all having this conversation. To this day, I'm like 48 now. To this day, when I think of all the stuff my dad ever said, to this day, the funniest thing that he still ever said that stuck with me when I was like 13 years old. And I got mad at him, and I was like, "I'm gonna call, CPS." And he looked at me, and he said, he looked me dead in the eye. I laughed just thinking about it. He looked me dead in the eye and was like, "You better hope they can fucking teleport then, because you'll be dead by the time they drive you." He's like, "You better hope they got teleportation powers, because you're gonna be dead by the time they get here." And I was like,
Well, I wasn't killing my. I told her they'll pick you up at the hospital. When I get done with you, they'll pick you up from there. Just when they get done patching you up, when I tear your little butt up, don't talk. I couldn't hit her though. I didn't hit her. She thought I was
"Yeah,
going to.
yeah, that was my dad, and I've never seen him get mad often, but that day was extra, and it was my fault. Like looking back at it when you get older, you're like, oh yeah, I was in this one. But to this day, it's still one of the funniest things I ever heard come out of his mouth, and mainly because he was dead ass serious. Like
Wait,
and that,
yeah, it's fun though when you think of something like that and you're alone, or maybe in the middle of the night. That one night will come back to you, and that statement your dad made, and you just find yourself sitting there laughing about it. Like I do that all the time. I catch myself laughing about something from long ago that I still laugh at myself, because I'm usually the one around here that does something stupid. But my daughter never did nothing again. She never talked back to me. Never ever disrespected me ever again. And a
of
lot of it
course
may
not.
have. She didn't after that day. It never happened. She never. And she was like my She was the one that would get with the younger ones and say, "Don't push mom. Please don't push mom. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. Don't push her. Don't take her there, boy. Don't do it." She was like always telling me, "Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. Don't make her mad. Don't push it." Yeah, yeah, she was like the leader then. She was like, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am." And she's always the one going in there telling Shredder, "Don't push it. Don't push it. Don't push it. Just accept it. You're not gonna win. You're not gonna win, Shredder. You're not gonna win."
Kathy,
And she,
I had a question
yeah,
for you, and I
I
apologize
like
to
your
everyone.
question.
I apologize if this was covered like last night, because I saw it was like a real long stream, and I haven't caught up yet. So if this was already discussed, just tell me to shut up, and I'll go finish up the other stream. But what did you make of Mary's, texts from Tammy?
Oh, yeah, I did. We did talk about that, and
Okay.
because I wanted to make sure I cleared that up. The
Okay.
messages from okay.
don't worry.
Did,
I don't want to bore everybody if they
No,
don't
no,
want
It's
no,
to
like
no,
the
listen.
whole
no. It's
first
actually kind of
hour.
important. The more that we talk about it, I think the more it gets discussed, then
that one
it
is
doesn't get
important.
buried. Yeah, that
I
one is
agree.
important.
I agree.
Yeah.
This one is very important to me. In fact, I made a point of making sure I didn't forget to talk about it. When you look at that text was on November the 19th, 2015.
15. Yeah.
Right. At 3:42 in the afternoon, somewhere around there.
Which
At
is the
that
time
very,
that they do that.
huh?
That's around the
That,
time I've noticed that I've been in funerals. Yeah, around that time of the.
it's when things are probably midway. But that was now my sisters and I and them and the niece, Tammy and Mary, and all of them were sitting behind us at the funeral. That was the day we laid my mother to rest. They were sitting in the funeral home. We were about to go to the cemetery, and that's what they were doing behind us, is sending those messages back and forth. Tammy, I think, was like 17. She wasn't quite 18. She might have been, but I'm thinking I'm closer to 17 than 18. But she was a child, and it was all that, it was a bunch of greed back there trying to find the money. And they're trying to find the money and be close to the one getting the money.
I think
So
maybe the
appalling.
question nobody's asking is who do you think sent the long message that obvious, or who do you think she forwarded the message from? That one she
I
tried to
know
prove
who.
the point.
I
Yeah,
know who. That's
yeah.
the message that. Okay, the message that she said Tammy sent to her that came from someone else. That that supposedly came. It went from. All right, wait a minute. Tammy said that her mother told her that, which is Mary's sister. That message probably originated more so from a conversation between Jennifer, which is the older sister, and that message. As you read it, it says something about. Well, Mary says I asked Daryl about,
Yes.
and he didn't know anything about it.
Yeah,
Daryl,
like it almost like she thought Daryl was the one who wrote it. But
well,
then this
she found out Daryl didn't know anything about it. He wouldn't have wrote it, but his daughter would have.
oh.
The message was reading. I knew who it was when I read it. She
Now who is
says,
Daryl in the scenario? I'm
Daryl
not
is my
sure.
mother's brother. Daryl is my mom's brother,
Okay.
and he's
Okay.
okay. He's my uncle. His daughter. In that message, it says, I just went through this with my kid's father, and I knew immediately who it was. And the word daddy, when daddy and I, he's the only daddy in the family. He's the only one that his kids still call him daddy. He's the only one. I knew who exactly it was, and I knew her because he wasn't her husband; it was her boyfriend. She was having an affair. I might as well just stick all the laundry outside. She was having an affair with a dentist, a very influential dentist in Jacksonville. An affair. He was married to another woman, and they had two children together. And he supported the kids. He paid my cousin's rent and took care of everything. And he took very well care of her because he didn't want his wife to find out. Well, anyway, he died of a sudden heart attack. She didn't do none of that. His wife had to do all that because legally he was married. And that's when the wife found out about the two kids that he had. He had a whole family over there that nobody knew about. And they had to go to court because the wife did not want this affair to ruin his reputation. I mean, I have to pull it up for you. I have to think about it to get the name right. But like he was a very influential person there, and it was on the front page of the paper when he died. Um, I guess he was involved in a lot of things, and the wife, did not want anyone to ever find out about the mistress and the babies. So all that
Keep
is just her.
appearances up, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that garbage that the legal advice she was given, which this was what kept irritating me. She kept She was talking about the living will, and I'm like, I know there was a living will. There was a living will. That was for those times when, like, my mom was in the hospital,
Yeah,
and
vital instructions in case that she's
yeah,
incapacitated. Yeah, that's what a living
and
will is. Yeah.
it's void at the time of death, and it was really starting to irritate me how many times Mary has showed that, and how many people was listening to it, thinking, "Oh yeah, the will, the will." The key word there was living will,
Mm-hmm.
living will.
Yeah.
And you don't put a bunch of people in a living will. You have one person who is who you trust to make these decisions, that will pay your bills and um, make medical arrangements for you. And it
Well,
wasn't
she
Mary.
always leaves out the most important detail, just like the jewelry, like stole what was it?
Did
Stole some jewelry, but it really
a lot
said
of yeah,
stole a lot of jewelry.
a lot of
Yeah.
jewelry. Mary stole all the jewelry, all of it that was worth any, value way before my
Hey, and
mother
this
died.
this came
Uh,
up, and I'm sure I think it was
I
Melly will
also
want.
I also want to
Uh,
call it. So I was almost right about the trust because when she doxed the address, I was able to find the Grove Trust. The only thing that I didn't know about the Grove Trust was that it was attached to the condo. So
N- yeah, see, I
when
didn't.
you actually explain that, I said this whole thing makes sense now about what happened with the land and with the sales and everything else. Because when I
did
saw
you
it
have
was in a
to
trust,
hire?
I mean
Sorry.
it's all
No,
public
I was
record.
no. I'm saying, did she have to
Yeah,
hire that what was it called, to protect her body in the casket from Mary's theft? Remember that?
my sister and I had the see. My mother was always a perfectly dressed person, and she matched. In fact, she used to tell me all the time, "Do not ever let me come and identify your body because you've been in a car accident or anything, and let me walk in there and see that you're not matching." And she meant your underwear better be matching the outfit on you. Whatever I had on, it had to be matching. It had to be proper, had to be coordinated. I could not humiliate my mother in death at all. She wasn't going. She wasn't even going to identify me. All right. My sisters and I used to joke about it all the time, but my mother was serious. Keeping that in mind, when we picked out my mother's outfit to wear, her last outfit, and we picked out all of the jewelry that she would have put on with it, because my mother was she would change her rings, earrings, necklaces to match whatever she was wearing. She was very, very um she was just that way, she was just very southern proper.
Mm-hmm.
In
Everything had to
particular,
match.
yeah.
Yeah, and there was like one ring that she always wore. She took it off at night and she'd put it back on, and it came from, her husband. It was special to her. It was very special. Everything else was for decor, had to match. She would even buy these button things to match her shirt. She was. I have one of her shirts here. It's just so sentimental to me, but it's got these little ducks on it, and she bought these buttons that are little ducks just to make sure everything matched. She's just like that. But anyway, that's what my sister and I did. We put her
Well,
watch on her.
I guess my question was more like, I guess somewhere in the story, like somebody heard you said that you had to hire private security to watch the casket
It
because of the.
wasn't private security.
I would
The
think the
funeral
cops would
home.
do it.
Yeah, they did. You know how you have to have an off duty, you hire off duty
Yes.
officers to escort to the cemetery. Well, the funeral home was very uncomfortable with the amount of of, of things that my mother would have on her, and they wanted to remove it before they closed the lid, and we said no, if at all possible. It goes with her. We're not. I can't do that. I can't send my mother
Yeah.
off with
Yeah,
without her
no.
favorite watch or anything. And he said, "Well, listen, I'm going to hire 2 extra officers to be present, not only to witness for our benefit, but to ensure that your wishes are carried out. That when that lid gets closed and sealed, your mother will have on what she had on." you know.
See, that makes a lot more sense than you
Yeah.
hiring private security to do that
No, we didn't
small
hire
of a job.
private. No, it was the funeral home. They wanted it. They were doing it, to clear themselves so that nobody
Mhm.
could come back and say they took it off of her.
Yeah.
You know,
I've
you,
seen I've seen funerals hire a cop out because they assume there's going to be like a fight
a
at the
problem.
funeral or something.
No,
Yeah,
we didn't anticipate none of that. Now I kind of, well, it wasn't just me. I'm tired of taking the blame for everything, but my sisters and I were a little concerned that someone was could want to take some of that jewelry off of my mom. And there was a few things that you know where they come out of the side door and kind of got people to move away a little bit. It was a little shady looking, but they did everything in their power to make sure my mother had on what she had on when she went. And I were thankful. Now we had to pay for it. And they didn't offer it for free, but yeah, there was extra officers there too.
okay, so that's why, because you had to pay for it. That's why the
Mm,
turnaround on you bought it. No, they offered a
right,
service and you took the service.
right. Anytime you plan a funeral, the officers that escort you to the cemetery are paid by. It's added into that funeral cost. It's not
Yes, ma'am.
it's not free. It's just not free. So
It's
yeah, I
not.
guess technically we did. Now we didn't have a choice on who was there.
But
I'm
the
sure
word
if we'd have,
hire is the main point. You didn't
yeah,
hire them.
no,
And
we
they're
didn't.
not
The
private
funeral home.
security.
No, it's
These
just
people,
they were
it's
off
just
duty
I don't know how
cops.
that
Yeah.
works. Yeah, I don't know how it all works. I imagine it's an arrangement that funeral home has, with these guys. It gives them extra money, and it I don't know how
I'm
they
sure the
do
cop
that,
would
but
rather be doing that than their regular gig anyway. Like if I was
yeah, I know I would probably rather do that, but no, that the funeral home they know who's coming in, and they did that. He suggested that and recommended that because, for one, he didn't want anybody to come back and say that they had done anything because it's not common to bury
yeah,
people with that
he
much,
needed to remove the liability. He needed
Yeah.
to
exactly, and that's either it didn't. That was really not important to us at that point. We just lost our mom, and the money was there, so it wasn't like it put a hardship on. My mother paid for her own funeral, so if it wasn't, whatever they wanted to do. In fact, we had never had to plan anything like that before. I mean, it was always
That's good she had the foresight to pay for it because my parents don't. I know I'm gonna, knock on wood, but they just don't have that kind of foresight. And I don't know.
it's not something you want. I've learned a lot, over the years about things like that, and like my husband and I, we paid for everything with our daughter,
I think
and that was fine,
Venny,
because she's
Venny,
my daughter.
Venny, you said your father is starting to develop dementia, didn't you? I think.
No, it's my grandfather,
Oh, it's
but
your
yes,
grandfather. Oh,
yes,
okay.
getting bad, bad. He's
Oh,
like
okay.
70. I think he turned 76. But my
Ah,
dad and me have both had brain damage, so we'll have that
okay.
early. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna be a thing. It's either heart attack or dementia for me, man.
I was
How
gonna
did you
say,
But
develop brain damage?
yeah. I was.
Man, I was in a car wreck. I was in a really bad trampoline accident, like a 450 splash into my own knee. And then like a head first into my own knee, and then a couple car wrecks for me. My dad fell 28 feet and landed on his head on concrete or hard. I don't know. It broke his back and really messed his head up. And then
Yeah.
me and my dad have scuffled. You know what I mean? There's been blows. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I
that's
um.
what
boxed. I boxed,
that's what
man, and
happened.
told me that I'm at very high risk for early onset Alzheimer's.
Yeah, see, I would imagine, man, because I can't even remember 6 months of my life after the trampoline thing, and because there was so many G forces on my brain, it got all bruised in my brain and stuff.
Yeah, I feel you,
Brain
man.
got
Yeah,
shook
I
dude,
feel
around
your
in that.
pain. It sucks. It
That
sucks, bro. But
it
that was
does.
whatever, man.
that
We're gonna keep rocking and rolling, man.
Yeah, yeah.
that's
When I
some.
start talking crazy, just kick me in the corner and let me keep
I'm gonna
rambling.
tell you
Yeah,
something. My
Well,
mother,
I gotta make a very dark comment. All right,
go for it.
I just have to say it, and I'm sorry in advance. But Mary, if you're listening to this, if you ever get caught in Florida buying another shovel, we know where you're going.
Yeah, coming to my
Yeah.
house.
Yep.
No, she's
Hey, well,
going.
no,
She's going to
she
dig up
has a
that
shovel.
grave and get that jewelry.
Oh, she's digging the China.
Oh
What are you
yeah.
Yeah.
talking about?
She's too
You know
lazy. That's
they
done
concrete.
appropriately.
Did they concrete her in? They do that a
Yeah.
lot with
Yes.
Yeah, we pay.
okay,
Yeah,
so
we had to
you
pay
can't
for
dig
like
that up.
a vault that was that the
Yeah.
casket sat in, and then there was something in the ground they put in first, and then yeah, it
Yeah,
was a
they
couple of things.
my mama was, or no, my mom's mom was like a prolific person in the community. Like she was a chief of police at one time and all this stuff. So they like burned her, her ashes, but then they cemented the ashes in place because she was also like a witch lady in their minds. And they just like, we need to keep her there. Like she needs to stay right here no matter what.
Sure, she didn't come and haunt nobody.
No,
Oh,
I think she about shoved a china cabinet over on me because I can't explain that. But other than that, yeah.
Yeah,
both
that
of my
well, I was
grandparents, when they had all their shit, I don't say both, I mean both families of grandparents.
Both
My
pairs, yeah.
one grandfather's still alive. He's 99 now or 98. I can never remember. But yeah, they all had their ducks in a row, and they bought out bars and they bought out restaurants and they set all their shit up so nobody had to pay for anything. And we at my one grandfather's funeral, we sat there and drank for probably, I want to say like 12 hours. 12 hours just getting fucked up on his dime. It was
I
one of the best funerals I've ever been to.
I gotta
Funeral
say
went
this.
ahead and turned to a wake.
It was so fucking fun, man.
What
Everybody, the whole family there, and everyone just getting fucked up. It was great,
Yeah.
man.
what was that, Kathy? You were about to say
I
something?
wanted to, my mother's her mind, her mental status. I'm gonna tell you something. She was pretty amazing. Not my mom never lost nothing. Like
God bless. That's
she
awesome.
yeah, she never not her memory, not any. She never. My mother, when she passed away, had perfect credit, perfect, and she didn't need nobody to remind her that, while she was in the hospital, she would tell me, she said, I'm pretty sure I got a phone bill or cable bill, whatever it was I paid. And she goes, I'm pretty sure it's going to be due here in a couple of days. Will you go, take care of it? She never forgot anything. She wasn't feeble minded at all. Her mind was strong and like fully aware of everything. She never missed a beat, never missed a beat on her. Like, it was impressive to see someone her age, you know, just stay sharp. And I believe she stayed sharp because, it was important to her to, this was very important to her that her bills were paid on time. It's a pride thing. It was, she just couldn't imagine not paying something on time ever.
I'm
And it
sort of
was
like
very,
that. I hate late fees out of principle. Like,
Yeah.
so get it on time so I don't have to pay no extra 25, 50, whatever.
yeah.
Ain't
And
even
that was
that.
something that
Just
no
getting it
one
in on
understood.
time.
That was something else that nobody understood. See, my sisters and I were raised, very different from Mary or any of the younger people because what belonged to my mother belonged to my mother. They earned it. We didn't. It wasn't our money. It
Mhm.
wasn't ours. We weren't entitled to it. We didn't earn it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. But, that was hers. That was theirs. So no matter what my mother would have asked us to do, no matter how costly it would have been, it wasn't our money to say, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Whatever my mother asked us to do, we did it. Every bill that came in after my mother passed was paid, and it was paid in full. And it was important to us because it was important to her. And she left the money to do it. It wasn't our money, it was her money. And that's what she wanted us to do. And that's what we did because we respected We respect her. We respect her now. We respected her
Good,
just as
'cause you
much
were
in death as
good.
we did life.
You're
So we
good
did
people.
everything. We paid every bill that my mother had outstanding from when she died, and that included the bills that Mary run up. The power bill and the cable bill, and um, that included all of them as well.
I
Mary
get
says we
that
took.
though. She didn't want anybody to be able to say like I didn't pay my debts to the world. She went out
That's
clear.
right. It meant a lot to her. She left here with good credit,
Hmm.
and she still got good credit. I don't think she can use it right now, but she still got good credit. Her debts are paid in full, and we contacted each and every creditor she had, and the Home and Shopping Network and all of them. She had cards with all of them. We paid for everything. I mean, we made sure it was all paid. And like I said, my mother made sure the money was there to pay it, so it got paid. It wasn't our money to mess around with. Everything she wanted, she got. She wanted limousines. Well, we made sure there was plenty. There was enough limousines for every person at that funeral to get in and not drive to the cemetery, because that's what she wanted. And that's what she wanted. That's what we did. Now, if you don't got enough sense to get in the car, that's your problem. Mary's problem was like she didn't think she could get in a limousine when they're lined up out there, and I did my best to tell them, we did this so that you don't, because it's on the other side of town. We were on the north side. The funeral home was on the north side, closer to the Fernandina Beach. My mother's cemetery, the cemetery is like over on Beach Boulevard. So that's quite a ways to go in traffic in Jacksonville, Florida. So not only did it give us a peace of mind that we didn't have to worry about people crashing, or they weren't driving. That's what my mom wanted. She wanted her siblings, the ones that were alive when she passed, to be in a limousine. She wanted them to feel important. And that's what we did. Now, unfortunately, they didn't have enough sense to get in, and I could only get as many as I could get. It was definitely hard. But of
Wasn't
course,
like there
that got
wasn't enough
twisted.
space.
We had
I
plenty of
mean,
we had plenty there. I mean, there was enough that everybody, no one had to drive, um, across town in the traffic to get to this cemetery. Nobody. There was a limousine for every single person there. Not one per person, but you know what I mean. There was enough. And that included Mary. No, I did not take her by the hand and place her delicate behind in one. I didn't do that.
that's
No,
not
I,
as
There
much as she
alcohol in
says
the
it
limousine?
was not your
it wasn't
job.
my job. No, and Mary wasn't incompetent. Mary has never been declared incompetent, ever. She'd never had a guardian signed to her because of incompetency. In fact, the state of Florida and the state of California, they don't they don't buy her mental disability act. She does not get disability. She's
No,
been
yeah,
denied.
So what's interesting about her is that she is a variation of Andrew Ditch.
Yes. Yes,
I
she
You
could
know,
see
is.
that. Yeah,
yeah,
Hmm.
she's a variation. She might not be as extreme, but she's a variation of Andrew. So
I think she's
Andrew,
more extreme.
maybe in some ways, but
I think she is as far as the begging and the grifting and the fucking crying and lying and talking shit about Aunt Kathy and her fucking family and
yeah.
all
The
that shit.
the
Like, no, she's way more
outgoing
extreme.
hate.
Yeah,
And
it's worse.
she says that, she one day she'll tell a tale that, the day that my sister and I showed up there to give her the cashier's check, and to the day that, I said figure it out. And I did say figure it out. That was my exact words. I can't believe it scarred her so bad she ain't never forgot. That's what I said, figure it
Yeah,
out.
but hadn't people told her how to go about it so many times you were just frustrated at that point?
I don't recall telling her what to do. And also, I'm
Well,
gonna
the
tell you
message
something.
did. I know the message did,
Oh
so
yeah,
somebody did.
the one that came from 4 different people before Mary got it.
Mhm.
Yeah, they told her what to do. They did. And that was at the funeral home. Mary would
Yeah, so she
from the
knew.
yeah, she knew from the day of the funeral, from the 19th. I mean, the day that we came in to tell her that my mother was gone, which was early in the morning. My mother passed away at 6:21 a.m. and it was probably around 9 a.m. when we left the hospital because we just sat there. It's hard to explain,
Yeah.
but we just sat there and I just sat there with her. I didn't want to leave her. I'd been there for a long time at that point, and I just couldn't leave her. But when we went in the condo to tell my other sister and Mary that my mother, was gone, the first thing Mary said to me was she wanted the keys to the Jeep so she could go somewhere. I it was just we're just I'm speechless. I'm speechless now. I mean, I couldn't. I was just
I'm
standing there like,
almost speechless, but I just muted and growled, so not really.
you
Yeah,
So
just
the
I'm
no
just
important, the
compassion or
important,
empathy.
yeah, the important
after.
thing though, the most important thing that I try to teach like my students is it isn't always what someone does that matters, is what they don't do that matters just as much, right? So it's
Right.
when someone isn't doing something, you have to focus on that just as importantly as them when they're lashing out and doing other things. Like right now, Kathy comes on, gets asked really pointed questions several days ago, and then suddenly Mary is like dark, like dark.
No, I
She be posting
I
like a
touched
50
on an
million
idea
video
She's
that
human.
and just dark. But the problem is that she's embarrassed and she's
I
trying to
don't
figure
think she
out what to
has
say
enough
next.
data. I don't think she
Well,
has
she
enough data
figure
after
out
the
what to
Craig
say
Ferguson
next.
shit.
I don't think she has enough self-awareness to be embarrassed, man.
Well, she does because
Yeah,
what I
yeah, she
noticed was
does.
she's smart enough to realize the same thing happened with James. Like I knew in the end that what James really needed to try to move on. And I was trying to work that angle for his sake and for Eliana's sake to end up having a situation where he got what he needed to get over the perseveration, which he did. And then he started going back to his usual like interspersed content's been the primary content. Now, here's what's funny. If you pay attention to what Mary started to do, Mary realized, probably by talking to James or observing what was going on with James, that when James stopped and just went back to the other content, the vast majority of trolling on James, like the hardcore, like up his ass every minute of every day, every little thing he was saying,
Disappears.
disappeared. So then she went and tried to replicate the James strategy and started trying to cover other things so that the trolls would stop. So
Man, James simp
she's
posts a lot
learning.
on her stuff.
She's learning from experience of another person that she feels probably has a similar experience as her. Is like, he became the most hated man in this corner of the internet. And the intensity of it died down enormously. And then there she goes weeks later where she's like, the block is hot, I gotta do something, Kathy's coming out, I just gotta lay low and I'm just gonna cover whatever I'm interested in, just like James started to do. So it's not always her shit posting. Her shit posting is what gets everybody emotionally invested, but you also have to realize what she's doing now. And what she's doing now is she's taking a formula that she sees that work for someone else, because she's not going to listen to reason from the people that are hating on her. But she sees this person that's coming and believing every little thing she says, and that person's giving her advice on the same, and she's taking it. She's taking it, and then I think that
Probably right.
she wants to be Ghost and just try to be a normal YouTuber now, because she already knows that if any more family members come out,
Oh yeah, she's
she
afraid.
knows she knows I gotta shut the fuck up right now because I'm making this worse, because I'm hitting the hive's nest, I'm hitting the bee nest, I'm poking the bear, and I need to shut the fuck
And you're
up
right,
because they're
bro.
gonna get
You're right,
so
bro,
mad
Yeah,
because
I
that
think
they're
he
gonna
might
come
be
out.
right. I never gave her that much credit, though. I never gave her that
She
much
you gotta
intelligence
give
credit.
people credit. I mean,
I think you're right because of the fact that like
Yeah.
she like out of that whole Craig Ferguson thing, the only thing I had on her was that she thinks Larry King is an actual king. I mean, that was an hour and a half long, you know? There's not enough to draw from, even in the long format with that.
If you
So
want
But
to,
you know,
yeah,
if you,
I think you're both. Yeah, I think you're all right. I think her data is low, and I think you're right too. I think it's her data going low gave her the perfect opportunity to do what you're saying. To follow the James pattern. But the problem with Mary is once her funds, like if my guess is probably by tomorrow morning she's gonna be low on her medication again, and she's gonna have some food because I'm sure she's got her benefits,
And she'll have
and
watched
she'll
this
get her
stream.
data.
She'll have watched this
Yeah,
stream. She'll
she's
have
gonna
heard
watch it.
everything we said.
Yeah, she'll say she don't watch nothing, but she watches everything. If
She
she
ain't got nothing else to do.
well,
and she
yeah,
can't help
wait,
herself.
no, you don't.
It's better
She
than
can't help herself.
it's better than television right now. It's better than what's on television.
And I'm
if you
telling you
It's
what
want
true.
to
she's
stop,
doing right now.
if
She's
you want,
building and building, and she's gonna blow. She's
Mhm.
gonna blow. She's building.
Oh,
She's fuming. She's giving this all she's got to be quiet. Because
but
she
she's
she's
said
gonna
also,
tomorrow
she's,
she's going to blow a gasket.
Maybe
she's
she's
not.
also,
fuming.
Maybe
Yeah.
not. I would be willing to bet the
we'll
Trading
see.
Places bet of $1 that no, she
We'll
doesn't.
see. Because
Let's
James,
see.
Okay, I
on a
got you on a
I'll
side,
dollar
take
bet.
that bet.
on a side,
$1.
I'll see.
Yep.
on a side conversation with James, one of the things I said to him, if you don't like being a LolCow, stop producing milk. And I
But
think
yeah,
that's that thing I think really hit home for him as to what he needed to do if he ever wanted to get out of the hole that he dug for himself with the Ileana situation. Like if he ever wanted to stop being a LolCow, you gotta be boring. You just gotta go back to being an average human as close as he can to being an average human. Because if you don't and you keep responding and making reaction videos, like you're in the cycle of hell when it comes to dealing with people in this corner
Yeah,
of the internet.
and she's providing all the gasoline to it. She's the one adding all the. We're just sitting back and enjoying. Like,
she's there's been times when I've just gotten tickled and laughed at some of her little episodes. Like sometimes you'll see a little kid throw themselves on the floor, and they keep looking up to see if you're buying it. You know,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
you can't help but kind of chuckle to yourself because you can see them peeking up from the floor. Their hands and feet are kicking and screaming, and they're crying and wailing, and they'll keep looking up to see what you're doing. Are you buying it? Are they about to get their way? What's going on? That's
I
Mary.
don't,
She's
I
she's
don't.
trying to make she's trying, but her need for money is
Mm-hmm.
greater than her need to be quiet.
Telling her
This is
off, but
she
telling her off in the end, telling her off, that doesn't, she's used to being told off by the world.
Yeah, it doesn't do a lot.
it
The
doesn't it
thing,
don't phase her. She doesn't hear you.
just like James, a bunch of strangers telling her how her life was does nothing because she knows that she's got benefit of the doubt, that they don't believe her, but they can't disprove her. And it was the same thing with James, is that you can go on and troll him for years. But the minute that the person that knows what happened and it was also part of that experience, they start showing up, that's when all of their power, all the doubt that they use to craft whatever, because they can say what they want, and all they know is I just have to be convincing to enough people, or at least
Yeah.
act like I'm incredulous, like I'm pissed, like you don't believe me. It's like a little kid when you like, Johnny, you steal a cookie? No, I know you stole the cookie.
Yeah,
You don't fucking believe me? Fuck you! You don't believe me? I'm so mad.
you're the only
You never
kid
believe
here.
me. Right.
Yeah.
But that's the game she plays, is that
I don't
in
like
the
how she lied during the hiatus video when she said she was already planning to. If she was already planning anything, she would have told the camera, like
she wasn't
during one of
playing
those
no hiatus.
walks. She wasn't
Yeah,
working. No. She's just like, I'd already planned to do a. No, you just realized when your data, after Craig Ferguson took it all. And I'm surprised she didn't do
She
a crying video. Craig Ferguson took all my data.
No,
she
no,
went
I
she went
she's
back
done
to
this
her
before.
she went back to her subterranean fucking cave and fucking sea hag to go regroup
Her
because she was wounded. She was wounded,
She
you know.
she went back to her
lick her
sewer.
wounds and regroup, you know.
You know, all this week she's been just going on, and nobody's really, nobody has really said too much, but
No, I went
it's
hard one day and then said one other thing, but I mean, she's gonna expect that from me now. It ain't gonna do nothing.
I
see what
noticed.
Mary hopes.
Oh, go ahead. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
was just gonna, I was just gonna say what she hopes happens is that she comes off of there, and everybody that knows the truth disappears and leaves her alone, and leaves her only with like the new people, the fresh people, the ones that is going to buy this story that she's going to redo. She's going to start back over again. She's going to change a whole lot of it, but she's already
I bet
going
you
back
she
to
just
that.
adds random Facebook, like everybody who like she hits add friend to everybody on Facebook. I guarantee you, just because they might be another person willing to give $5.
Or maybe,
Oh yeah, she's got by.
I'll give you.
If I was, she's lucky. She's lucky.
I'll give you two funny stories. So one of them though was the other night I was watching Mary's video. My daughter is like 8.5, and she came up to me and she goes, "Ursula," and I'm like, "What?" She's like, "It's Ursula." I'm like, "Ursula?" I said, "That's not Ursula." She goes, "No." She said, "No, Daddy," and she grabbed her Little Mermaid book, and she said, "It's Ursula." And I said, "Oh shit, it does look like Ursula with the hair and the purple." I died, dude. I started dying because
Poor
I was like, yeah,
unfortunate soul.
the poor unfortunate soul, man. And I saw it, and I saw the hair, and I knew exactly what she was talking about. And I was like, you know what? You're right. It is.
That is some funny shit, man.
Yeah.
What's the phrase? Out of the mouths of
The
babes.
babes.
Yeah.
She's like, "It's Ursula." I'm like, "Ursula," and I didn't get it at first, and then she grabbed.
Yeah,
As soon as she grabbed,
yeah, she's right.
as soon as she
Oh my
grabbed
God.
the Disney book, I'm like, "Oh shit, she's right."
Oh shit. That's a good one. That's good, dude. Ursula. Oh my fucking god.
None of my grandchildren know who really Mary is at all. I don't want them to. I've tried to keep her like part of the dirty laundry for a long time because I didn't want to know. I didn't want to be associated with her. And if I was still out there working, you know, it would not be good. It would not be good because they do check your social media, and you know when you take in children, you go through a lot of scrutiny and a lot of investigating, and it wouldn't be good. It would not be good. As of now, I don't see any of that taking place ever again. And if for any reason I ever did have to bring someone in my home that and it got held up because of some of the garbage Mary done, I don't know what I would do. I really don't, because it would go back to my biggest problem with her is wasting my time and destroying not me. She can't destroy me, but she can affect others through me.
Yeah.
Mary's. I think 100 years from now, the term Adrasdea is gonna be like the Jersey Devil or the Chupacabra. Like it's gonna be like
I
some
hope so.
mythological.
Yes.
It's gonna be
The
some mythological
Adrasdea.
creature.
There'll be
It's
big
gonna be some
movies
crazy.
made.
It's gonna be like
That you scare the
Krampus.
kids with. Yeah,
It's
you
gonna be
scare
like
the kids.
Krampus or like
They're gonna blame
Chupacabra, the Jersey Devil, or like the Bigfoot.
they're
The
gonna
monk
blame the
monk.
cattle mutilations on an Adrasdea.
She's gonna have her own lore 100 years from now. There's gonna be like this fable. Kiwi Farms is gonna be like the new version of like Aesop's fables. They're gonna be telling
Dude,
stories about these people
She
forever.
Kiwi
just she's
Really?
not
Farms is
gonna like
gonna
being
put
a
out an
fable though.
encyclopedia.
Yeah.
She
She's
fucked
gonna be
herself,
a
man.
mythical creature.
Oh
People are gonna
yeah,
say,
I
well,
mean,
Like a
somebody knew her.
like a
Don't
unicorn.
say that. She'll think she's she'll not a unicorn. Yeah, I was about to say she'll think she's special like a unicorn. No.
A unicorn,
but
but it only lives in Venice Beach.
A
well,
unicorn that's just a horse now because it lost a fight.
Yeah. It
There's
Got the
a-
horn knocked off.
pawned off its
She
unicorn
needs to,
horn
she needs
for
to start
weed and
doing
rum money.
unicorn.
but it's like
You know,
it's the same thing I said to James. Like James liked music, so I gave him the best song. I gave him King Nothing by Metallica, and one of the best things for it's same thing for Mary. The song says, "Careful what you wish, careful what you say, careful what you wish, you may regret it. careful what you wish, you just might get it. And James wanted to find Ileana so bad, and I said, careful what you wish, man, because you found her, and now look what happened. And for Mary, you always wanted to be famous, you always wanted to be found, you always wanted to be, discovered. Careful what you wish.
She was discovered, all right. She was discovered for sure.
She didn't get discovered by Warner Brothers. She got discovered by J.J. Stoner.
Stoner. JJ
A
will be the
much
one to go
better.
down in history. She's going to go down as a mythical story, a fable. Like the monster that lives under the bed.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be
But
back.
She's
Oh,
not.
yeah,
Gotta
in
zip
the
for a second.
closet.
Yeah, she's not going to be the real person. JJ Stoner will be the real one, the
Mm-hmm.
hero. She'll be whatever creation that comes up in the minds of the ones that come after her.
So
I
And
think if
even,
we, we have
I
to do
don't
a
think
we have to do a Wikipedia change. So
Yeah.
I need a Wikipedia ghoul, and then change the picture.
that's her. That's what's it's gonna.
This is
That's
a
what's
ghoul.
gonna happen.
She's a ghoul.
Because all the people that know who Mary is will be gone. Like the ones that's encountered her,
Mm-hmm.
they won't be around no more. And I had worked really hard and not shared her with anyone. Like I said, most of the people, most of my grandchildren don't know who she is. They don't know. I mean, they're too young to know who she is.
I bet you could never have guessed that it would have ended up like this, where now you're the one with the power. You're the one. You're not in the background. You're up front and on the golden pedestal, and she's gonna hate it.
She hates me, period. But I made it clear to her from the very beginning when she took Virgie's channel then, and I decided I was gonna, if I, I'm not gonna ask nobody else to give up anything, to help me because I don't know what I'm doing. And I told her then, I said, because she tried that with me. She said, everybody's gonna hate you. They're gonna turn on you. And they're gonna turn and they're gonna make life hell for you. And it made me laugh. I told her, I was like, Mary, I guess I got more sense than you. Because if that was to happen, I would turn it off. I don't have to
Yes.
be on YouTube. It is not my life source. It is not how I eat, sleep, or breathe. It
Oh,
wouldn't
and the
matter.
irony of all irony, you got exactly the treatment she wanted from YouTube. Like, you got everything she wanted YouTube to do. Like, be supportive, kind, a good community. Like, she didn't
And
approach
bump
it
her
right
up
at
in
all.
the world. She wanted to be bumped up in the world. Like she's still very focused on getting the number of people she needs to get paid. You know, and it would be interesting to see if she can do whatever she needs to do that. I don't know what the process is, but it should be interesting to see if she actually can do it, or will she accuse everybody of not doing it for her.
What, like monetization and stuff
Yeah,
like
for
that?
her, because
Yeah.
that's her goal. That's where she's headed right now, and she's
Is
close.
it 1,000 subscribers? I heard
It
Eliana
is.
say 500.
No, I think it's 1,000. That's what Mary's goal is, 1,000.
Nah,
Yeah.
because Mary, it's 500. Because Mary, well, to get monetized is 1,000, but to get your community tab over is 500.
Oh,
Right, and
yeah, she
she's
was
got that,
wanting
don't she?
community tab. Yeah.
I don't know what that is, but I don't
Eliana
really understand.
wanted the community tab, so you're right, man.
Does she have a channel too now?
Yes.
Is
She
that what
does. She
she
does.
does?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. I gotta find her.
Eliana and it's called Eliana and what's her
Daniel.
dude?
Daniel.
Daniel. Eliana and Daniel, yes.
Well, isn't that something? Well, I
Check
hope
that.
she does okay.
Well, and the thing that me and her talked about was the importance is to keep her end of the bargain, And she said, "Look, you leave me the fuck alone. You move on. I'll move on. We'll separate entirely. We're not friends anymore." And she's not gonna use him for content. Like she's not gonna keep making videos about him for no reason. She's got
Right.
her own life. She got her own thing to do. So as long as he continues to honor that, she's gonna honor that too. And
Well,
I think what freaked James the fuck out because he kept going, but what freaked him out Vance, is I think what really freaked him out was the night me and you were just deliriously tired, and we went on and I said, you open the Google Docs, and Louis just started picking pictures of everything
Yes.
Ileana saved.
Yeah.
And when he saw, I guarantee you, when he saw how big of a fucking file that she gave us, and that she not only did he save some stuff, but she saved even more. That was the day where I think he was like, and then
Oh, that's
he
what that
stopped.
was.
He
I
just
thought
and
you
then
had actually gotten to his screenshots. I thought you had
We
somehow
did.
got access to
We
the.
do. We
Oh,
do have
so
access
those
to
yeah,
were
them.
we got
his
all of
from
them.
like his phone.
Those are his
Yeah.
screenshots. Eliana saved
Okay.
every one of them and put them on a Google Drive, and she gave us access.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. So they're technically Eliana screenshots, but they are the screenshots. They're just
It's
cool.
it's everything, like not just the little pieces he fixated
Yeah, it's
on.
not
It's the
redacted.
whole context of everything. And
Yeah.
I think he got one look at that, and we only touched on a few of them there, but I think he took a look at that and said, well, he never expected that she would ever save so much to make, to counter any kind of evidence. And I think it's the same thing with Mary.
That's true. You
Once
didn't
you
go through many of them, really.
no, once you start coming with receipts, people like Mary and James,
Shut
they
down, yeah.
Yep.
yeah, because nobody's ever gonna believe him again.
And Mary doesn't believe what she sees though. She'll see what is there, because I'm not that kind of person. I don't screenshot. If you send me a message, I'm not going to keep it forever and ever in case you do me wrong. It's just not my train of thought. I don't really have time. I
You're not
don't
that cynical thinking. You don't think that
I don't
cynically. It's
yeah, I
not.
don't think I need to be, and I kind of regret it with her, but it never crossed my mind ever that I needed to do that. Never. Because if it had I would have every document there was here with me. And because I
That
had to
kind of
find a
shows in
lot.
itself that you didn't have at one point you didn't have negative shit towards Mary, or you would have been saving everything. Because if you planned on like ruining her life down the road, right? Why wouldn't you be saving it all?
I never, that's not my goal. I didn't care if she talked about me. She could blame me for everything. And the only reason the only reason she kind of pulled me into everything was when she really started twisting and turning. It's like she got a little bit of attention by saying something, and the only way to go with that continuously was to attack everybody, like degrade the entire family. And of course,
And she did, yeah. She
yeah,
did like a
and
lot of different people.
she did a good job of that, and that's why that is why she pulled me in, and then she tried to tell me, she tried everything in her power to get rid of me,
Well, there's
thinking
like
that.
rewriting history, but like I feel like we're rewriting history to tell the truth. Like we're rewriting what the story that was put out because it's obvious garbage. Let's let the real story come out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was really upset about that little pamphlet garbage that she had done.
I
But
love you
the
calling it
more
pamphlet.
the little pamphlet, the little toilet paper thing, and I was like, I was so upset. And she put it under a true story, which that bothered me because I love books for one thing, but I always expected that a book is going to be placed where it belongs. Either it's a true story, a fiction, names changed, whatever it is. It bothered me.
Yeah, it
That
should
just
have been
really bothered.
it should have been in it should have been in fiction, and she got it in nonfiction. Is that what happened?
Yeah, it's in nonfiction. Her true story, the true story,
It
and
should not be there. That's some.
no,
We
it
should
shouldn't.
contact them.
No,
Be like,
call
you got to
contact
I
change
already
that.
did.
contact the
I
author of
did.
A Child Called It and just say, hey,
Yeah,
look
we
at
might
You
have
know
better.
what you
I'd
did?
have better. Yeah, with him. But I did contact them, and see, she got all. I mean, I don't know what in the hell she thought I was going to do, but when I read that, I went back and I read their guidelines and I read everything they said. And when I left what do you call it, a review?
Mm-hmm.
I left a review, and I've never been one to hide behind anything. If I say it, I'm gonna put my name on it. But, it came from me because my name's gonna be there. So when I signed that review, I signed my name. I didn't have a problem with that because what I was saying was truthful. But I had to follow their guidelines, Truthfully, I just wanted to rip her head off, but I kept it, you know, in their rules, so that it would stay there because I didn't want her to get it taken off. So I was very careful about my words, and I was very careful. But that's when she come after me with everything. Because like, how dare I come out and go against her little pamphlet? How dare me? And and she thought that I was a fool and that I had made a mistake and accidentally put my name. And it was no accident. But I had
Do you
no idea
think
we were
she
gonna
thought? Do you think she thought maybe you would never be able to figure out enough of the internet stuff to ever maybe get the
find it.
jabs back, or no, to
But
get even your word out?
she didn't think I'd ever see the book, but she didn't know that I even knew about her YouTube. Yeah, she didn't know I
Yeah,
knew because I had
you were in the
watched her a long
shadows.
time. Yeah,
Yeah, I heard you
always.
say that.
My mother and I used to watch some of the silliness because she used to get on there and sing, just sing, and
She
that's all
started
she
that
did.
again.
Yeah, she thinks she's talented. That's my mother's fault. I can't wait to tell my mother.
I tried
Yeah.
auto tuning it, and my auto tune app was like, "Get out of here, dude! You're crazy."
Well, yeah, she used to sing a lot worse. She used to only sing like an opera singer. So
Of
imagine a country
course,
song sung up like that, like pure opera.
just
Because if
drawing
you
out
notice,
everything.
yeah, if you
She
notice,
needs
she,
to listen to
occasionally
the
she still
song
does
before she
that.
sings it. Yeah, because if she don't know the rhythm of the song, it's opera based. Like I noticed that
Yeah,
too. Like she should listen to the song she's singing before she's trying to sing it. She just pulls up the lyrics and thinks she could.
I'm gonna
It's
tell you when my
adorable.
mother.
Funny.
Oh, it's adorable. It's the cutest thing. But when my
Yeah.
mother told me, her and I looked it up one night, and we're just sitting there, and I'm trying not to giggle or anything because, you know, my mom. I couldn't do that to her. But I wish I'd have told her, Mom, please don't tell that girl to sing. Don't tell her. I'm not sure, but I know they was talking about at one point Mary wanted to go to the American Idol audition when it was there.
Oh God.
I
Oh
don't
I
know if
would have
she
no.
loved
did.
it.
That
I think she did though. I think
I
she
think
didn't
she
make it
did.
even to even into I think
She
so they
didn't.
like said like she didn't even get to sing like or try
No,
like you're not gonna make it on TV alone. Like you can't be on TV, Mary.
she didn't
Is what
make it
she
out of the
got.
stadium. But I
Yeah.
think she did, if I remember. But like, I can't. A lot's going on in the last few years. I don't.
Hey, did you see fuck Steve Harvey, man? When Steve
Oh,
Harvey obviously told her not to come, like you don't have a job.
like it was Steve Harvey. Like he really he stayed up all night long just to screw Mary over.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like it was yes. Like Steve Harvey
but
had nothing better to do but like brush his
yeah,
mustache at the time and
yes,
like get me
yeah. Come on, be on my show, and then wait till she
to
got there.
cancel.
Steve, he's looking out the window. Can you see Steve Harvey looking out the window? Okay, there
Yeah,
she is. Okay, now y'all tell her that we told her not to come. And
this will
she
be
even
a
says
hoot.
they she even says they
Yeah.
sent her an email that said don't come, but she thought it had. Well, she was just
That
gonna try anyway.
she was hoping it was a mistake. You don't get an
Yeah,
email by mistake that tells you not to you have no job. Like, come
yeah.
on.
Well, she's still hoping that when somebody tells her no, it's a mistake. That's why she screams at us till it becomes
She
a
thinks she
yes.
she thinks she can talk it into a yes or scream it into a yes, and it don't work that
See,
way in the real world.
well, the little kid laying on the floor kicking their feet and screaming and looking up to see if you're watching.
Yep.
She's looking
Yeah.
up, looking at her PayPal to see if it's been if any money's in there.
Yeah.
And
See how many
she
pay
just
pills
get
she has?
yes, she's checking out those pay pills. She's got the phone on the floor with her checking.
Yeah.
As soon as she got it's like an instant miracle drug. I wish I had some of that miracle stuff, but I've never seen nobody recover from like
CBDX.com, right?
Yeah, it's
there we go.
cbdx.com. There you
That's
go.
it. That's it.
You
And
get some miracle stuff.
I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm gonna have to get me
You may
some
like it
Mary.
if you get
It's
stressed
legal.
out watching Mary. It'll help.
It's legal in Georgia.
And if
That's
it's legal, I
Island,
can do it.
yeah.
it's Island Boy
I'm gonna
approved.
check it out. I didn't get to today, but I'm gonna check it out and see if I can't get some gummies. And
It'll get you really stoned. They twist up. They go on Twitter. Yeah, they're Island Boy approved.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and it's got to be safer than like Xanax and stuff, which
Yeah.
Mary's
Or way,
pushes.
1,000 times safer.
Yeah, I mean, I can't go. I can't even go to the doctor and say, "Look, listen, here's my problem. I want to introduce you to Mary, and here's why I need Xanax." I can't even
Yeah,
do that because this town ain't that big. It'd be all over town.
yeah,
I can't do
yeah.
that.
Oh.
No, I'll keep it. I'll just suffer. I'll suffer. I'll try for the gummies.
Oh.
They'd give you
I,
Valium. They'd give you Valium. They're trying to get rid of Xanax altogether, which is kind of a good thing. But there's a lot of fakes
Well,
now. It's
Valium's
bad.
about the same thing. It's the same thing.
It's similar, but a lot weaker.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
Well, I've been on.
it goes Valium, Klonopin, the Xanax is at the top of what they make.
Xanax is dangerous. I mean, I've seen people,
It is.
come off of Xanax. It's terrible.
I'll be honest with you. If I don't take mine, I can't be sociable. Like, so I have to take mine before I come on the stream or before I go out, places. But I mean, yeah, if you don't need them, they're just terrible for you.
Do you sublimate?
Yeah, and
Do you sublimate? Like, do you let them dissolve on the tongue?
the Xanax.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. For the most part, yeah, like if I'm having a panic attack, I have to because it makes it stop quicker.
Yeah.
But if I feel like I'm gonna go out into the world, no, I'll just swallow.
They have a grapefruit-like taste, don't you? Have you noticed they have a taste like grapefruit?
Yeah, and
Are
a
you
lot of
talking
people
about
say they
Xanax?
hate it.
Yes, we were talking
Yeah,
about
a
Xanax.
real
Yeah, when I did
a
them,
real bitter taste.
yeah, it has.
And most people say they hate it, but once it like fixes your problem, you learn to enjoy the taste. It's like beer. Beer tastes like shit unless or nobody needs it, but you know what I mean. Like unless
It
you start to realize that's what's going to get you where you want to be,
it
then it
made me
tastes
want to
good.
go out and get grapefruit because it's like, oh, well, maybe I should
I
just try
think
grapefruit.
it's one of I think it's one of those you actually can't take grapefruit with. I think it's in the
I think it
because
is
I
taste of
think
too.
grape.
It counteracts it.
yeah. So
Yeah, it can have bad effects, man. I think I actually went through that once, man.
really, so
Yeah, man, I got hella sick, man. A vertigo, crazy stuff, and all it was from grapefruit juice.
yeah.
I
Well,
have a lot of anxiety now, whereas I never did before. I was always pretty good and confident. But, my doctor, after my daughter died, he gave me Xanax. And I took them for 2 months. And then I'm always very cautious because I've already been through things in my life I don't want to go through again. Don't want to repeat it, seen too much. Don't want to repeat their life. So, I'm careful. But, I was okay taking them and they helped me rest, and they kept me from having a lot of anxiety and kept me from crying all the time, which I probably needed to cry, to be honest with you. I kind of had to put that on hold till, I had to put that out of my mind for a while. But the second month I had them, I noticed that they didn't affect me quite like they did in the beginning. And
It
like the
feels like you
night
need to
that,
take more. Yeah, that
yeah,
happens.
and the night I took, y'all gonna laugh at me. I'm gonna let y'all have this, okay? Because it's late. And I'm hoping I don't live to be 100 to live this statement down, but it's the truth. I'm going to tell you. Keep my kids from having to tell you because they would love to tell you, but they think it's funny. Okay, here's what happened. This is sad, and I don't know if I could tell you, but anyway, I took the Xanax like I would, but it didn't. It didn't. I guess it didn't like get me like numb. I wasn't numb, so I thought, well, I'll just take another one. But that was like the next day is when I realized no more for me. I actually got rid of them, never took another one.
You did
But
too
here's what
much in
happened.
it. Yeah.
I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to start taking more than what I should have took and then running out of them. And then I just didn't, I don't want to live that.
Yeah,
And I just
that's
thought,
kind of
well,
what keeps that's what keeps me from taking more than what I'm prescribed because I know that'll leave a month. I mean, like if I take one
it's going to
day's
leave you
more than
short.
I'm prescribed, it's gonna leave a day that's gonna be hell. It's gonna leave,
Right.
and they don't. You can't. I mean, they did do one sweet thing, man. I woke up 3 days before my refill of Xanax, and they had all got destroyed. The last 11.5s I had got destroyed, like just all soaked. And I called up my pharmacist, and I don't ever ask them for anything like that. And they were just like, "Come on over." They filled it 2 days earlier. It was like a blessing in
Oh,
disguise, man. It's
that
crazy.
is a blessing.
do.
I
Yeah.
worked in pharmacies before, but the laws have changed tremendously.
Yeah,
Like a
and
lot.
it's changed more tight. So like I had to
Yeah,
talk to the
very
owner
tight.
of the pharmacy, and he was like, "Yeah, you've never asked us for anything like this. We're gonna do this for you." And I was like,
Yeah,
"Thank
we
you. I've
used
been
to
going
look
there
at.
10 years."
Yeah, we look at the past. We look at the history, and
Hmm.
and the names of the doctor. A lot of people doctor hopped, and you can tell. If you work in a
Yeah,
pharmacy, you know
yeah,
who they are. You know who you can
yeah.
help and who you can't. But them Xanax, let me tell you, I got to get back to this so I don't chicken out and tell you. I don't want my kid to tell you because it's even worse when they tell it because they add to it. But anyway, I took that second one and I didn't go lay down like I should have. I just was in my own thought. Okay, now y'all with me so far down. Just forget what I'm saying. I hope y'all are drunk.
We're
But
fine.
I,
Yeah. Yeah, we're good.
okay, oh God, that's terrible. Y'all gonna remember this then. Well,
No,
just that
I'll do things to forget it. We're good.
I need to have y'all hypnotized immediately following stream.
Okay.
But anyway, I have to pee before I go to bed. So, well, I guess I fell asleep. I fell asleep
Yeah,
and
that'll
I fell
happen.
off the toilet. Just fell off the toilet.
Hmm.
Knocked my ass out, hit my head, on the door thing, which knocked me out other than falling asleep. Broke my little finger because my finger got all twisted up in the toilet paper holder. Broke my little finger.
Oh,
Oh, it was terrible. It
that's
was
just
terrible.
unlucky.
Ow.
It was terrible. Had a black eye. Okay, had a black eye. Knocked myself out. Hit the top of my head so hard it knocked me out. Broke my little finger. Just happy sleeping on the floor, unconscious, or whatever you want
I
to
can
call it.
I can see it. I can see it. You just nodding forward and
Just fell right,
yeah.
just right. It hit the top of my. It was so awful. And the worst part about it was my husband gets up to go to work, and he's like, once he realized I was alive, I didn't kill myself. He gets me up. He's helping me. He's like, "Honey, you got to get in bed when you get sleepy." And I'm like, "Well, I was going to, but I don't know what happened. I fell asleep before I got there."
You know what's
He's like,
funny? Tonight has just been the horror stories of Xanax because I stopped by Mercer's channel and he was talking about the worst ass whooping he ever took. And the worst ass whooping he ever took was getting drunk and doing Xanax and falling down a flight of stairs and cracking his head open on cement in the basement. It's just been nothing but Xanny stories
Maybe
all day
that's
long.
maybe that's what happened with Ethan Ralph. Maybe the whole four Portuguese men beating him up over his little man purse was bullshit. Maybe he just got high off of Zandy bars and just fell down the stairs.
Oh, you guys haven't
I
been. You guys didn't what? Okay, so there's
no,
more.
we
There's
haven't.
more to that story right now. Anybody watch Medicare yesterday?
No, can you give us a short what it is though?
The supposedly the Portuguese people that robbed him and took his purse posted it for sale on eBay
For 30
How
euro.
much?
for €300.
I thought it was 30.
I think it was 300.
Well, he's an internet star. You gotta bump it.
Oh yeah, yeah, I guess so.
"Oh my."
So, but no, man, I wouldn't say he fell because that's clearly a punched eye. I mean,
Right.
that's clearly a punched or kicked face.
He fell into a fist.
Yeah, a
Oh,
couple
I fell
times.
Repeatedly.
He like pinballed
repeatedly.
around that street for a minute.
But for me, my husband was laughing at me when I fell. He's like, because he knows me, I'm not gonna can't go in the emergency room to get stitches and openly tell them I fell off the toilet. I can't. That's not dignified.
Not
That's
if you
not
want to keep your
dignified.
script for sure. But I know
Well,
you didn't want
I
to.
didn't
But I'm
really want to
saying,
keep it after. I wasn't gonna keep it after that, but my husband's like laughing. He's like, I know you, Kathy, and you would not go in there and tell them what really happened. If I had to take you up there. And he's right, I wouldn't. I don't know what, I'd probably just have to keep a concussion and have the neighbor kids sew me up or something. Because telling people you fell off the toilet and injured yourself is just not the highlight of my day.
no. And then
You know,
your Elvis Presley jokes all the rest of your life.
yeah, it's just not no fun. It was so embarrassing. It was terrible. I thought I can't let nobody know about that. But my kids found out and they like to
Well,
laugh
your
at me.
secret's safe with us, but I mean that
I'm
means
sure
Mary
it
probably
is.
will find it.
Oh, I don't care. She does. Lord, at least my toilet's clean. I mean, I could put my head in it and not have to worry about what the mess she got in hers.
Yeah. Hey, which I'm
Especially,
glad. I think Marine or Melly, one of the two, will be glad if I ask this. There was feces not in the toilet of that room, right? Just in there, right? The bathroom.
do you want in her room
Yeah. I think her personal bathroom she had. I guess.
at my mom's?
She left
It
some
was
stink
Yeah.
nasty.
doodles. Did she leave some stink doodles?
She
Outside where
left
they should go.
everything. She had hair dye on the walls. Where she'd cut her stuff would be splattered on the
Blood.
wall. The floor never swept. Me of blood. She broke the toilet. I mean, she broke the toilet. I don't know what in the world she done. They're hopped up and down on it. I guess I don't know.
I
Maybe
think she
she
was
has.
having a happy time trying to, what females do when they can't find a
Yeah,
man.
I've never had a happy time and broke my toilet. And if I couldn't find a man, well, then I don't need to have a
Well,
happy
I'm
time.
just saying Mary might have some techniques. I don't know.
Oh
Well, yeah, she broke
She
the
might have
toilet. That's
lean up on
not
that back
me.
thing to get leverage or whatnot.
I'm
Oh
It
thinking.
my
looked like
I'm
she was
god.
thinking.
jumping on it.
No.
No. I'm thinking
Yeah, you should don't
Hitachi.
visualize it.
Hitachi magic wand. And it,
I
Oh
don't know.
man,
and
Oh
you
then
could
it
be right.
no.
and then
Y'all make
it cracked the porcelain, and then she's like, she doesn't know what to do.
No.
What part broke?
she,
The
the whole
bowl, probably the
damn
bowl.
the whole yeah,
Knowing
but
her
the
luck, it was
toilet
the
it was
bowl.
and it was rocking off the floor and broke it.
hmm
The top of the tank lid it was broken in half.
No.
She was in there jumping around on it. I guess I
Hmm.
don't know. My guess is she just having a temper tantrum. My
Well,
mother probably told her to clean the bathroom. No, I'm not
yeah.
doing it.
You
Well,
know
I
what
don't
probably
know.
happened? Here's what I think happened, right? I'll give you one. Grandma found the weed. She flushed the weed and then tried to rip up the toilet to see if she could
Get
get
to
it out.
weed. Has it
She-
always been just weed? Because she's admitted to doing speed, but she's also went out of her way to say she was never an intravenous drug user. And the way
She
she
drank
says
a.
it,
I mean, she drank a lot. She could tell she drank a lot. You can just tell by the way
yeah,
she
yeah,
talks.
she did drink a
but
lot.
like,
She'd go out every night
do you
if
think
she
she was
could.
ever an intravenous user? That's kind of what I'm wondering. Whether it was dope,
I don't
whether it
know.
was meth, whether it was heroin. Like, do you think she
Mary's
ever went that
always.
far?
I don't know. Mary
Because I
had
don't
me
know how
fooled.
she would have got back, and we would
I don't.
see something.
She doesn't have.
Probably.
She doesn't have any visible needle marks, from what I can see,
I do.
and she's not wearing
Yeah,
long sleeves.
she used to
Yeah,
always
yeah,
wear
you
long
would do
sleeves,
that.
but because of her
See,
arm,
Yeah,
her cut.
yeah, the cuts.
But she didn't. I don't think she would do that because I don't think she has. Um, no, I don't think so. I don't think she has
She wouldn't have a
enough in
steady
her.
enough hand. I don't think she would.
Yeah,
Her
and
hand wouldn't even be
she
steady.
could accidentally kill herself, and I think she knows that.
Yeah. No,
She
I've lost a
doesn't
lot
want
of
to
friends
die.
that way. Probably the
Yeah,
reason I'm alive is because I decided I'm going to be the only one in my friend group to not do it that way. You know what I mean? Like whatever
and
we're doing, I'm not doing it that way, and I'm
she
the
does.
one who's still here.
She's on all these. She knows. She Googles everything. She knew that. That's kind of pushing the limits there for Mary. Mary doesn't want to
Yeah.
kill herself. She doesn't want to
No,
die.
she wants to just lay down and it happen if she does want to die. Like when she wants
She
to
don't
die,
want to
she thinks
die.
He
it can
does.
be quick. Like
And
she wanted to
she
die for 3 days, like last summer or something, and she thought like I won't drink liquids for 3 days and I'll
but she
die.
wasn't.
And then she
She was.
got caught drinking a homeless man's Capri Sun in those 3 days. Like,
yeah.
She just. It's just her little trick to kind of. It's her way of
I
saying, well, since you want me to hurt myself and die, because you
yeah,
won't give me what I need. Then I'll do this. But I believe, but I truly believe that if she ever felt like she really was dying, she would get to the hospital.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
She
wish we
wouldn't
were
lay there
Oh
and
just
die.
yeah.
all wrong. And she's been doing a long con, and she was just like the best internet troll ever. I wish that's the case. I know it ain't, but I wish. In my
No,
mind,
She's
she could have been the best.
she could have been. She could. She had. I think she just carries everything too far. But there is something definitely wrong with her because, like, she has
I
a
agree.
hard time hearing what you're saying. It's like she may hear the words and she'll argue with you
She only
about
grabs the ones that are convenient.
right, but and you can show her something like a emotion. If I had videos of her entire life and I played them in front of her to show her once and for all, this is what really happened, not what you're saying. Now she still would not see it, and she would not accept that she would find a story like I would have had to have created another human being that looked like Mary. That
Yeah, or the Photoshop's gotten so good or some
yeah,
bull. Yeah,
that I had to pay somebody. I wish I had that kind of money. I really do.
go to
That
Fiverr. It's
I could,
probably. I mean, we'll pay it most
that kind
likely.
of.
Well,
I mean, according to
she
Mary, I've got millions.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you're the Monopoly man's wife
yeah.
now. You got you got the other monocle.
I wouldn't mind. It would be entertaining and fun. I really don't know what I would do with that kind of money. Anyway, I think I got
I know. You'd buy Basset Hounds and cheeseburgers on credit cards.
and Cocker Spaniels now. I'm over the Bassets. I'm into
Okay.
the little Spaniel.
I
The
think you would, if you had that kind of money, you wouldn't do much for yourself. You'd set everybody else up, and then you might take a vacation. You're not a top. You're
no, I don't
sweet.
really
You're
need,
not
and I
gonna.
don't need anything. I really don't need
Yeah,
anything at this point in my life. In fact,
that's
anything
how
I
I
do
feel.
need,
Like I got what I need, so like why need for more? Like why want for more?
yeah, I don't really. It's really, when my children will say, "Well, Mom, what do you want us to get you for your birthday, or what do you want?" I don't never know what to tell them. I don't want anything. I always
It's
tell
a
them,
hard
make me
question all
something.
the time.
Yeah, because if I needed or wanted something that desperately, I
You
wouldn't ask
got
them
it.
to do it. I
Te-
wouldn't ask them anyway.
freak
Wouldn't tell them.
freak them out. Tell them you want a gaming headset for Discord.
It would shock
Yeah.
them.
It
I don't
wouldn't.
know
Hey,
what they would
actually,
do.
they got a decent deal in my town. If you ever need one, there you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, well, I probably do need one. I don't know
Because
what to buy though.
I bought it to fix my audio, and it's been all right. I mean, there's a little hiccup every now and then I gotta fix, but it's been better.
It's yeah. It does sound a lot better. So
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with that kind of stuff. Like, and I think, well, Lord, I wouldn't want to spend that kind of money. And
Oh,
then,
these are $12. These
yeah,
are
they're like
$12.
oh,
if you're paying
$12.
more than $30 for headphones, you're paying too much. So
Well,
Yeah, I guarantee it. Yeah.
they're up there in the $200 and $300 range. I see them all the time.
now go to
You're buying a name. You most of the time you're buying a name.
you can get just as good quality at Dollar General, and I'm serious. Dollar
I
General.
Really?
promise you, right?
Yes, you will find.
My quality's Dollar General, exactly. So,
I
is
bought
yours
a
Dollar
lot.
General? Go.
Mine was Amazon, but it's almost like Dollar General quality to where it's like it works and it works surprisingly well for the price that you pay for it. So, and that's
Right. Ours looks surprisingly similar. Like they could have been the same design, but different companies bought the thing.
but yeah,
Mm.
Kathy, just go to Dollar General and just say you want a pair of gaming headsets for a PC. And it's like what, $10-15 if at that.
Worst case 20. Worst case 20,
Worst
but
case
that ain't the
20.
one she wants because it's
Okay.
it's the one you need the USB power. So just 12, 15.
Oh, only if she wants the fancy light. Only if she wants that fancy light
Yeah,
on
is
the
that all
end.
that does?
That's all it
It doesn't
does.
help the microphone?
Yeah, here I'll show you because I got mine. Here
no, listen, Kathy's Oprah rich, man. Why is she going to Dollar General?
See?
She can get the
Because
she can get
Yeah,
the
she's a
Astros with the gaming
smart
chair,
woman, though.
dude.
like Mary says, I just got
You're
millions.
Oprah rich. Millions,
Yeah, I don't
Kathy.
have billions. Got it buried out there in the yard,
Millions.
underneath the sod. Millions just out there in the sod.
16
Oprah
So
rich.
much,
paces. 16 paces in a
so much
westerly direction.
money.
Yep.
That's right. And then you'll find a key.
That's
Then you got to find the
what I
lock.
said last night. Like Mary drew out a map with an X, and she's mad we found her treasure. Like what the like?
I think she's got some serious problems with me.
If
I
I
hate
if
that
I was
she.
in your If I was in your family, I would literally leave everything to Adonis Paul just to spite her.
You will give it all to him.
I just give it
I
all to
make sure
AP just for spite.
I make sure she knows when I do anything because, like, yeah, I wish I could do more for her. But if I had millions, I'd listen. Y'all would all have new trucks, and I would make sure
Oh,
we had a
Oh,
parade in L.A. We had to be going by her little home in like a parade process, and we would all have a red hat on just to put icing on the cake
I think. Wait a
and blow the
second.
horn and new trucks.
No, we're still up. Thank
And it
goodness.
yeah,
just
yeah.
so because she hates both of that red hats and trucks and anybody giving money to anybody but her. Yeah, she just
I
is.
bet she
She
hates
is.
other people who get food stamps. I bet like even though she gets food stamps, she probably hates other people. Like if they get like more because they have a kid, it ain't fair to her. I bet.
Oh yeah, because she can't have no babies. So why should she be penalized for not having one?
Right. She should get if she had any kind of miscarriage or abortion, she should be getting paid for those babies still.
She should. She probably thinks that way. If somebody put it in her mind, she'd be down there.
Oh God, I
You
just
know.
did. Damn it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you did. So she's gonna be down there protesting, and she'll
They'll
be on
change the laws
national.
for her too.
Yeah, they will. She'll
I
have
hate
them
that
people. What
state.
was it, in the now or in the know? The ones that did that, put her little
I
scene
think
about not showering.
I don't know, but I think both of those are a thing. I think in the now and in the know are a thing. So
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was though that put her out there, and then she got mad because she said they were making money and she wasn't making any.
yeah, but you're
It
out
was
on the street, so they can record you.
well, yeah. I mean, that's just her logic. They're getting rich off of
I
her not getting
I
showered.
got you. Yeah.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself announcing to the world that you ain't washed that nasty butt of yours. You can find a way. There's
She
a
says the
way.
worst things about herself and wants to be beloved. Like she says the most off-putting stuff.
Yes, I stink so bad. I haven't had a shower in a year. I mean, and she's so proud.
I had
She
Hey, look,
quit
headlice.
her 18. Yes.
like the one that made me laugh so much the other day was the one where she was walking. Well, this is my life now. I've got to walk and get this marijuana after y'all give me the money. I got to walk. You hear me? The queen
Yeah, so what
with my
she's hinting at we should also like either get it delivered to her or like get her like Ubered back and forth. She's hinting there. That's
I dare her have to walk. Y'all are making her stinky butt crack queen self walk. She's so much better than that. So much better.
oh God, the street,
She's.
the trail. She probably leaves this fucking slug trail, man.
I'm sure she leaves a smell trail. I know she does. I've had to I've had to hold my breath many many times around her.
Oh yeah, you weren't you saying like she would like get offended if they said like, "Hey, take a shower. We're trying to
Yeah,
go out to eat or something." Yeah.
my mom was like that. She was very proper. She was very everything had to be just right. And I promise, like my mother would check out every one of us to make sure we were dressed appropriately. And if we weren't, well, guess what? We didn't get to go somewhere good to eat. We had to go somewhere, not so good.
You had to slum it. Yeah.
Yeah, like she'd take us to Sunny's barbecue if you weren't dressed right.
And I was
You know,
ahead of you guys. I wasn't gonna Mickey D's this chick. Come on now. I was ahead of you guys on that one.
yeah.
But she heard
My
it. She laughed.
we knew you wouldn't. We said, not the very best, but not the worst. Right
Oh
there in the
yeah, no,
middle.
it was actually right what she wanted. She was like, I've been wanting Chinese for it was great. It worked out perfect.
Good. I'm glad. And it sounds like y'all are gonna be so cute together.
I hope so. I hope so. She's just been over here sleeping, so I guess she's cool with me just talking around her. She can stay asleep.
I just recently, statistics will scare you. When we've been through a lot as a married, as a family, we have been through so many things, and there was never ever a doubt that we wouldn't pull through it together. We've always worked together. And I read a statistic a long time ago, and I know, just from people that I know, that most people that lose a child end up separating or divorcing. They don't make it. And I
What
never
with the
really
person
understood.
they lost it with?
Yeah, it just it puts a lot of strain
Yeah.
on a relationship. But my husband anyway, one day I was talking to him about that, and I said I said it scares me because I feel myself pulling away from everything and everyone, and 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 I don't, I was like, do you ever think that you can't take it no more? I mean, are we in two separate worlds that can't be that if we're not careful, we're going to go so far apart we won't be able to stay? Because I can't invest. I'm too old now, Lord. I can't go out there and get another husband. So we got to work this out. We
I
got to
bet you
make it
could.
work.
I bet you
You know,
could.
but I asked him the other day. He always looks at me and says, you just no. I don't think that. He always said there's nothing that would make me want to not be here with you. Nothing. And I'm thinking, well, this sounds good. Sounds real good, but um, the other day I asked him, I was like, after every single thing we've ever been through, some of the most epic fight, we've had the most epic arguments that should be documented and on on the big screen. We've had some of the most funniest things that we've gotten arguments about that ended up outside. That I mean, it's been crazy. I'm like, after everything that we've been through, out of some of the most epic arguments that we've ever had, that the neighbors would get their chairs, lawn chairs, and sit in front of our house to watch it, just to watch us argue, and me drive the car in the river, or any crazy thing I would do, and you know, and I did a lot. I was like, you never once thought, if that crazy bitch drives my car in that river, I'm leaving. He said, "No, I just thought I'd gonna kill you if you drove my car in the river. I wouldn't leave you, but I wouldn't. I'm not gonna leave. We're not getting a divorce over it. I'd just kill you." I was like, "Okay, I just wanted to see." And I got to think about that. When you get married, you got to look at that person and think, no matter what he or she does, I'm staying. I'm gonna stick it out. I'm gonna forgive them. We're gonna work through it. We're gonna make it. If you can't say that, if you have any stipulation whatsoever, don't even bother. If you say, well, like him, if he would have said, if my wife gets a cheeseburger with a credit card, I'm leaving. I'm done. That's where I draw the line. That's it. I'm out of here. We'd been divorced about 30 years ago. It would have been over. But like he always tells me, no, there's really nothing. He said, I'm not happy with you all the time because you're just crazy, but there's nothing you could do to make me leave you. There's nothing you could do to make me want to leave you. But, and I'm thinking, that's how you know someone really loves you,
Yeah.
and you love them, because you're gonna work it out. You're gonna make it work. You're gonna. There's just no reason for you to go, because you can you can get through it. We can work it out. We'll forgive each other, and we'll not let that happen again. Like, I did learn to quit putting his car on the boat ramp and threatening to drive it in. I don't do that no more. And I hadn't done that in years. And I don't throw coat racks at him no more. Or I don't put a dent in the car. We kind of grew through it. And he don't throw my clothes out the window.
Sounds like y'all worked it out. Huh?
Lord, yes, we've worked it out. We've had new furniture 3 or 4 times because we threw it out in the yard too.
The
It's like
loss,
Beautiful.
the
we had
loss of a
some epic. Go ahead.
the loss of a kid. What I've known in therapy is when people come for, say, couples counseling and things like that. The deciding factor when it comes to couples who lose a child comes down to one thing, which is blame.
It
And
does.
everything else can survive except blame. And if one parent feels extremely strongly that the other one's to blame for what happened, it's very hard for them to overcome the blame. And sometimes the blame it makes it very hard for the person being blamed. You know, that's when they're at their worst, but they're most depressed because you got the person you supposedly love the most who's basically saying it's your fault our child's gone. And blame
You
is
know,
what tends to cause the most fractures in the
I
relationship. When it comes,
I
especially a
I
tragedy.
yeah, I think that I feel like I carry a lot of what ifs, which I interpret as, what if I'd done this differently that day? If I would have, you know, if I would have done everything differently that day, if I'd have went in there sooner, would I? As far as him, I have no blame for him. I mean, if it had not been for him, I wouldn't have had the extra time I had to to sit with her and tell her bye because his knowledge and his training allowed him to give me extra days. I know for him, like he doesn't like to see me cry. If he even thinks my eyes look like they might be gonna get a tear in them, he'll get up and walk off. He just can't do it with me. He just can't. He just can't. And like the only time we've ever really talked about that day was one time, and he thought that I blamed him. He thought I was blaming him because he had never failed me. He had never failed me ever. He didn't fail me that day either. He thought that he thought that he let me down because he couldn't give her back to me. But he did. He did give her back to me and gave me time to tell her I love her, and he gave me time. You know, to him it was failure because she didn't come home. But it wasn't to me. I blame myself for not, doing more, going in. What if I'd have done a lot of things differently? What if I hadn't been focused on something else? You know, and I was very focused on something else that day. And I just
It's a
wasn't
lot
into,
easier. It's a lot something like that than it is to come back from self blame as well as a partner blaming you as well.
no, we don't blame each other. I think, he thought I blamed him. He thought that I was disappointed that he failed me. And, he's never, like I said, he's never failed me. Um, he, he did, he did everything, everything. I mean, he gave me time because her heart was not beating. She was not breathing. And he got that back. He got her heart going. So it gave me time to spend with her a little longer. I got to say what I need to say, and that was, I guess,
And
that was
that's
something I needed.
why y'all gonna be okay.
We're gonna be okay. Y'all just might get to experience some epic comic fighting. We do get pretty worked up around here. The neighbors come down and see what we're doing. One of our neighbors even makes bets on us. Like one time they didn't hear from us for a couple of days. It was like a week, I guess, and um, they come down on their four-wheeler and they were so cute. And they seen us out in the yard and they were like, "Oh, thank God, you're both still here. You're both still here." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And they said, "Well, we had a bet. We didn't know which one of y'all were going to be down here. We didn't know who was going to survive this week." I was like, "Oh." I had to call it, what do you call it, a truce? I had to stop it for, I did say I was going to pick it back up, but I never did actually. I probably need to work on that. But I told him I wasn't going to leave him alone for a whole week, and I meant it. But he went and had an accident. Well, I had to call truce. I couldn't. You can't yell at a man who just wrecked his truck. You can't. You just can't. You got to wait. Got to hold it off, and
That's
Yeah,
true
one
love.
the right
That is true love in the South. I'm not gonna beat
I got
your
to
ass
make it.
till you're well again. As soon as your leg heals up, we'll get back to kicking your ass.
Yeah, we get
Right.
that. We
Don't
get the
finish
truck
this one.
fixed,
I
and
still owe
then
you 3 days. 3 days. 3 more days.
How you feeling? I still feel like shit. I'll be back in a couple days. You let me know when you're ready to go again. I got some
Yeah,
towel racks that need to get thrown.
I think that's why he like has selective hearing. You know.
Coming
Poor
in like
thing.
coming in like Kathy Bates in fucking Misery.
Yeah, listen, you know
got
what?
the board and you got the 2x4 and the fucking sledgehammer. How you
Paul, have
feeling?
you ever heard of the
You ready?
Kimberly Diamond Mines?
Oh man.
I'm terrible. I get, I'll drive the truck right through the wall. I will, I've tried, I almost did that one day, and I told him, I was like, you better jump, run, do whatever you need to do, because this truck is going in. And he's standing in front of the wall, and I said, I really don't want to run you over, but I will. You need to move. I'm about to prove you a point. Because he told me that the truck would fit in the garage, and it was when we were rebuilding. And I'm like, no, they made a mistake. Not big enough. It's not wide enough. The door, it's not going to make it. It's not gonna work. It's a small. This is too small. We had a bigger garage because we had to do everything by memory. That was the big fight. That was what we were fighting about. And I just, me, I was gonna prove it by proving it. Forget the measuring tape. I'm gonna put the truck in the house, and I'm gonna show you it's not gonna work. And he got in front of it, and he's like, "No, don't do that." And I'm like, "You need to move. I'm coming in." And that whole garage is coming down on us. So get out of the way. And he didn't. He didn't move. But he did start moving when that truck started rolling. My daughter says she ain't never seen her daddy move so fast. Getting out of the way. So I could get that truck stuck in the garage just to prove a point. Yep, I did. Bless his heart. He's put up with a lot. That's what I mean. When somebody can put up with all that, well, I don't think they're going anywhere. I mean, how could they? How could you go away after all that?
It'd be
That'd be
almost
all.
impossible.
Well, yeah, but you'd have to write a book first because they wouldn't nobody believe you. You mean you let that woman almost drive you over, drive your truck in the wall, and now you're gonna leave?
Yeah, yeah. What was the main fucking issue?
Yeah,
Like she put too much salt on the eggs?
yeah. Was it the damn cheeseburger that I bought with a credit card? Was that finally it? Is that what did it? I don't know. You been but having a coat rack tossed at you, or your Z28 Camaro teetering on a boat ramp with your wife in it, angry about to drive it into the river? That didn't do
Now
it.
that would cause me anxiety. That would cause
Oh,
me
he
some
he
anxiety
did.
to be.
He
Yeah.
did have some anxiety that day. He
Oh,
had a lot.
Vance,
Yeah,
Vance, you're not gonna like Aunt Kathy anymore because you know what? You know what kind of truck it is that she trashed?
it's a Toyota, isn't it?
It's a Chevy
No,
Tacoma,
Oh, it's a.
man. She
Oh
trashed.
no,
wait,
it's
no.
She
not a
trashed her.
Tacoma.
I'm joking. I'm just messing with him.
We have
I'm just playing.
Silverados.
I thought that was AP's truck.
I'm,
Was a Chevy Silverado or a Tahoe.
Yeah, he did. He bought a
I'm just
Chevy,
messing.
and yeah, we got Chevys too. That's all we can buy. That's what we get discount on. We get the GM discount. The what do you call it? The employee, you know,
Yeah,
whatever. Yeah, we get a discount. So that's one reason we love Chevy. That's why the Chevys all not the only thing we've ever owned is Chevys. So because we get a discount. I don't know. I do like the Chevy trucks though a lot.
Corvettes are still made in Bowling Green, Kentucky, I believe.
Have you seen the new Corvette though?
No,
Have
not
you
yet.
seen one? They look like a
My,
giant fish. I don't like
my
them.
my neighbor's got one.
I don't like this style. I don't like the way the back of it looks. It looks like a fish with gills
I'm not a
to me.
fan. I'll be
Yeah.
honest.
A
It don't
lot of
look
the
good.
newer designed cars seem like they're just going too hard on the design, and
It's too harsh. They're
yeah,
too
it's not
harsh looking.
appealing anymore.
I don't like the way the new Camaro looks. It look like a fish, and look like a fish with gills on the side. It's like all flared out.
Fish
I
out
didn't
of
like.
water.
Yeah, I didn't like it. It's like it was suffocating. And that guy was so proud of it up there at that dealership. And I'm looking at it like, no, that's ugly. That's ugly. And
It's
you
like I'm
want
good.
how much? Like hell, I couldn't go get groceries in that. It's ugly. That's real ugly. They ain't nowhere to put the bread either. You know, how you gonna get the bread and the milk home? You'd have to make 2 or 3 trips. And the
I
whole
still want,
time you're there, you'd get out and be thinking of fish. You would never get the bread and milk,
I
or at
still
least
want to
that's
know.
me.
I still want to know how we can get CBDX to make a commercial with Aunt Kathy. That'd be the
We don't.
best.
Wouldn't
It
it
would
be
be the best.
special?
It would be the best.
I,
Hi
Yeah,
everyone.
it,
I'm everybody's Aunt Kathy, and I just want to talk to you guys about CBDX. And she goes through the whole thing. She's like, you can have whatever you want as long as your name's not Mary Barone. Use my code for 50% off.
and I would
Kathy
have to
Get your
tell
won.
him.
Kathy won at
gummies. Get your
CBDX.com.
And if y'all excuse me, I'm gonna chase this ice cream truck up the road. I'll be right back. We're gonna
I
finish
feel
that in a minute.
I feel like CBDX is just missing the boat on Aunt Kathy, man.
I
She
did
really
tell
is.
him. I did tell the CBDX rep about Aunt Kathy, and he was laughing his butt off about the raspberry gummies. He loves
We
I,
that.
got to have
Yeah.
we have
she,
to have a commercial
they're
with the
missing the
ice
boat.
cream truck. We got to have the ice cream truck.
If I
Ain't nothing like somebody
Did they
eating
make the
gummies.
all blues? The AP all blues? Did
Yeah.
they ever run that?
They're coming.
I like the
They're coming.
Yeah, they're good. Well, I
That'd be
don't know if
cool
there's
because
right.
they're all like
I
supposed to taste good.
Hi everyone, my name is Aunt Kathy. Do you have a family member that's absolutely batshit insane, driving you crazy and stressing you the fuck
Like
out?
this one, and
Contact
Driving
then
you
you
to
show a
drive.
CBDX.
picture.
Get yourself some moon rocks. Their gummies are the shit.
Hi, I'm Adam Farler. I have a CIA approved message for CBDX.com. Do you like CBDX.com? I like CBDX.com.
You're a
They-
genius. Adam Farler would do it without getting paid. You're a genius, man.
I would have to. It would have to be. Do you have a family member driving you to drug addiction?
Yes. Yeah.
No,
To alternative narcotics. To
in Adrasdea's case, it's not a family member driving her to addiction. It's a subway that she has to take to get to addiction.
Yeah,
yeah.
and the gummy world, they'll come to you. They're gonna bring it right to your mailbox.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
get those
Yeah.
gummies and taste that ice cream truck.
And use that promo code. What was that?
There.
Oh, I got.
What
You know
was it?
what? Shit, I actually gotta put that up here. I've had it on turned off for so long. Here, let me put up the CBDX ad.
What-
There we
We
go.
know
Yeah,
that
There we go.
the Aunt
CBDX.com.
Kathy one ain't gonna work yet.
AP, ROTC, or 44420 for JJ Stoner, or
Virgie.
Virgie. There's his code. I like
Hey, if you ever get it, 404 error should be your code, brother.
that. Maybe. I don't know.
Because you use it more than anybody I know, man. I mean, I follow up on the joke, but you use it more.
Well, it's because I'm kind of like, seeing how far I can go with the joke before somebody at YouTube goes like, oh, well, we have to make 404 error a banned term now.
That's why I try to, every time you say it, that's why I follow it up with the list of 404 errors bits. You know what I mean? That's why I have to, because then we're talking about a bunch of stuff. And They
Yeah.
don't know any of it.
Oh, those
I can
four.
give you.
Go ahead.
I can give you. I can just for last. I can give you a good, really accidental high story because it was actually a funny one. So, one of my roommates in college, he had his girlfriend would come visit all the time, and she was in culinary school, so she would make all kinds of crazy stuff and bring us. Like we ate like fucking kings when she was around. When they broke up, I think I was sad. We were sadder than he was because
Yeah.
the food. But she would always make all kinds of stuff like. It's the best fucking pulled pork in my life. So she was up visiting, and I got home from class, and I walk in, and I just see this giant, humongous plate of peanut butter brownies just sitting on the fucking. I was just sitting on the coffee table, and I'm like, oh shit. So I sit down. I'm starving. I start eating these brownies. I'm just sitting there watching TV. Well, lo and behold, she didn't make those brownies. My roommate did, and my roommate was I've never seen somebody smoke so much pot in my life. Like our entire basement at the time was just an entire grow lab, and I didn't even smoke. He just had a whole thing going. He paid for college just by selling weed, and so he made he used the weed butter and he made all these brownies, and you couldn't taste anything in these things. And I didn't really
Man,
smoke. ever.
He probably
So
made wax first. That's the way I've
yes,
made them
that's
tasteless. You turned
exactly
it
what
to
he did.
wax.
Yep, he
Yeah.
made wax. Yep.
Yes. Okay. He decarbed the wax, and then because I got can
Yep.
of butter right now that I can make Rice
Yep.
Krispies, but the butter's
There you
so
go.
strong, man. I
Yeah,
made it way
oh
too
yeah.
strong.
So I sit there, pour myself a glass of milk, I'm watching TV. I eat 4 fucking brownies. And then the next
Ooh.
thing I know, it's 4 hours later and everybody else got home and I'm still sitting on the couch. I can't move. I'm literally glued to the couch. And they look and they see the TV and my eyes are bugging out. And I'm watching, I'll never forget, I was watching the fucking Animatrix. You know, like
Yeah,
the cartoon
I
version.
do. Yeah, yeah.
That came on
Mm.
TV and I could not fucking move. And I was just sitting there and they're like, "You all right, bud?" And I'm like, "I don't know what happened, man." I said, these brownies are good. They fuck, you know. And he's like, "How many did you eat?" I was like, 4. He's like, "Holy shit, man, I can only like stand 2."
Oh
And
shit.
I start freaking out because I know how much he smokes, how much he does. And I'm like, I just looked at him, I was like, am I gonna die? Like, I wasn't sure. Like I really was not legitimately sure because I've seen that dude smoke himself into a coma. And he's like, "No, you'll be
Man,
fine."
my
And they're just
dad been smoking
cracking
his
up.
whole life.
They're cracking up, taking pictures, and like, oh, thank God there was no real Facebook and shit
It was
back
like
then.
the first time he ever got high.
Oh,
He
not
said
the
it was like the
first
first
time.
time he got high again.
It was like that. It's the first time he
No,
got
like the
high.
first high you get.
Yep.
But when y'all get to talk to the shredder, I'm gonna tell y'all what the shredder did to me one day. The shredder, I at night, like in the summertime when it's real hot, I would go outside and do like yard work in the dark, like, but I have light out there, because it's cooler and it's my business. That's what I want to do. I do it. But
Yeah, you do it.
the shredder come out there one night and she's sitting out there with a friend of hers and they're just watching, and they're amused. They just never seen nothing like that before, but that's okay. But they were I thought it was one of those like vape pens that she told me it tasted like cherry and she wanted me to try it. She was, but she didn't tell me. I should have asked more questions. That's my fault.
I
Truth,
already know
that's
where
my
this is
own fault.
going.
And she would not leave me alone. She's like, "Come on, mom, try this. You need, try it. You'll like it, and it's much better for you. You don't want to smoke any. You just try this." So I tried it, and I don't really like. I didn't like the cherry taste, but she's like, "No, that's not enough. You don't know how you like it until you really just do it." So I did because she's a little intimidating. I tried it. I had to be honest when I said I don't want it no more, and I gave it back to her. Lord have mercy. I just don't know what happened, but I know I was out there working, and she was out there giggling, and her friend they were laughing at me. It was terrible. I don't go out there no more ever since that night. I've been traumatized. I really have. Because the weeds and the leaves, it was like they were coming alive out there in the dark with me. And for the first time in my life, I was kind of scared. I was scared of the landscaping. I don't know if cherry flavored stuff does that to a person, but it did it to me. It did it to me.
It was probably just like the common paranoia, and you probably took more than you probably should have. I mean,
I'm
just
sure I did. I
TBD.
never done that. Anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I took a whole lot more, and I should have just letting it in
I
front of
mean,
my face.
even if you smoke every day, it's a totally different chemical once you decarb it and get it in your liver. It goes from delta 9 to hydroxy 11 diphenhydrogen, but it changes in your liver processes it to a different.
Well,
It's
I
much
prefer
stronger,
that.
much more psychoactive.
I prefer the gummy. The gummy didn't make me do that. The gummy didn't bother me. The gummy made me happy.
That's
Made me very happy. I slept, like I said, like a little fat baby, a little fat, healthy,
when you get
well-fed
gummies.
baby. Gummies, they were just so sweet. And I just fell asleep and I dreaming of chasing that ice cream truck up the road to get all my favorite, you know, just to get all the favorite ice cream out of it before anybody else got to it. had get it. Like,
Oh yeah, get the Sonic the Hedgehog
yeah,
ones they used to have. I remember those. Those were the best, man.
yeah.
It's like different, like that SpongeBob, and they had, you know.
And I have to get all Mary's favorite just to make sure she don't get any. That's it.
Yeah, you just throw that on the ground and like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You just buy the store out of anything Mary likes, and
yeah.
then just
Well,
throw it
I'm
away.
so rich.
Because you're so rich,
I
you
should
can
do
do
that. I
that.
really should. I
My
should
Aunt
visit.
Kathy, my Aunt Kathy would buy ice cream and throw it on the ground in front of me. That's gonna be her next
Hey, she
videos.
went.
Yeah.
But she done told me that.
She's gonna come out here to California and buy all the tampons.
Yes, she said I couldn't come to California, and I was like, I don't think you can stop
You
me if
can
I
do
want
whatever
to.
you want.
I ain't never done. I
Yeah.
haven't done nothing to California. I haven't done nothing yet at all. I haven't threw no ice cream out or anything.
No, and you didn't force Mary that way,
No.
so she made that decision. She did that to
At this
California.
point, I still have legal rights to go to California and buy all the ice cream and tampons I want
Yep.
from her neighborhood.
Yes, yes.
I sure do.
From specifically the walking distance around her.
Yeah, I could go buy them all and I could distribute them to everybody but her.
Could you imagine
Yeah.
how freaked out she would be
Yeah,
if she saw you
knowing-
walking around her neighborhood?
I don't know if she'd know. I don't think she'd recognize me. It's been, it's been a few years. And I don't know. She probably
She would hate anybody walking around with all the anybody buying all the tampons. It wouldn't matter. Then she'd be like, "Oh no, it's kidding."
Yeah, she.
She would try to rob you though.
I'm gonna tell you.
She needs those tampons.
She's gonna hear this and she's gonna be like, I guess I'm gonna have to call the police and have a whatever you call it, a restraining order, because she's gonna come.
Yeah, on
buy
every
all
one
the
of
ice-
us here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming to buy all the ice cream.
But then she'd have to mention my name, which I don't think she's going to.
She'd have to.
I wanted to, but I was trying to get her to mention my name, man. Great.
Well, we know she knows my name, my full name.
Well, she knows mine. I know that. Oh yeah, no. Oh, I mean, it's smart with no full name by now. There's been enough clues. You figure it out.
Hey,
The one thing.
It's not a super secret.
The one thing about Mary that
What, man?
amazes me is that she people that I don't know. I think it's like I said the other day. People like J.J. Stoner. She wouldn't say his name for a long time. She don't say it very often, and I think it's because he intimidates her in a way. Royce Lopez, when he gave her money, him and Adonis Paul gave her some money for groceries and her phone bill and stuff at one point. I think she took that as
She
a
gave
sign
it
of
back.
weakness.
Yeah.
She took that as a sign of weakness that basically in her mind she was winning with them. She could talk them, she could get money from.
Didn't she send it back though out of principle?
The Christmas
I'm pretty
ones.
sure she was talked into sending it back out of principle.
She did send
And
something
Mary
back.
sent like a Mersh sent 20. Yeah, but it was
Oh,
the
yeah, she
small
did
ones.
send them
Mersh
back.
sent 20. She sent the 20 back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's been money before then,
They've paid
way before.
Yeah,
several times.
Kathy
Yeah.
said they've paid her phone bill because without it, they're not going to have any content for
Well,
their
you don't
LolCow
have
ranches. Yeah.
Well, Adonis Paul did 1 month, and then the very next month she called him to see if he'd pay it.
And then he realized,
well, I mean-
oh shit, this is not what I bargained for, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to turn in to be paying it every month if I do it one more time.
he did.
She's going to want me to do it every month.
Yeah, she
Like that,
will.
she
She
thought that.
expects that you're gonna take care of her forever. She's worse than an ex-wife. She don't ever go away.
Get a chick to take care of her forever. And on Minecraft. I like that picture in Minecraft. I saw it.
Oh, I like that too. I like that.
That was cool.
That would be
Yeah, Chase
that'd be a
Chase
neat
the Train
little-
really came out with. Yeah, that was a good one there. So
That'd be a nice little.
Thank you, Chase the Train.
That'd be a nice little Christmas gift
T-shirt.
stocking stuffer for all the children in my family.
There you go. I think I'll
Don't y'all
just
think?
Christmas.
They did.
Your Christmas card. Just send out 2 postcards, one joke, one with a Mary, and then one real with you.
We need to make that a toy for all the children in the family. Kind of like a
What, a Mary toy
yeah,
or
it'd be like a mug shot. They'll know who to
you?
look for,
No,
but in a fun
try
way.
heavily.
okay. Take
Oh,
Mary's.
okay, yeah. Like know who to avoid.
I was thinking
Yeah, it,
Take Mary's face, take a photo of Mary's face, put it on like a cloth doll, like the face of a cloth doll, and then you put like one of those pull string things in the back so that you pull the string. They're trying to get me to kill myself. Zip! Royce Lopez did this to me. Zip! JJ Stoner, Adonis Paul, Daywave Radio. Zip! Adonis, put it on
Dude,
4chan. That kind of thing.
you are so close to an idea I had today. If we could get a Mary puppet, I would just reenact her how to kill me. And just do a whole stream as Mary, the puppet, and put it out as just
I
Mary.
could try to make one.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
If you,
even
If
better.
be?
if you could handle that,
No,
I
even
think
better.
I
Unknown
could.
Archive. Remember
yeah, I could.
Unknown Archive's got that Muppet of himself, remember? That he puts on his stream. Costs him like $500,
Yeah,
but
see,
it's
I
like
want to
worth
do-
every fucking penny of it. Because it's like, I'd love to have one of
It would
Mary.
be worth it to me.
I
Yeah.
don't know if she's.
Yeah, because I would do whole streams and not even say it's me. I'd start a new channel for it, man.
Yeah.
And
Just for
yeah, it
well,
would all
I'll
be
go
that.
get it, but I can't have nothing like that in my house. It would scare children.
No.
It,
Yeah, but also she's gonna claim I have a voodoo doll or somebody because she's not gonna know it's me. Like, well, now she does.
well,
But she's gonna claim I have a voodoo doll and I'm hurting
she
her
knows.
for real. Like,
She knows that I contact. And JJ Stoner did had somebody, that he was following that did the voodoo stuff. Well, I asked him how can I get a hold of that person? Because they seem pretty authentic. I want one of those little dolls. See what happens.
yeah,
Just,
Yeah.
just for
yeah. I mean, we'll
experimenting.
send you enough. We'll send you some needles. You know those little bobby pins.
Yeah, that's okay. I got plenty.
Yeah, but we need special ones with our names on it.
That's
You know
true.
what I
Yeah,
mean?
you do need.
Hurt.
That's right. You do need your name on. I think that would make the
Oh
doll more
God, I
special.
wonder how much
Yeah.
it would cost. It would cost so much money for somebody to put names on bobby pins. It is so small.
Oh no, I
You
bet
know
you. I'll practice. Give me a little while, because I got that
Okay.
engraving thing on my. I got a thing that'll engrave on really small things. I might be able.
What the Dremel's got the
Yeah, I bought all the. I got the. You
yeah.
just buy the right accessory that goes with it. Yeah,
Uh,
I got enough money to
yeah.
do that. I mean, I got
I
really.
dig it, man.
I had fun with that thing engraving. I engraved everything one day.
Is it the ones that do wood too?
Yeah,
I used
I
to do wood
did.
engravings with one.
I had actually, seriously, I had bought a bench made out of cedar a couple of years ago in memory of my daughter to go out in the garden. Well, I didn't like what he done, because I guess I don't like anything. But he couldn't draw, and he should have told me he couldn't, because I could have done the art myself. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But I kept it out there for
Is it?
about huh?
I was just gonna say, do you have the the round diamond bit they come with?
Yeah, I bought one. I've got 2 or 3
If
in
you
there.
ever a tip, if you ever want to like cut a hole in a vase or something, you just got to do it underwater and it won't crack.
Oh,
That's the trick
I
there.
haven't tried that. I mostly what I originally I'd gotten it to help with the engraving on the bench, because I went and drug the bench to the shop and redid the whole thing. I just redid the whole thing, and I put what I wanted on it instead of him, and that's what I had actually gotten the Dremel for, was to help get that. And then I ended up using a wood burner, from to go over everything that I had
Oh
done.
yeah.
So yeah, I used quite I got a lot of experience when it came to that bench. I learned a lot. I had to
You like
learn.
doing arts and craftsy like stuff, don't you?
I do. I like doing things. I like doing big things. Like, like that bench was a project, but I wasn't happy with it. And I figured I kept looking at it and thought, well, Lord, I could have done worse, but I truly believed I could have done better. And I did do better. I mean, blessed his heart. That's all he had to tell me was, hey, I'm not, real good with art. So I would have done I could have done that part myself. And just needed him to cut the tree down to help me get the bench. I actually got enough wood out there to build a bench on my own. It's just I haven't started it yet. That's going to be something that is going to consume me and probably send me to the emergency room.
Well, don't do that. Get one of us. I mean, there's enough construction people in here who can help you with anything you need on that. I'm
But
sure Roots knows
I'm
what I'm
pretty,
talking about.
I like, I'm pretty stubborn and I do need direction though because, I did cut my finger trying to learn how to use a handsaw. My husband was so mad at
Oh,
me. He was furious because, I cut myself when I was by myself and I
yeah,
cut
and
it pretty
it
bad.
scares him. It scares him. I mean,
It's
when
scary,
he
yeah.
wasn't furious, that's just how he took it out. He was terrified.
He was mad. He was like, you were here by yourself. What if you'd went unconscious and, you didn't, that just wasn't smart. And
I
I thought,
like
well, no,
that about him though, that most people just think about the best case scenario and that's it. Like we need people who's thinking about the worst case scenarios. Like, so that's a good thing. Like a lot of people think it's a bad thing, like you're staying negative. No, you're being realistic.
Yeah, you
well,
really
yeah,
are.
yeah. When you're in an environment all the time that people could die in or people have died because of a
Exactly.
simple safety procedure, you do kind of have a tendency to think about that more.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
did. I
I
was
think
in
it's the
charge
more
of that.
death you've seen that's close to you, the more death, like the more you give a fuck about. Like the reason I care about the married thing is probably because all my homies died before they ever got to 30, and it's like, yo, you know what I mean? Death is close to me in that regard. So I'm intrigued because she's screaming about a murder. You know what I mean? Like,
And she brought that up herself.
yeah,
She
we were talking
did.
about ducks. We were talking about ducks, and it was a
Yeah,
joke. It
she was
wasn't
going
even
to
a
feed the
joke.
ducks.
She fed the
The
ducks,
ducks.
and I guarantee it wasn't cooked rice. I'm not going to buy that for a second, but
No,
it probably
It
didn't
I
kill the
think it
wasn't.
duck.
was. I think it was because it was in one of those little kind of Chinese food containers that you get like at the
Oh,
place.
really?
It was. So
I
I
thought it
think
was
it was
just
cooked
in.
rice. I think that it really
I
wasn't.
thought it was a
Yeah.
dollar bag. I thought I saw it as like, and I didn't pay attention too much, but in my brain, I've always seen it as just the dollar bag of rice you get that you need to go take care of and cook.
Oh yeah.
If it
It's
was in
Well,
a little
yeah. I'm
takeout
like,
she did
container,
cook.
yeah,
go
Yeah,
ahead.
she did get some that she had to cook.
Yeah, but
The
I'm
only
like,
thing she would have done is not cook it all the way. That's all she would have screwed up on.
yeah, I'm like
yeah. I don't know if she can cook
99%.
rice.
I'm like 99% sure that this was rice that she had in like one of those Chinese takeout containers.
Oh yeah,
Right.
no, ducks are fine. But we were just
Yeah.
joking, and then she starts talking about like, oh, because of that, you're going to talk about Roberta. Well, who? Who? Yeah,
Who?
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Why?
she turned the head on that one. And I helped her a little bit.
Which she's like her book said, she'll never stop screaming. You know what I mean? She needs to scream it out, but she knows what'll happen if she
No,
really does. So she's screaming other shit.
no, more like
I,
she'll never stop dry snitching.
Yeah, but
you know,
she's not doing enough of that.
Yeah.
She only does that in the super panic moments, like the golden clip. She was like out of her mind during that.
Yeah, she was. She really
She
was.
would have never said it like that in
no,
any
she
way.
wouldn't. She's only said something like that twice, and both times she was out of
Yeah.
her mind with rage. Like
Yeah, no,
she was.
I messed up and I told some people because I really did think it was in the first book. The word witness was in the first, and I'm probably wrong on that. But she did do it once before, I know somewhere.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's twice. She's done it twice. I was looking for it the other night too. I was trying to remember where I saw it, and I can't for the life
Yeah,
of me.
funny thing was, it was the golden clip one was literally the only one I did not watch that day. I literally caught it as it went through you, man.
Yeah,
It
and
was because when I
I
was looking for it, it was the only one that didn't have the red bar where you've already clicked it.
mm-hmm. Yep. And she was posting so many videos that I
to
think
try to muddy it.
she was trying to flood us out with content.
Yeah, no, that's saved, Mary. That is saved
Mm-hmm.
and being
Oh
treated
yeah,
with
that
care.
you bet that one.
Yeah, Tartanomicon's got it saved. I've got it saved on my hard drive. You still have it saved on your YouTube for some bizarre fucking reason.
Yeah, I don't know why she would have that. That's insane.
She
Like, if I
doesn't.
had a computer, I would have it saved, but like she don't even remove it. I don't think she.
She
Well, she
thinks it helps
listens
her
to this,
point. She thinks it helps her point.
or she thinks she wasted so much time with it that she needs to leave it because it got a lot of views, man. It got a lot of views compared to other stuff.
But she thinks it helps her because she had somebody defending it and saying, when she sees a positive anything, she'll latch on to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I wouldn't have even gave her the 10K because if you're saying a lot of jewelry, you got the 10K. Get out my face.
It was just the right thing to do.
I understand, and
It was like not that we really. I mean, honestly, at that point, neither one of us cared what happened to her, but our mother did. So, out of
yes,
respect, that's why we did that. And, hoping that she would leave the condo, but God, I mean, she hung out there another year.
I don't doubt it,
We
and I bet she never thought about no property taxes on any of anything. She never thought about. Did she pay bills on the condo with any of that
no,
10K?
I paid everything in November, but not December or any day after that
Let me guess. She
until we
just
got
went
her
out
out
and
of there.
party. She went out to like
Yeah.
clubs a lot, bought alcohol a lot, maybe bought a few clothes. Like that's where that
What
money
with
went.
the 10, I could show you what she spent it on. I have it.
Oh, that could be a whole show, Gov.
I
Like
know.
that's it.
I got it.
Damn, we're already at 7 hours right now.
I can put it together for you.
Hey,
I'll
are
put
they
it
gonna
together.
hold it? Are they gonna hold it, or are they gonna chop you into two? Because I saw your video was like earlier chopped down, and we were like, today we're not talking about anything. But then I saw it's like, oh, I guess we are.
Uh,
But that was purposeful, right?
no, I had to
Screen
restart the stream. I had to restart the stream because everything was acting up. So, but this
Uh,
is yeah. So yeah, I think I'll be okay. I don't think I have to like cut anything because I was always like, as soon as I heard music, I was like, nope, I don't care, Adam Farler.
yeah.
Nope, not playing your music on
Well,
my shit.
I mean for time, because you said it does it after
Oh
so
yeah, it
long, it
cuts it
might
off.
accident.
It actually cuts it off after 6, so we're an hour past, but I don't care. So
We'll
it's
figure out what happens. Yeah.
yeah, it's
I'm glad you went so long, man, because I was able to do my date. I was able to
mm-hmm.
do the, little extracurricular. I was able to put my girl to bed and then still come in here and say hello to everybody and Aunt Kathy. And it worked out so perfect.
Yeah, something told me to
Sure.
keep going, and I'm glad I did. And
Thank you,
Yeah,
buddy.
yeah,
try to keep an eye on you guys. Sometimes I'll get busy doing something. Today I was kind of deep in thought, but I'll try to check my iPad to see.
Yeah.
And luckily, it did tell me you were live
yeah,
today.
Yeah, sometimes it waits a couple hours before it does,
mm-hmm.
man. So I'll be going on during your time slot and checking myself because
Yeah, you have to check it and see.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
the
But
drawback of
no,
having so few subscribers. It's like, I'd actually rather have the subscribers than the super chat donos, to tell you the
Yeah,
truth.
because you're
Yeah,
not priority without the subscribers, bro. Which I'm
exactly.
trying to get you more. I'm trying to get you more, man. I think my chick subscribed. You know what I
Yeah.
mean. I'm trying to get you more through people I know. I got a lot of Facebook friends. I'm doing my best here.
Like I've
Uh,
said, this is one of those shows where you have to tell a friend. It's like, hey, this is the craziest shit you've ever seen. Roots has done it
yeah,
at his workplace. He's got his entire workplace like watching my stuff now. It's great. It's really really fun having a kind of show like that where it's just like word of mouth and it just starts slowly spreading. A year
that's the
from
best
now,
way.
I'm gonna dethrone Ethan Ralph.
When
oh, you
people
calling in
reckon,
today?
I am calling his ass out. That's right. That's right.
Okay,
That's right, Gunt
yeah,
Master. I'm calling you out.
that's awesome. I
you,
think
you're
Pod
you're
Awful will
you're gonna
probably
be
think I'm calling him out, but I'll need a favor later. That's
yeah.
all.
But yeah, Ethan Ralph, you thought 4 Portuguese men beating you up for your little man purse was humiliating? Wait till you lose to a kid from Kentucky.
What you don't know, it was 3 Portugal's tranny used to be female men.
Oh,
I
so
made that up, but I wish that was true. I made it
wait,
up, but I wish it was true.
wait, they were
I was
three
just about to say,
they were 3 FTMs?
Yes, yes, but no, I made that up. So no, we don't
Oh,
say that
okay. No.
like as fact. It's funny to me.
He got beat up by 3 404 errors.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know
and I
that
heard one of them
404.
was even a 404 error.
Yeah.
Like on top
I,
of that, he was also and I don't care about that type of thing. I don't even see that, but he was a 404 error.
Mm.
I just
Not
that's so
Portuguese.
amazing to me. Because I put in like a search thing, and it comes up with that error. I just didn't know what in the world that was. I figured I put something in wrong.
That's the joke. That's the joke. It's kind of like when what does that actually mean? It's kind of like when they can't find the right web page or
A web page
something.
that
Right.
doesn't exist anymore. It's like a web
Okay,
page.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
that's how I seen that. It was like it just I kept doing it
It's an
again
old
because I was
school thing.
sure.
They've done that for a long time. Like
Yeah.
404 error is like 10 years old by now.
Oh, 30.
Yeah.
30 years old by now.
Oh, was it that far back?
It goes all the way back to the original Mozilla browsers. Yeah.
Message board. Okay.
Yeah. So, but
Well, y'all lost me. I'm drifting off into space now.
I know we got to give you the scrambled eggs version of this. Okay, see
Yeah, I can't.
the web browsers that you use today were very prototype in 1994. So these were, they were almost it was almost the internet that we knew today back then, but it was very prototype. So web pages were just starting out then.
So
I got
very
educated.
primitive. You're saying like it was
Mm-hmm.
very primitive compared.
Yeah, like Adam
Yeah.
Curry, the original MTV VJ Adam Curry, he originally started MTV.com back in the early 90s because he saw the trend, he saw the writing on the wall, and he said, "Okay, that's where, everything's going digital now." So he personally paid to register MTV.com. And for a long time, Viacom's like, whatever, you just go ahead and use it. You're one of our VJs. And then as soon as the internet started taking off, Viacom snatched that domain right out from under him. Gave him absolutely no credit for that. They're like,
Man, I don't doubt it. They
yeah,
saw the money that could be made in TV with
they
it.
did.
I don't.
They saw it. Yeah, they realized they saw what Adam Curry was seeing, and they're like, "Oh, okay, we'll take this over now. Thank you for this. Here's your little finder's fee now." So
Yeah, it's like imagine if Tucker Carlson started covering Mary, how pissed we'd be, bro. Like, what are you doing?
But I don't think
no,
he
he's
did
already
it justice.
he already covered Chris Chan. Remember?
Yeah, but that was
That was
man. That
that
was
after.
crazy. Anybody would have had to cover that. That was news.
Yeah, that was like.
That was sick. That was so sick.
That was after his mom, right? That was after the
Yeah,
mom
that
stuff,
was
right?
sick. I think
Yeah, that was sick.
I don't know who I heard that from. It was I don't know, but that was like stomach turning sickness. That was sick.
Yeah,
That's sick.
yeah. And I ain't mad at him going to jail for that. I mean, like, go to jail for that, bro. Did he get out?
No, he's still in there. He is still in there.
Okay. Good.
He's just. I think his next case or his next court appearance is in February, so he's due. They've just been like pushing back because they're getting like all kinds of psychological exams for him and for Barb, to try to determine competency on that. So, but
So she's still alive, right?
she is, and she's back at the house. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Thank
Mhm.
God. Yeah.
Was he in wasn't there like a whole big thing about him wanting to be transferred to like a women's place?
Yes, he still does. He still does. Yeah.
But
And
Is he claiming he's trans? Is that what it is?
yeah,
mhm.
The trans angle? Yeah, I know he
That's a
believes. I know.
Virginia only recognizes this after you've had the surgery, which he hasn't. Chris has not had the surgery.
Thank God. Thank
Yeah.
God, because that at least makes more sense, bro. That makes more sense than you able to go pre-op and
Mhm.
and like fight in the UFC women's division type stuff. Like that stuff's so irritating.
That's not fair. None of that's fair. That's not fair at all, really.
The
And it's not.
problem with that is because you're saying women aren't as tough as men. Well, yeah, of course,
That's what
but
I'm
like you
saying.
can't say that.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't believe that. I don't think I'm made
I do
like a
too.
man. I don't believe I'm as strong as a man, and I don't believe I could work myself into being as strong as one. And
Well, I
we're
mean, it's
just
down
made
to
different.
bone structure. Like I mean, not me myself, but men have had to fight for shit. They're all, you know what I mean, for a long time. So over time, we just became built different. Like
But
women were
but
in
women and
the
men are always been built different. We've always been different emotionally. Um, we've always been
yeah,
very different. I'm okay
and I
with that.
don't understand why they want them to be the same. Yeah, I mean, I get the motives behind it, but I don't get like what the good could come from it.
I,
There's not much.
but I would not want any of my grandchildren to be in any type of competition that would be unfair like that. I mean,
Yeah, like
why
there
try?
was the girls there was girls who should have won gold medals, and then they were like, well, this year, the best is silver because whatever's in the damn competition, so they're winning. It's a bummer. I think a couple what
Yeah.
was it Olympics medals got won by
Mm-hmm.
because people got blown out in everything, man.
Well,
Every one
yeah,
of those male to female transitions
It's
got
a it's the
records broke.
it-
The
it's the
weightlifting bothered me.
Futurama. It's the Futurama Coiletta episode. Remember when Bender decided that he wanted to become Coiletta to enter the robot
Yeah,
Olympics
yeah, yeah.
because the
I do
female.
remember that
Yeah, and it's
the
like,
only
because it's almost poking fun at the Special Olympics, but through women. It was genius. That episode is nice, man.
and then
you
somebody
know what
ran with it and said, "Oh well, this seems like a good idea. Let's go with this."
the only
Yeah,
way that I would be okay with anything like that is when if it's a male to female transition, then if they're going to compete against a born female,
they sh-
they need to make their silicone breast needs to weigh like, I don't know, let's say 75 pounds,
that's true. The balance. There's
Yep.
a
balance it out
different.
a
There's
little
a
bit.
balance.
Mm-hmm.
Give
Yeah.
them a bigger butt and give them bigger boobs, and then
I
I'd
say
be
they should
okay.
have a third division. They should have a third or maybe a fourth division.
Yeah.
And in that division it's trans people both ways. Male to female fights male to female to male fights female to male. Solution.
There you go. So
But yeah, or what is it? What in boxing you go by like the weight, right? Like
yeah,
there's
wait.
Yeah, well
heavyweight,
it would
lightweight.
go
So
by it would still go by weight, but I just don't want somebody who was born a man fighting somebody who was born a female, no matter what they are
it's
now, because
it's not fair. No,
it's
unless
not
you give
gonna
them
be. The male's
75
gonna win.
pound breasts.
It just reeks of
Or
domestic
you allow the
abuse.
woman. It looks like domestic abuse, but you should allow the woman steroids at that point. I mean, at
Yeah.
least you gotta allow.
Lord, we just changed the entire makeup altogether again. We done gave the woman the steroids to be the man and the man the boobs to be the woman, just to balance
Yeah,
it out when they were doing. They should have just left
because
it alone, for God's
the
sake.
man. I agree. But the problem is if the man would lose the power when they transition, females don't gain a bunch of power and muscle. That's the problem. Like
Oh
you.
no, the
So
structure's still the same.
yeah, the shoulder widths and stuff. That's science, man. That's not.
That's not gonna make
It's
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 not
not
gonna make you.
political. It's
No, I just the whole thing just kind of. Like I said, I'm real old. I'm not I'm not born from that era, but I I like a lot of things from the days where women, and if you're not fine with that, that's up to you. You go do you. I'm
no.
doing me. I'm
I
good being
agree with
home.
what you're saying.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm good with what you're saying. Not
I'm
not that my
proud.
chick needs to stay at the house or nothing, but like, yeah, if a chick wanted to be a housewife, that's perfect.
But to me, there's honor in being at home and taking care of your children. there's some honor there. All these
It
children
used to
now
be
are.
the most honorable. It used to be the most honorable occupation in the country. We treated the moms who stayed home better than the men who went to work. Like
Well, the
in the way we,
wages, the wage gap wasn't a problem back then.
it's
Men could be the
debatable that
ones
it is
that
now.
Yeah, well, men could be the ones that would be the provider, and they would be able to provide for them and the rest of the family. Now you don't have that kind of wage earning anymore, where a man has barely enough to earn to pay for himself and maybe his health
Yeah,
care, and even if
It
the
almost.
women has to get the
Yeah.
job too.
I
Yeah,
need
it
to
has to
get
be
out there.
a working family. A man, it has to be a 2-job family.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna tell you something. The way my husband and I, there was a lot of years I worked, a lot, and that's what I did then. But whenever it would get to the point where there was something going on that I needed to be home, for whatever reason, with my children, maybe we had too many at one point, but it, that would we had it worked out where my income could be there or not. We have never, and I didn't agree with him when we first did that, but I am the woman who bought the cheeseburger with the credit card. So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
He always said, we will only use my income for everything. Like because when you go finance something or buy anything, um, they look at a lot of things. They look at your debt ratio. They look at your income. They look at what you got going and out and so forth. But we have never used two incomes. Now we have had two incomes, and I made good money for a long time. But we never ever used any money that I made as a way to buy anything. And you know what? It kept us above water because a lot of people we know, they didn't. They wanted the bigger. They wanted a little bit more, so they used both incomes.
Well, the
And those
sense of
people,
pride that the man has when he's providing for the entire family financially is something that it means a lot to me, I know. So
but it's hard. It's hard to do that. I
it
think
is, and
my
it's a
husband.
great accomplishment. It feels great
Yeah,
every bill I pay, every yeah, it feels great.
because you're doing like it's a lot of weight on you, and that's something else too. I
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
want to take that
Yes,
weight.
it is.
I do not want that burden on me. I feel my
I
burden
think
when I
most
carried it.
women don't. I don't think
I
most
don't.
women would
I
want it.
don't. It's a heavy burden. I've been a single mom. It's a heavy burden. It's
The
hard to
problem
be the
is a
one.
very small amount of women can't take the joke, get in the kitchen. They think that's serious, and they like, and even if it was serious, what's
They
so
take it
bad about
offensive,
that?
but there's nothing wrong with that. You know how much fun you can have in the kitchen, and how
I
much
do, I do.
you can have a lot of fun in the kitchen, and with your, if it's just you and him, you can have fun. But if it's you and your children, you don't know how much fun I had with more fun with my grandchildren than the children because I'm a little calmer than as grandma as I was then. But I mean, I've set my kitchen up looking like a restaurant. We've had it looking like the store. I put, it's fun. I'm not a good cook, so I have to make it fun. You know, I would send them in there to buy the ingredients of whatever we were gonna make, and we play. I'd have play money here, and we just and it was fun, and they learned something, and they hold. There's one of my grandsons. He knows every recipe that was ever given to me. That was passed down to me. He knows it. He's got it because we played, where we got the ingredients and he learned how to get change because that is important to me. People today do not know how to give change back without a computer. They do not know how to count someone's change back.
Oh yeah, that was the one thing I knew I needed was like my math skills have to be great or this world's gonna suck. Like you got to know mathematics. Like
You really should know how to count change back because that computer could fail you.
Yep.
I mean,
easy.
it easy,
Yeah.
easy. And if you're just sitting there, if something is 1801 and they hand you a
Yeah.
20 and you stand there
Yeah.
staring at that 20 for 20 minutes because you don't have no idea what the hell to do because the computer went down.
101 quick. It's like 101 quick.
You have no idea.
That's
I
when
felt sorry for her.
that's when you have like a have a penny tray, and you just take a penny from the have a penny, and you give them
Yeah,
$2 back. Here, two.
Yeah, but they
exactly,
can't
Yeah,
figure it out. They just can't. They don't know what to do because the computer didn't tell them to do that.
yeah,
It didn't tell them to. So I've seen this, and I've trust me, I've seen it, and I'm like horrified. That was one thing I taught all my grandkids. You're gonna learn to count money back because not only for your benefit if you're out there, but when you're on the other side of that register and you're the customer, do you really want somebody looking at a 20 for 20 minutes trying to figure out how much money to give you back?
no, you're gonna assume you got ripped off no matter what they hand you.
Yeah.
yeah.
And if you don't know yourself, well, you probably are going to get ripped off.
Oh yeah,
You j-
depending
If
on
two of you are standing
yeah,
there staring at the 20 and neither one of you know how to figure out how to get the proper change,
you're not
one
gonna end
of
up with a
y'all.
$3 on accident. That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. Well, Kathy, do you want us to go ahead and wrap this up? Because it's like 2 in the morning for you now, isn't it?
Probably better. I think is Adonis on or did we miss completely? I feel bad if we did.
I don't
Did
think he's.
Adonis go to?
I don't think he's on tonight. I
No, I know that I
Virgie's
missed
on.
Nightwave. I'm gonna go to watch Nightwave, but
Virgie's on. I know that, but I'm probably gonna go to bed
Oh,
here in
is
a
he?
minute.
I didn't know about him.
Yeah,
I just
oh,
didn't
I'm
see
I'm
him.
putting Nightwave on and then curling up with Chick
yeah.
myself. So
It's. I just feel so like I have to say hi to y'all at least,
Oh,
and then I
it
feel
was
bad.
great. It's great having you on. I mean, we.
that's how I felt. Like even during like going on a date, I'm like I'm in a car, and I even said I don't know if you said it, but I was like I don't know if I'm gonna get back. Hey Gov, please tell
I'll
hey
keep.
Kathy I love
You
her.
did. He did tell me. Thank you for that
Yes.
Oh,
very
that's
much.
cool. That's cool. That's cool. I didn't know I'd get
You
back. I
tell me.
didn't know you go 7 hours.
You know
He did
what?
tell me.
That's what we're here for. We're here for Aunt Kathy now. So, in a
Oh,
way, this is now her show, and
oh, don't say
I'm
that
glad.
now. He'll be
Well, no,
running from
it's your
you so
show when
fast.
you're here. When you're here,
Oh, yeah, let
Yeah.
me
it's you
have it
like
for a little bit.
Okay.
Let
yeah.
me
When
interrupt you every once in a while.
Oh yeah. But
Makes me feel
uh,
good.
okay, well before we hop off here, I'm sure everybody in the chat will want to know. Hey, when's your next one you want to do, Gov?
I don't know. I got to work tomorrow, and I'm probably gonna. Depending on how late they work me till, I'll probably go at like midnight tomorrow night. So I'll probably go midnight and just, however long, maybe just a couple hours because I don't want to stretch it out too long. But
Okay,
uh,
can you do me a favor and
yeah,
whenever you figure out exactly when you're going on, like private message me that. I'm
sure.
trying to get us a lot more people in here. I'm gonna
Yeah,
try to get us a lot more viewers.
I'll aim for midnight tomorrow night. So midnight Eastern. So
Okay, okay, so I can go ahead and just tell people, hey, go here at midnight Eastern. Boom.
midnight Eastern. Yeah, that'll be it.
Right,
So
cool.
all right.
Awesome. Gotcha. I'll do my best, bro.
Going around the board. Any final thoughts? ASDSS.
Where'd he go?
He's still
Oh,
there.
sorry. Sorry, I
Okay.
just have a hard time unmuting. No,
I
I
I
mean,
enjoy- I
yeah,
love the
these been
conversations with you. I do. You're very interesting, informative.
thanks. It's been a pleasure talking to you the past couple of days, honestly, and I'm glad, this is the same thing that Ileana had. Is I'm glad you found like a community to support and that you don't have to suffer alone with this situation, with this person that's been extremely toxic to the, remaining surviving family. I mean, that's kind of what many people around here has turned into is just like a support network for people, that just don't know what to do with a family member that's either A in crisis or B just completely,
Mean.
upending their lives, So
Well, the
it,
sad thing is now, anybody, everybody out there that I have ever protected or wanted to protect or would protect, they're not here no more. They're not here no
yeah.
more. So I don't, I, I don't want to be mean. So y'all gonna have to help me because I don't want to be mean. I don't want to turn. I don't want to be her. I don't want to be that way.
You'll
But
never be her.
it's
Don't
no.
worry
I
about
know
that.
I do though because like there's always something or someone that holds me together. Like I know I don't want to embarrass nobody, and I don't want to do anything that to come back later and be really bad. So there's always that one person out there that kept pulling me back. Now I have a sister across the street. Sometimes she's very forgetful. She too was in a bad accident, and caused short term memory loss. So sometimes I
Oh, I
refer to
know.
her as short
Yeah.
term. No, she's short
Yeah.
term. She's the best person to tell a secret to, no lie. She'll forget about it an hour later, but like, she told me today, she's like, enough is enough. She's like, everyone's gone, mom's gone. There's no one that there's no one left to worry like that about. My sister looked at me and said, "Rip her to shreds. Go, give her
Mhm.
all you got. Give her what you got. Give her who you are. Tell her who you
Well,
are." And
well,
I'm like,
if you feel like we appreciate, I'm sorry to skip your little round table timing
No,
of
it's
it,
okay.
but it
It's okay.
fits here. It fits here. I'm so appreciative of the last like 4 days of this because I don't even. I have family. Like if I need to get somewhere, where I don't have family to talk to like that, and this community has gotten this community and that chick laying right there have gotten my mind out of a slump I've been in, and I'm so grateful for it. And Kathy,
mine
I've been wanting
too.
to talk to you for a while, but I feel like a lot of this is going to do better for us, and I know that's starting to get redundant sounding over and over, but it's just I'm shocked at how easily something like this could happen where nobody's not benefiting here, man. Everybody's heart feels better. I missed a lot of this, so if it was bummer stuff, I'm sorry if I'm
It's
saying it in the
okay.
wrong timing. But
No,
yesterday did a lot for me and my like my anxieties that night, everything. It all just kind of disappeared for a while, and I felt at place where I should be. And
well, I hope you can always get a hold of me, and
I
you can
just
always
sent you a
tell me.
friend thing on
I, I
Discord. I just
just
sent
I
you a
seen
friend
it.
thing.
I took care of it, but
Okay,
you can
awesome.
always and I'm
If
gonna
you
tell
ever
all
don't
of you
know who
some.
to message me, okay?
I
Any
will.
anytime
But y'all just said that
anytime Aunt Kathy that you need me to start up a live stream, I'll do it for you. Okay.
you're so sweet, and I appreciate all the time you gave me. I feel like I owe you so much.
That's okay.
And
That's what we're here for.
that's okay. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I'll get it figured out. I'll go make a will.
That's how I'm treating it. Like I
Make
don't
a
know what's
will.
down the
Yeah.
road, but I'm gonna figure it out. I can figure it
Yeah.
out. Down whatever's down the road
Well,
for now, I'm gonna figure it out. And I
I
love
told my
your
husband.
attitude.
I had my husband. I told him a long time ago that when I passed away before, if I went before him, here's what I wanted him to do is to take any insurance money that we had, and I wanted him to go pay people to come to the funeral, even just come and cry and wail and throw themselves on the floor because
I
But
can't
and
physically.
look
I can't.
up every now and then to see if they're noticing, kind of thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
see if
I
everybody's
can't
still
give
Yeah.
physical tears. I can't give physical
big
tears.
tears.
I'd have to buy prop tears, but I'll
Well, you
go
could
there for
scream and
free. I'm
holler, throw
yeah,
yourself over
no,
the casket.
they just don't work. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me. I'm a
Well,
psychopath.
I,
They
well,
just don't work.
I'll just I'll put that in the will. Just make sure there's some artificial tears around Brett. Do that too.
Yeah, that's what's up. Because Vinny needs them, and he'll be
And I
there.
told him, I said to make sure everybody, if you can't carpool at this funeral, I want to block traffic for like 2 or 3 days.
Oh, as
One
many
person per
vehicles.
car. Yeah, you do. You
Okay.
can only one per. If you got a kid, teach them to drive. We'll
Teach
get them
the
in a
kid
car.
to drive.
Just teach them to drive. Fix that seat. Get that car seat where it can reach that steering wheel. That's what I'm telling
I
you.
love the way you think. That's amazing.
I want to block traffic,
As
and
much as
why I
possible.
don't know. I like these people around here. I just think, I just want to leave them with a little something.
Why not?
I
You
want
are
to.
worth a spectacle. Why not?
I
Yeah.
want. I want to leave them bitching about getting home from work an hour
Mm-hmm.
late for
See,
like
the
2 or 3
problem
days.
is we don't want to. Problem is we're never gonna know, or it could be parade floats and balloons and all types of stuff. We're never gonna quite have the, you know.
Well, my son will probably want everybody to get in a the back. He'll probably want to make it a hayride.
Oh, that's easy. That's easy to set up. I'm from an old town. Like I'm from a small town. You know how many hay rides I went on as a kid? That's nothing. We
Yeah,
got that.
yeah. He's gonna want to do hayrides. Through town, probably dragging me behind it.
If I forget that, somebody remember the hay ride for the song, please.
Yeah.
He'll probably have me in a little red wagon. Little,
uh,
probably in my own red wagon.
Oh,
Actually,
what was it called? Something flyer, the one that they were.
yeah, the radio flyer.
Yeah,
Radio
there you
flyer.
go. There you go.
I don't have one of them, but I got a regular red wagon. I couldn't honestly
I got a
pay for the time.
Sharpie. I got a Sharpie. It could be a radio flyer.
Yeah, that's right. Just make it one generic. It'd be good. New breed, new brand.
It ain't generic
breed.
from here. It's custom.
That's right. We're gonna customize that wagon.
Yeah,
I think I
Mary's
could
got a
fit in it.
shovel that somebody took some serious work in. Mary's got a
Yeah, I
legit
know.
shovel ornament.
It's beautiful, and she is a very good artist. I couldn't
Here's the
believe
thing.
what she done with that
I
shovel.
don't know what to offer her, but I will buy that shovel. Like,
There's got to be a way to get her to either auction it off or
oh, that's her best bet
sell it.
because there's a bunch of us who want that shovel.
yeah.
I'm sure the one that did the art on it could probably do that art again.
Yeah, but it's not the same. That's a
It's
one
not
of
the
one
same
right
shovel.
now. Right now, that's
Yeah,
a one of one.
yeah, that isn't. They did her a favor, and she's too ignorant to realize it.
She
Well, we
doesn't
ain't never gonna.
understand that she could just turn it around instead of setting it in the back and it's a prop. Like literally, we just handed you $1,000 if you work it.
Yep.
A stupid shovel.
That shovel was actually purchased at Walmart, just like the one that they bought the night of the murder.
I know. I liked how funny it was that they spent $111 to get it there quick.
Yeah, they did. I
That
thought
was a
that was
beautiful, beautiful thing.
Yeah, but the shovel is beautiful. She did a beautiful job on it. Beautiful job. We should all strive for that kind of perfection. We should all have
Yeah,
a
who
shovel.
was it? Who was it? They deserve their name said. Can anybody remember off the top?
I know. Yeah, Barbara. Her first name is Barbara.
Barbara, you are
She did
amazing
the
for
art.
the
Yeah, she is.
idea, the follow through, and the 111. You are, I don't even know what a word for that. You're a genius.
I'll make sure
You're,
it was. I'm not wrong, but I'll double check. I got her number. I'll just make sure. But she did.
yeah, it's
I thought
Barbara. Okay.
that's beautiful. I thought it was wonderful. She did really good.
It's almost, it's poetic in its simplicity. It's
Well, yeah, I think it's autographed, so you can't duplicate. That'd be hard to duplicate. We'd have to
well,
get all them to sign another one. If
no,
we
they. I
tried.
don't. Did they actually send it around and sign it, or did they like? I think they just consented for their names to be wrote.
I don't know. We must find out. We
Yeah,
must find out.
I'm pretty positive though, because they would have had to send it to Canada, another place, like 3 states. Like
That would have been a lot, wouldn't it?
yeah, and plus you have to get married. You know what I mean? Like yeah, and I think she surprised us with it because I think Royce pulled it up and was like, check this out. I don't think he didn't know.
Yeah, well, I don't think anybody knew except the certain people involved. That was pretty clever on their part, actually.
Good
Very
moves.
clever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like what I'm seeing out there.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Well, she don't understand. It's Mary. We're in preseason right now, Mary. Like, we just won a Super Bowl off of you, and we're in preseason, and we're gonna do. We're gonna get doubles this year. We're gonna get it this year too. Bet now.
Yeah. Hey, Roots, any final thoughts?
Where'd he go?
I think he's passed out drunk. Roots, you there?
He's got to be. Because he did work today, didn't he?
Hey, homie, Roots. This is Venny P. Can you hear me, dog? Wake up. You gotta do that.
Outside.
Oh, he'll wake up. He'll wake up in a moment here when I play the Star Spangled Banner here. So he'll be like, huh, oh shit. He'll be like saluting that shit here in a moment.
Man, my chick just woke up. She ain't gonna understand why I'm standing up with my hand on my chest when you do, bro. She ain't gonna get it until I tell her. You know what I mean? Like,
but just write her a note. Write her a note.
All right. Well,
yeah, I should.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Thank
Good
On
you all.
behalf of Rhodes,
Yes.
well, I'm
Good
sorry,
night,
bro. On
everybody.
behalf of Rhodes, I'll just do it.
Good
On
night,
behalf of
everybody.
Rhodes, good night, everybody. Rhodes would
Good
have just
night.
said like he
Sweet
loves us.
dreams.
Good night.
Good night, Roots.
Good
Good
night,
night, Rhodes.
Ruth.
Roots, have your husband tuck you into bed, will you?
Y'all stop that now. Y'all gonna give him a complex. He can't afford
Good night,
therapy right
Kathy.
now. Good
Good
night,
night,
Kathy,
y'all.
Kathy. Good
it's
night,
been great.
Gov.
Sweet
It's
dreams.
been great having you on. Thank you all for watching Rocknar's LolCow Ranch. We'll probably be here tomorrow night. We will be here tomorrow night at midnight Eastern. Staff and management of WJRC Channel 3 in Lewisburg would like to wish you all a very pleasant good evening.